చెక్ చెక్ ఇది వస్తుంది సిగ్నల్. హలో. 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 ఓకే రే. రైట్ రైట్ ఓకే. ఓకే. నెక్స్ట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇది మీకు కావాలి కదా. ఆడియో వచ్చింది అనుకో, అక్కడ నుండి మాట్లాడినారు అనుకోండి, వాళ్ళకి వినబడాలి కదా.
రూము యాక్చువల్గా రేపు ఇంటరాక్షన్ ఉంది ఈ రోజు.
ఓకే
అప్పుడు మనం
చెక్ చెక్. హే హే. అది ఓకే సార్, అది నేను మార్చలేదు.
మైక్రోఫోన్ ఫేమ్ ఉంది కదా.
చెక్. హలో. హలో.
ఇది వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడేది బయట మాట్లాడేది మనకి ఇందులో రావాలి.
ఇందులో రావాలి. ఇక్కడ ఏదైనా వీడియో ప్లే చేస్తే మనకు అర్థమైపోతుంది.
చేయండి.
ఏదైనా యూట్యూబ్ ఉందా?
ల్యాప్టాప్ ఉంది.
యూట్యూబ్
ఇందులో వీడియోస్ ఏదమ్మా.
अरे ऑडियो आ रहे चेक करो.
వీడియోస్ ఏదమ్మా.
ऑडियो आ रहे चेक करो. మాట్లాడదు రాదు సార్, మనకి ఏమైనా అర్థం మాట్లాడతారు కదా జూమ్ లో, అది మనం ऑडियो आ रहे हैं.
नमः शिवाय.
వచ్చిందనుకో మన టైం ఉంది కదా, ఎందుకు अरे मेरा ऑडियो आ रहे अभी देखो. ऑन करके रखा शायद स्पीकर आ रहा है
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जी
Check, check, check. Good. Go.
हेलो ओके चेक चेक राइट सर
Remove this dustbin from here. Check, 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 check. Can you increase the sound a little bit?
sorry
Right? Yes. That we can keep. Yes. We can keep this blue table in front. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay, okay, fine. I wanted hot water. You can keep it here. Good. Yeah, sound is fine. It's perfect. Thank you. We demonstrating. Check, 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 check. Sound check. You can play light music with my demonstration. Always in the cooking. Very light music. Okay. So we are all set. Good morning, everyone. May I request you to please have your seat. Good morning, everyone. We can start the cooking now. We have only 35 minutes to go, and we have to show you two dishes with millets only, the magical millets. So may I request you all to please join your seats. Please carry on.
Namah Shivaya.
One. I got my hot water. Salad. We'll start with this only, no? You all wear one. You can. But for video, you have to remove this. So you all are looking very handsome. You can now have seat, please. So it's time to show you the beauty of millets. And keep smiling always. वहां से आ सकते हैं, वहां से करते हैं. So shall we start? I need permission from Dr. Rao, Dr. Dayakar Rao. Sir, thank you so much. So I got, please go ahead from Dr. Rao and we'll start cooking. And cooking is very interesting thing. We should all cook for at least 5 minutes in a day, whether you know cooking or you don't know, because cooking connects you with your roots and it helps you in developing your emotions. You know, you understand? So you should connect with cooking always. Maybe for 1 minute, 5 minutes, or 50 minutes. It's up to you how much interest you have. So, light music background. So today we'll be starting with our first dish, which always we prefer in our restaurants and hotels wherever we go. We'll start with a salad, a beautiful salad with nutritional values of sorghum millet. And I'll ask the team, they can cover this because while cooking, I'll be showing few things and they can show it you on the big screen also. Can someone come here to cover the material I'll want to show? Are you ready? Okay. So today we'll be making one salad with sorghum millet. So sorghum, everyone knows in jawar or javari we call it. So we soaked it for 8 hours. So you have to soak it for 8 to 10 hours minimum because the fiber is not on the outer side. In millets, fiber goes till the core to the center. So we have to soak it that center one also. So always soak it for 8 to 10 hours. So we soaked it, then we boiled it for 20 minutes approx, and it's refrigerated. So because salads we need chilled grains. So I'll be making salad with 2 leaves. One is this lettuce, this iceberg, and the second is the rocket leaves, arugula leaves also we call it. So if we make any salad, आप भी चाहते होंगे, you must you I think try in restaurants and all, they serve you a salad with a dressing on top. A dressing is a combination of oils, some citric vinegar or lemon, and then seasoning, salt, and then sweetness maybe with the, like today we'll be doing honey. So one dressing should be there because these leaves are full of fiber. And for fiber, we need some oil also for the digestion. That's why we add this dressing. It improves the flavors also. It improves the texture. It gives the silkiness also to the leaves and helps you in digestion also because the leaves are full of fiber again. So, so we'll be starting with the making of salad. Can I have a big bowl to toss it? The name of our salad is salad greens with steamed sorghum millets and watermelon. So we have so many elements in this salad. So I'll start with, you can see this empty bowl. I'll start adding my salad leaves which are washed, cleaned, and I have just broken it with the hand only. There is no need to cut it with the knife. So just always tear the leaves with the hand only. So I'll add few leaves. This is iceberg, and now rocket leaves. Rocket leaves have very pungent kind of spicy kind of flavor. So I'll be adding the dressing with a sweet honey in that. And now the leaves are there. Now the hero of the salad is the sorghum millet, which is boiled. So this is the boiled sorghum millet. See the beautiful pearls, and I'll just sprinkle over few. This is there is no recipe for a salad. If you want to have more this grain sorghum, so you can add more. You want more leaves, you can add more leaves. So I'll sprinkle as per my choice, because salad should be a balance of again leaves and that main, whether it is a veg or non-veg, you want to add meat. But today we'll be adding this sorghum millet with watermelon. So you can see this watermelon we have just scooped out with a spoon only. So they are rough kind of chunks. And now I'll put some watermelon on this. See, you can see we have 4 ingredients right now. 2 kind of salad leaves, 1 sorghum millet, and 1 watermelon. And then for bite, I have added 2 nuts in this. One is the walnuts, beautiful walnuts. And then again for nutrition and for the texture also, we are adding pumpkin seeds. So you can see your salad is a composition of so many things, like we shoot a Bollywood movie or Hollywood movie. So there are so many elements in a salad. That's why salads are very interesting dish these days, because chefs play very beautifully with different kind of ingredients in a salad. So, so we have added everything here. You can see sorghum millet is there, 2 kind of leaves, watermelon is there. We have added walnuts, then we have added pumpkin seeds. They have toasted. So I toasted it before you all entered, because we want to save the time. We have only 30 minutes. So toasted walnuts and toasted, lightly toast on the pan. When you see a light color, then lightly roast, you can say. Then you take it out. So I'm adding to my salad all the ingredients. Now the time is for the dressing. So dressing, like when we go out for any function or any marriage or any wedding, we dress up very well. So for these salads, we need to make a very good dressing for that. So this dressing contains 3 parts of oil, which is extra virgin olive oil. You can add any other oil, whatever you like, but it should be the cold press. It should be the first extract. It should not be any refined oil. So refined oils are very bad, you know, and they contain chemicals. It's a chemical process when you make any refined oil. So this is extra virgin olive oil. I'm adding 3 parts. So this is the secret recipe of any good restaurant, that you take any bowl, any portion. If you add 3 part of oil, you have to add 1 part of vinegar or lemon juice. So 3 spoons. In other way, I will explain you again. 3 spoons of oil and 1 spoon of vinegar or lemon juice. So I have added lemon juice. So 3 part, 1 part. Then we have to have add little bit of salt. You can add little pepper. And for sweetness, people add sugar sometimes. But I have added here honey. So if 3 teaspoons of oil, then 1 teaspoon of vinegar or lemon juice, and again 1 teaspoon of honey or sugar you can add. But I will not recommend you sugar, because salads are good for your digestion. And if you add white sugar in that, refined sugar, it will stop your digestion system. It will hamper you, your digestive system. So add honey, you can add. So this dressing is just mix, put everything and just whisk it, and in just 1 minute you'll see a cloudy mixture, very thick, because oil, honey, and lemon juice, they will emulsify, they will make a thick liquid out of it. And salt I have already added in this, because as I said, I prepared it before you entered, because just to save the time. But this dressing, again, I will, because this is a recorded session, again I'll convey you that this dressing includes 3 teaspoons of oil, 1 teaspoon of lemon juice, 1 teaspoon of honey, and little bit of salt you can add, or pepper you can add. So So these are the ingredients for my salad. And dressing, you can add again as per your choice. But the main rule is you have to have add the dressing just to coat the things. If your leaves are coated well, your ingredients are coated well, then it's fine. Some people ask it should be more sweet. That is your choice, but that can make your salad leaves. It will lose the texture. So you have to add in a limit only. So I'll try adding 1 spoon, 2 spoon, and 3, and then 4. It depends on your quantities also. So I have added my dressing. So I'll mix it with my hands only, very softly, without damaging the texture of leaves and watermelon. Just lightly toast, or sometimes we toast like this only. But you are cooking at home, then simply just toss it with the hands. So this salad is almost ready. So I'll ask my fellow chefs. So you can taste whether because whenever we serve, so we have to taste whether the true right taste is going over there in the restaurant or not. So chefs, can you check this? Whether the dressing is coated well on the seeds and all, the flavor, or you want me to increase? Increase. He's saying that increase. So I'll add 1 teaspoon more. So you can see that this is how we make dishes in a restaurant also. But we have recipes there, definitely. If it's a restaurant, then we'll portion, we'll put everything with the grams, like 70 grams leaves, 100 grams watermelon, like this, 10 grams seeds, like this. But here I'm just showing you how you cook at home. You can easily make at home. That's why I'm not making it complicated. I'm not complicating the thing. This is very simple to make at home. Dressing, you make it, you can keep it in the refrigerator for 2 to 3 months. It's a combination of oil, vinegar, and lemon juice, or lemon juice. And you can keep it in the refrigerator for 1 to 2 months. Always when you want to dress your salad, just whisk it again and pour it over. So I'll just plate it now. So I have a beautiful plate to serve this salad. So the main time is to plate. So always hold this salad and keep it in a center. No need to reset the things because it will lose the beauty. It looks beautiful if you just put it randomly on in the center. Then my few sorghum on the top, little bit more. So you can see this is sorghum. So now my presentation is done. What I will do, I will just garnish it again with little bit of nuts on top. This is the garnish with some more pumpkin. And one more beautiful thing I prepared because it cannot be prepared here live. So this is the reduction of balsamic vinegar. So balsamic is a vinegar which we make, which is made with the black grapes. So we reduce this vinegar on very low heat for around 20 minutes or 25 minutes. When it comes to around 20%, it left. Then we add a little bit of honey and this thick syrup is ready. So this we use as a garnish on main course sometimes, but mainly on the salads. I'll garnish this salad uh, with this balsamic reduction. So you can see this. This is very beautiful, sweet and sour thick syrup made with the black grapes. We reduce that, but you can skip it at your home or you can make it. You can you can watch the videos. They are easily available on the net everywhere. But see the consistency. This is so beautifully. It is flowing very well. So this will enhance the flavor of the salad. It adds the sourness, it adds the sweetness also because we added honey also on top. And then you can place one more piece on top. You can add some other garnishes also like microgreens and all, but we are not here. We don't have here. So can you please show this salad on the screen to everyone? Yeah. And I'll just send you this bowl to show you everyone. Our chef will come to you, just have a look. And for tasting also, you can have it. You can try it. You can taste it well. So, chef, please try to show it to all, and take a quick round. So our salad leaves with steamed sorghum millet and watermelon is ready, and he'll be showing you. You just have a look. You can go. So next dish is very close to my heart, and yes, you can all have a look on the salad. The next dish is very close to my heart, which is pulao. So for this pulao, I'm not using any rice, no basmati, nothing. I'm using here foxtail millet, so which has been again soaked for 8 minutes, sorry, 8 hours, and then boiled for 20 minutes. And then it will look like the beautiful pearls grains. See, so foxtail millet, if you have it twice in a week, it works on your nervous system, it works on your brain system, brain functions, it improves your memory, and so many other benefits of this. So I always have millets, and I'm having millets from last 7 years. That's why I joined the organization NutriHub as ambassador of millets. So my job is to demonstrate different states with government or semi-government organizations, and I demonstrate and I talk on millets, the benefits of millets, how to cook. So we should all have millets in our life. And recently, I'll share my experience with you. I have just put 2, 3 people from. Everyone knows the cricket. So the Ranji cricket team from Delhi, New Delhi, so they shifted to Chandigarh. So the 3 people from 3 teams, the senior professional cricketers, they are on the diet. I also provide the diet on millets also. So they are having my diets from last 40, 45 days, and they have seen huge changes in their body. I have stopped their wheat and rice consumption. And you can see on my social media, their live interviews also there, what changes they have experienced. I think one of the bowler, he shared the experience that earlier he used to put 5 overs and he felt tired. Now after 15 hours also, he never feel tired. So this is the magic of millets. But these are not only words. It's my experience because I'm having millets from last 7 to 8 years, only millets. So if you have all tasted, you have tried the salad. So it's good you are making a relation with the salad. So you just see it with your eyes and feel. Then we'll go to the another dish. We have 20 minutes, but I will toss it in 5 minutes only, but I will explain a little bit. Okay, I'll be making a pulao with a foxtail millet. The name of the pulao is, because whenever you make any pulao, it's pea pulao, it's vegetable pulao, it's chicken pulao, it's mutton pulao. Pulao is from northern region also, it's from the southern region also, but the names are different. But my pulao comes from some other location, which is Peshawar. So it's Peshawari pulao, which is made with the chana dal. So my foxtail millet will be tossed with green peas little bit, but major will be the chana dal, boiled chana dal. I already boiled. So you have to boil, we have to soak the chana dal for 2 to 3 hours, then boil it in. If you boil it open, then 20, 25 minutes. If you want to whistle it, just 2 whistles, you can boil a chana dal. It will look like a pearl. Then I'm adding a fusion into my pulao also with cranberries. Like this is not regular pulao because we have made so many changes in this dish. Like it's not a regular matar pulao or pulao. We have added chana dal from Peshawar, and then we are adding cranberries. And then again, you'll see the process. I'll show you a process of making a pulao, which is even not even you can say 80, 70, 80 chefs out of 100, they don't know this. Even in the restaurants, this technique which I'll be showing you, this is very beautiful technique. If you have boiled millets or boiled rice, I will not promote rice here, at your home in the refrigerator, and then these ingredients will make a very quick pulao without any steaming, without any dum. And if you taste this pulao, after this, I'll give you all to try this pulao, and you won't be, you won't have any idea that it's a quick pulao in 5 minutes. You will feel of it's 2 hours pressure dum, just we call it, we cook biryani on dum. So you'll have a feel of 2 hours cooking in 5 minutes only. That is a technique only which I will show you. So if you're done with the salad, then I will start. I think few people are enjoying. So I think all of you tried the salad. Anyone of you? So you tried? So you liked it? So I'm getting thumbs up from that side. Thank you. So you can easily make at your home. Extra virgin olive oil is easily available in the markets. So you can buy. I have added watermelon. You can add any fruits of your choice. You can add oranges also. You can add muskmelon also. Any fruit you can add, but not banana. Banana will spoil the texture of the salad. Just crisp fruits you can add. And now I will start making my pulao. Wherever I go for any demonstration, I make compulsory. I make pulao because, but I change ingredients. Always I keep on changing the ingredients so that I also don't get bored. Na? Okay, for any pulao, you need to put on, switch on the gas. Right. So this is the pan I'm using for the pulao. So millets are there. And pulao should always be prepared in ghee. It's clarified butter, or you call it ghee or desi ghee. You know, the cow's ghee is very beneficial for you, which is deep yellow in color. If it is pure, it's good for you. But if it is buffalo ghee, which is white in color, that is not good for you. That is good for only athletes or only a farmer who is working for 10 to 15 hours in a farm, hard work. Only then you can digest that buffalo ghee, which is white in color. But cow ghee is good for you. As per Ayurveda, you can digest only cow's ghee. So I'll be making my pulao with cow ghee only because we stand for long hours, but we also don't do that much hard work that a farmer or any athlete they do. So my pan is for my pulao. Foxtail millet is ready, which is boiled. Last evening we boiled it and keep it in the refrigerator. Always you keep it in the refrigerator. This millet we don't need. And then I'll just, okay. Chana dal is already boiled. You can see this chana dal. Can you show this? So this is chana dal. Yeah. Yes, he's trying to focus. So this is boiled chana dal. It's separate. And I will start my pulao with ghee. Then for flavor, I will be adding 2-3 things. One is the curry leaf. Curry leaf is, you can say, very common in South India, but in my home, just except only tea we are not making with curry leaves. Otherwise, everything we are making with curry leaves. Whether we make any paratha, we make any pulao, we make any veggie, we always use curry leaves. Only tea or coffee, we avoid this. So this is how much we use. So I'll start with ghee. You can make in a non-stick also with very less ghee or without ghee also. But when you are having millets, so always have ghee also with it because millets are again rich in fiber. And to digest the fiber, you again need a very good fat. Like in salad, I added olive oil. And in this pulao, I will add ghee. So ghee, you know, the yellow ghee is good for you and white ghee is not good for you if you are not performing or doing any hard work in a farm or any factory. So my heat is a little bit over. That's why I kept it there. I think there is a control also. Yeah. Okay. So any pulao, not only this pulao, any pulao, just add ghee, little bit of cumin. You can say 1/3 teaspoon or half teaspoon you can add. When cumin starts singing, I call it singing. It will splutter, it will give you a noise. I'll add a little bit more because I want to increase the quantity because you all will taste. You all must try this pulao. This is very beautiful pulao. So when your cumin is crackling, it's singing, you add this onion which is sliced, no chop onion, no grated onion. Add this sliced onion. Okay. So now I need my spatula. Yeah. So till now we have added only ghee, cumin, and onion, sliced onion. So we don't need to brown these onions. We'll just make it a little bit translucent. You can say transparent. Will not color these onion slices. And with the same onion, you can add few curry leaves. Just break it with a little bit for the flavor only. And then you can add definitely few peppercorns. I can add, and then the beautiful flavorful ginger julienne. We call it julienne, but it's matchstick kind of. And then a little bit of green chilies. I love green chilies, so I always get emotional when I add green chilies. But when you will have it, you will feel it's too much heat. But today I'll put less. So I started with ghee and then cumin. Any pulao, you start with ghee and then cumin, then you add onion, then definitely ginger and green chili. These ingredients till now, it's compulsory, it's compulsion in any pulao if you want to have a good pulao flavor. Curry leaves is a choice, you want to add it or not, but I love curry leaves, I added. So you can see my onions are just translucent, transparent kind of crystal. Now you add the ingredients like little bit of green peas I have added, not too much. It's not a pea pulao. It's Peshawari chana dal and cranberry pulao. So now I'm adding chana dal. Right. Can you show the pan? Okay. Now to make it more fancy, I told you that I'll be adding one nut, dried fruit, which is cranberry. I'm adding a little bit of cranberries. So cranberry in pulao will give you sweetness in your different bites. You can see the beauty of this pulao. How many colors are there in the pulao? The colorful food is very good for you because as much as color you have in your food, so it's nutritionally it's rich. Okay. One thing we again left with, which is cashews. I'll be adding cashews also in this pulao, which is again toasted with little bit of ghee. I toasted in a pan, then I kept it aside. I'll just put some cashews also. This is beautiful pulao. Matlab, I can see it for 1 hour. The beautiful combination of colors. It's yellow, it's pink, it's red, it's white. Then ginger, green chili, curry leaves. So there are 7 colors in my pan right now. If you can show to all. And this is the first step of making any pulao. Just toss your cumin, onion, and with your hero ingredients. Here, my hero ingredient is chana dal. And you can add some nuts, it's your choice. Since it is Peshawari chana dal pulao, so I've added cranberries as a fusion. Cranberry will give you a modern touch in the pulao and sweetness also when you have it somewhere. Like in Iran, whenever they make pulao, they put berries, lot of berries on top. They definitely make it with rice, but I'm making it with the foxtail millet. The millets are very close to my heart. As Dr. Rao, the know very well that I'm having millets from last 7 years. When everyone was thinking of doing something on millets, so I started having millets in 2008. 2011, I was having some problem with my, because I was a consultant and general manager with big companies. I was consulting on sweets part. I used to have 50, 60 Indian sweets, Indian mithai in a day. In 2011, I was a little bit diabetic. I started researching on Ayurveda, and within 6 months, I reversed my everything. And till now, at that time also, without any medicine, only with the millets, I recovered everything. That's why the millets are very close to my heart, and I associated with NutriHub. Thank you so much, sir. So this platform also gives me to spread more words to people, more people like you, and you will now have a taste of this. When you see the beauty of millet, I think you will immediately switch to millets. Now everything has been tossed well. I'll add salt just to cover up these ingredients only, but salt for millets, I will add it on the top of millets. I'll show you. This is the technique. This is the only technique of making good pulao. First, you toss your hero ingredients with onion. When it is done, why I'm making slow? Because I'm talking to you and I want to convey you the right recipe in words also. Otherwise, it's only 2 minutes job for me. So I stopped cooking in between. So, and I will reduce the heat also. Now, what I will do, so if you are making pulao with rice or anything, but this is with millet, so I want you to switch to millet completely. It's very good for you. Just cover this pan with, this is the main technique which I'm going to show you. Little bit of water I'm adding in the base, and you'll start listening a sizzling sound. It means steam is now generating. Now I'll cover this, immediately cover it with the boiled millet, boiled foxtail millet. Now you know what's happening in the pan. Now the water which I added, it's collecting the flavor from all the ingredients, putting it into the steam, and steam is trying to come up from the foxtails. When steam comes up, it will add flavors to all the grains. So I'll let it sit for 1 minute. This is the secret behind making any good pulao. And now for another big punch, you can say, the beauty of the pulao is the fried onion, which we added into the brownie, sorry, it's biryani. I always mix brownie with biryani. So both are my favorite. So I'll just put some fried onion on top. In the meanwhile, steam is just making the millet hot. It's getting it into the right temperature, and this brown onion. And now we'll add some salt for the millet. In the lower base, I added salt to cover the ingredients just for that. Now for these millets also, I will add some salt to make them salty. Done. I think we are done with all the ingredients. Yeah. So in another 30 seconds, I will start tossing it. Your pulao is almost ready. When you taste it, you won't be able to judge that I made it in front of you in a pan. If I'll send it in a restaurant and I'll say that it is dum for 1 hour or 2 hour, you can easily, you will easily get it to you. 30 seconds only, and my pulao is ready. In between, I can check. Yeah, it's done. Now the time for tossing. So you have to toss it well. I can toss it like this, but at homes you can toss it with your ladle only. It's almost 500 grams pulao in this, and this is our experience that we can toss like this, but at home if you try, you will throw it away. But you can just toss it with your ladle. And sir, we are making foxtail, chana dal, and cranberry Peshawari pulao. So it's Peshawar's dish which I am demonstrating here. But a fusion is with the cranberries in a pulao. And this pulao is looking very beautiful, even better than rice, I can say, because the shape of foxtail millet is matching with your peas, your chana dal, your cranberries. Everything is round here and beautifully. So it's almost done. Now the main job, my chef will guide me with the salt and all, then we'll correct it and send it to you for tasting. Chef, please check this salt and let me know. He's saying perfect. So we are ready for plating. I'll send a plate. How are you, sir? Good morning. I'm sure if you have this pulao, you'll include it in your diet daily, at least once you will make it. And for clear recipe, you can watch videos. I think they will also display, but you can watch my social media where I've displayed already showing pulaus, different kind of pulaus are there with the same technique. And I'm just sending it. Just you can garnish it with again little bit of brown onion on top, 2 3 cranberries. That's it. We don't need anything to garnish now. So if you have spoons, just show it to the guest. And for you all, I'm sending you a bigger portion so that you can all taste it, like salad you tried. So my chef is coming to you with a spoon. If someone can help me in 20 30 spoons, so anyone can taste that. So that is the big win of our show. If everyone will taste. Ma'am, can you please help me in 20 30 spoons so that everyone can taste in the when I will send it for tasting? Just give me a plate. I can so that send it. Just give me a salad plate only. You can clean it. You can take it in the bowl, take it back, and we can put pulao in there. So this is foxtail millet pulao. I'm sending for you, all of you. He's just cleaning the bowl. This is with chana dal and cranberries as a fusion. As you know, foxtail millet is very good for your nervous system. It improves your brain function, your memory, so many other things. And never ever forget to soak your billets for 8 hours minimum if they are not soaked. But nowadays in the market you can get easily pre-soaked millet version is also there. I think behind I can see one counter is there, which is I think HFCL cut something, HFSL, healthy food soil and people, HFSP. So they pre-soak, then they pack it, what I saw. Now you have to clean it. Yeah, clean it. Sir, how's the pulao? If you tried, you tasted pulao, tasted. Sir, you tried, Dr. Rao? You tasted the pulao? Okay. Now I'll send it for all of you. It's you all can taste it. It's I told you, na, I prepared almost 500 grams. So you can all taste a spoon. But once my chef will move forward, you will go behind for another spoon, I'm sure. This is very delicious pulao. I'll just garnish it a little bit. Some brown onion on top. Okay. Please show it to everyone. I would recommend first to have a look. Just have a look of the pulao before tasting. Just if you all just see the presence, the presentation, and look how it looks. You can all in one time you can have a look. Yeah, you can check. So please help them with the spoons for tasting. Otherwise, we all are very in comfortable zone. We can take spoon on your hands. You can have it. Later, you can wash your hands. So how did you like? 2 thumbs. You can make this pulao with any kind of lentil, any kind of, you can add paneer, you can add Non-veg, if you want, you can add vegetables. You can add peas, you can add chana dal, any lentil boiled. You can separately toss it like I tossed in front of you. And for beautification and texture, you can add nuts like cashews, almonds, raisins also you can add. So it's sharp 10 as we have a commitment that we'll do this demonstration and we'll close this session at 10. So it's 10 a.m. So thank you so much. Thank you all very much for your presence and giving us a chance to demonstrate, to show you the beauty of millets. And please include millets in your diet. That is my last words on this stage. Sir, sir, done. Thank you so much. I will be just coming there only and I can take reviews from all of you about pulaus, or if you have any questions, I'll be here for whole day. You can ask any questions in cooking, any doubts. I can clear that also. Thank you so much.
I feel right by my side. Put me in for a ride. Terrifying embers burn us so soft and tender. I feel right by my side. Put me in for a ride. Take control, tell your breaker. Take hold of me. I've lost my way. I think it's now you makes it okay. Take hold of me. I've lost my way. I think it's now you makes it okay.
Forward to about 4,000 years ago, some millets originated in India, while some arrived from China and Africa. And now it's time we embrace the sustainable production of millets as a means to curb hunger while simultaneously.
Imagine a group of grains that had the power to contribute in reshaping the future of the world. Imagine a crop that boasts of abundant nutritional and health benefits and is climate smart. A crop that lets us embark on a journey for good health. And when you imagine good health, you choose millets. So what are millets? Millets encompass a diverse group of small-sized grains, dryland cereals grown in different regions, especially in the nooks and corners of India, and that possess unique nutritional benefits. In India, millets are recently renamed as Shri Anna. Now you may ask, what's so special about millets? Millets are a superfood. Millets consist of essential minerals, micronutrients, vitamins, high fiber, and antioxidants for our body's need-based calorie count, supporting the immune system, helping us lead an active life of our choice. Furthermore, millets are almost gluten-free with a low glycemic index, making them a great food to lower blood sugar, reducing the risk of diabetes. They come with great versatility through various culinary applications, from grain, flour for baking, to a replacement for pasta or any other snack. It is a healthy alternative to many traditional treats. Value addition in millets has led to modern cuisines, as well as ready-to-eat packaged products to be bought off the shelf. Millets are good for you and the planet. They are not only consumer-friendly, but also climate-smart and a farmer's trusted companion, easy to cultivate, low water requirements, reduced dependency on agrochemicals, ability to thrive in adverse soil and climatic conditions, thus offering a resilient choice for farmers worldwide. They have a shorter crop duration, enables farmers in the multi-cropping system, empowering farmers with greater productivity and economic benefits. Technological innovations and extension research have helped increase yield and income support to farmers. Farmers can also use millets as fodder and green forage, thus ensuring fodder security. It's time we move from food security to nutritional security through millets, to imagine a world that is healthy and nutritional secure. Let's reimagine sustainability. Let's reimagine well-being and equitability. Let's reimagine our diet with the transformative power of millets. Let's reimagine a world good for humans, nature, farmers, animals, and the environment.
From farm to plate, production to consumption, junk to nutrition, scaling to upscaling, incubation to acceleration, local to global. It's all happening here.
Good morning, all. All are requested to enter into the hall. We are going to start the program. All the delegates, please get into the hall.
Imagine a group.
Thanks to Green Revolution, independent India has attained food security, but its nutritional security is far from a reality and neglected over the years, leading to lifestyle diseases and malnutrition. This calls for a change in social behavior, such as change in food habits, though a difficult proposition. Secondly, our national food security may be at stake due to climate change, as the yields of rice and wheat are likely to decline due to high temperature regime, which calls for cultivation of alternative cereal such as millets.
ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, is a premier institute in this country looking after research and development of millets. It has developed various products, technologies, and various related aspects for millets.
One such effort also culminated in the formation of a non-profit society located in Hyderabad at IIMR, which is now branded as NutriHub.
the establishment of NutriHub, a technology business incubator being sponsored by Department of Science and Technology to the tune of 10 crore rupees is a laudable thing. This incubator is handholded by the support of the government in a major way.
NutriHub offers state-of-the-art infrastructure as a production facility and technology backstopping, besides mentoring, training, and financial facilitation for some of the incubators.
They can also produce their products in the NutriHub and packing, labeling, and branding in their own brands. I think that is going to be very path-breaking.
Very good initiative by NutriHub IMR.
It's exciting to see great startups.
I think it's been a great opportunity and a great platform for us to express ourselves.
Well, there's so much innovation happening in the millet industry. It's quite an eye-opener.
And very excited to see a lot of different supporters, investors, and partners available here.
We greatly appreciate the opportunity provided to us.
2023 is a millet year. IMR plays a bigger role and we want to be a true partner for them. Thank you.
From farm to plate, production to consumption, junk to nutrition, scaling to upscaling, incubation to acceleration, local to global. It's all happening here.
The country has over 500 strong millet-based startups.
Millets, after harvesting, undergoes various post-harvesting processes such as threshing, drying, and storage. However, these processes often result in the contamination of the grains with foreign materials such as dust, stones, leaves, chaffs, and mud. To address this issue, primary processing is necessary to remove these foreign materials from the millets, which involves several steps like aspiration, grading, destoning, dehulling, and gravity separation. These steps help to ensure that the final product is clean and free from impurities. The primary processing machines, aspirator cum grader cum destoner, is the state-of-the-art equipment with a capacity of 1 ton per hour. Is supplied by a Coimbatore-based company. During primary processing, the harvested millets are fed into the aspirator cum grader cum destoner using bucket elevators. The machine uses aspiration to remove lighter particles such as dust, leaves, and chaffs. Then, the millets pass through the grader, wherein the grains are sorted as per the mesh size. Further, it passes through destoner, which removes heavy particles like stones and mud. All these unit operations are common, both major and minor millets, except minor millets require an additional dehulling step in processing compared to major millets due to the presence of an outer husk layer. This husk needs to be removed to get the edible part of the grain. In dehulling, the minor millets are passed through the dehuller, which applies abrasion and impact centrifugal force to break and remove the outer husk layer. Once the outer husk is removed, the dehulled grain is then passed through an aspirator, leading to gravity separator to separate millet rice from broken grains and unhulled grains, ensuring a higher level of purity in the product, which may become immediate product for secondary processing. The capacity of this machine is 1 ton per hour, and the efficiency lies around 60% to 85%, based on different minor millet grains processed. This efficiency represents the percentage of impurities removed during the primary processing, indicating how effectively the machine cleans the millets. Our processing plant also caters to startups incubated at NutriHub. Our muffin production line is equipped with various machinery and processes to produce high-quality muffins efficiently. The finest quality ingredients are accurately weighed and placed in a planetary mixer, ensuring the homogeneous mixing of all the ingredients. Once the batter is ready, it is transferred to feeding hopper and set the filling ratio as per the muffin tray to get the desired size. The batter from the feeding hopper is dropped in the muffin tray, and the trays are placed in the rotary oven, which is preheated to 180 degrees Celsius. After baking to golden perfection, the muffins are taken out of the oven and allowed to cool till it reaches ambient temperature. This cooling and resting period is essential for flavor development and the creation of a soft crumb texture in the muffins. Once the muffins are cooled, transfer it to the horizontal flow wrap packing machine for packing. Cold extruded products like vermicelli and pasta are typically made using durum wheat or refined wheat flour. However, these products can also be manufactured using millets with the same equipment known as cold extruder. This indicates that the cold extrusion process can be adapted to work with millet-based ingredients to produce these products. The cold extruder has a capacity of 1 ton per hour, which consists of several components such as mixer, kneader, an extruder with a die, and a cutter. These components work together to process the ingredients and shape the final product. The ingredients are mixed in a mixer, and the homogeneous mass with specific moisture levels to facilitate the extrusion process. Once the wet mass is ready, it is transferred to the kneader, followed by extruder. The extrusion process shapes the wet mass into vermicelli threads, and plates are used to cut them into specified size or length. After the extrusion and cutting process, the moist product is subjected to a drying process. Drying is necessary to reduce the moisture content of the product to the desired level, which helps enhance its shelf life and maintain its quality over time. The cold extruder has a capacity of 1 ton per day, indicating that it is capable of producing a substantial quantity of cold extruded products within a specific time frame. In recent times, millets have gained acceptance in the hot extrusion cooking process for manufacturing a wide range of ready-to-eat RTE snacks, weaning foods, and supplementary foods. In the hot extrusion cooking process, all the raw ingredients, including millets, are mixed together in a blender. The desired moisture is added to the mixture, and it is conditioned for a few minutes to achieve equilibrium moisture. Conditioning helps the ingredients absorb moisture evenly and ensures uniformity in the extrusion process. During the conditioning stage, the hot extruder is preheated to reach the standard temperatures required at each zone. This preheating step ensures that the extruder is at the optimal temperature for the subsequent extrusion process. The prepared food mixture is transferred from the blender to the hopper with the help of screw conveyor. From the hopper, the material falls to vertical funnel of hot extruder, and under the influence of pressure and shearing mechanisms, the mixture moves through the extruder's barrels. As the mixture passes through the extruder, it reaches the die where the product is discharged. During the discharge, steam is released, causing the product to expand and take on its desired shape. Immediately after extrusion, the fresh hot extrudates undergo a drying treatment to maintain their moisture levels. This step is crucial for improving the crispiness and taste of the product. Drying helps remove excess moisture and enhances the overall quality and shelf life of the extruded snack or food item.
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India's mission of food security for all is now moving towards nutritional security. And IIMR is strengthening this vision and mission.
साथियों, कुपोषण से निपटने के लिए एक और महत्वपूर्ण दिशा में काम हो रहा है। मोटे अनाज, मिलेट्स जैसे रागी, ज्वार, बाजरा, कोडो, जोंगोरा, बार्ली, कोटकी, इन जैसे अनाज की पैदावार बढ़े, लोग अपने भोजन में इन्हें शामिल करें, इस और प्रयास बढ़ाए जा रहे हैं। मैं आज FAO को विशेष धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उसने वर्ष 2023 को इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स घोषित करके भारत के प्रस्ताव को पूरा समर्थन दिया।
The Government of India's constant emphasis on millets has established it as the alternative cereal of the future and has developed a millets value chain to create demands for millets. India has branded millets as nutri-cereals owing to their superior nutritional merits like high protein and fiber, slow-releasing good carbs, minerals and vitamins, gluten-free. Millets also offer a huge opportunity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and climate security, as its production requires transforming food and land use systems. Millet stalks act as a quality forage and fodder for livestock. India produces 16% of the global millet crop. It is highly commercializable by value-added processing and diversification into various ready-to-cook and ready-to-eat forms. The country has over 500 strong millet-based startups. The food industry is building a sizable millet-based product portfolio. The Government of India has introduced conducive policies to boost millet production like crop incentivization, announcement of MSP, mainstreaming millets in public funded programs, positioning millets as nutri-cereals. 2018 declared
A warm welcome to one and all gathered here. We request all the delegates to kindly occupy the seats as we are about to begin the inaugural program. So we are delighted to welcome you all to the Day 2 of International Nutri-Cereal Convention, Day 2 of Startup Convention, with the theme of status, issues and strategies on mainstreaming millets as the commodity of the decade. We extend a hearty welcome to Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Uttarakhand, Shri Ganesh Joshi ji. So as we begin with the inaugural session, I kindly request our chief guest to kindly occupy the seat on the dais, sir. I kindly welcome the Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Uttarakhand, to kindly occupy the stage. I kindly request Dr. Ashok Dalwai, former CEO of NRA, to kindly occupy the stage, please. I kindly request Dr. G. Narendra Kumar, Director General of NIR DPR. I kindly request Ashok Dalwai, sir, former CEO of NRA, to please to come onto the stage and occupy the seat. I kindly request Professor VP Sharma, Chairman CSCP, to kindly occupy the stage, sir. I next request Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, former secretary, DNFW, Government of India, to please come onto the dais. Once again, we request all the delegates to kindly occupy your seats as we are about to begin the inaugural session. We request all the delegates who are also in the stalls to please occupy the seats as we are about to begin the inaugural session. Thank you.
Before we start the inaugural session, we request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, sir, to formally welcome the guest on the dais with a bouquet. First and foremost, we welcome Shri Ganesh Joshi, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Uttarakhand. We welcome our guest of honor, Professor V.P. Sharma, Chairman, CACP. We welcome Professor V.P. Sharma, Chairman, Commission of Agriculture. We're delighted to welcome guest of honor, Dr. G. Narendra Kumar, DG, NARDPR. Welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, former Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Now, we also welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, IAS, former CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority, New Delhi. We also welcome Shri P. Prasad, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Kerala. Sir will be joining us soon. We request Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, Principal Scientist, ICR, IAMR, to join the dais. To formally begin the program, we request the audiovisual team to play the ICR song.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की। कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन। वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीकी, पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण। सस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक, मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक। हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की, शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक। आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
Thank you. We request all the dignitaries on the dais to join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you, all the dignitaries. Now, may I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO NutriHub, Principal Scientist ICR IMR, and the National Convener of this esteemed convention, and today's in-charge director ICR IMR, to welcome the August gathering.
Good morning, everybody. And I take this privilege, especially to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Uttarakhand, Sri Ganesh Joshi ji, Dr. VP Sharma ji, Chairman, CACP, Government of India. We have Professor Narendra ji, Narendra Kumar, DG NIRD, Sri Sanjay Agarwal ji, Sri Ashok Dalwai ji, who have been in the agriculture sector for more than few decades, and you all, there is no need for you for the introductions. Dr. Sangappa ji, Dr. Mr. V. Prasad in absentia, who is going to join the Honorable Agriculture Minister from Government of Kerala. Good morning once again, everybody. It's a privilege for me to welcome you all on this August gathering, and a pleasant morning to see people coming with saying hi, especially for the millets. And the millet promotion is so important for us to take things forward. And the millet ecosystem, we see that once in a year we have this International Nutri-Cereal Convention. 6.0, it means we had 5 such editions in the past, and the continuing legacy of this INCC to support all the stakeholders of the millets in order to realize the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister of India to make India a global hub. Last year, we have witnessed, huge support from the governments, both the central government as well as the state governments coming in a big way for support of the millets, especially in terms of the awareness that is going to generate. We know that International Year of Millets has begun as the problem of demand. In order to create demand, I think there was huge effort that the government of India, I think still I cannot recollect, since the independent India has never witnessed on promotion of a single commodity to such a level as that of millets. So I think it is a very laudable thing for us to know that how the government of India has rallied behind in 2018 as a National Year of Millets, and none other than Sanjay Agarwal ji was there as the secretary at the helm of affairs and taken it forward and given a shape for this International Year of Millets. I'm so proud to have him here on this dais, and I welcome him, sir. So I think your vision has bringing a lot of fruits. And then Dr. Others also, dignitaries like Ashok Dalwai ji has been all the time with this millet fraternity. I think it's a befitting, his presence is a befitting to this particular International Nutri-Cereal Convention. Simple man, down to earth, sir. And you have penchant and passion for the millets, and it's very close subject to you. Thank you very much, sir. And also we welcome you for taking a very precious time to come over here all the way from, and you have a different, very difficult, very have tight schedule. Despite that, you could make it. Now, the most important thing these days, the ministers, we see that how the agriculture became very close to their heart, and like an executive thing programs, like they come and give us a support, and it's a really, once again I see a great way where Honorable Agriculture Minister from Uttarakhand who has come here. I had witnessed a couple of the programs which he has organized in his own state, and they were of top quality. And the message which he has given is to take the millet mission even in his state on par with the government of India's mission of millets. And continual sensitization programs and various other programs that are really just akin to the promotion of millets. They grow primarily ragi as well as jangora, what we call barnyard millets. But then there are several programs that are outlined and the millet mission has been formed. Sir, congratulations for the program that is being taken up at your state, and at here, Indian Institute of Millet Research, a global center of excellence announced by the government of India. It's our duty to really support you and technically backstop you in taking things millets to the forward. This is the way forward. I know in 2012, 11, 12, there was several programs that have come at the national level, but we see as the days were passing by, it is the state governments that are owning these millet missions and they are coming up with a big prayer. This is a very positive sign. That's what we are able to witness. 3 agriculture ministers for this national convention. Yesterday we had an inaugural session for R&D convention that happened at Rajendra Nagar, where Honorable Agriculture for Kerala, Agriculture Minister for Kerala, Government of Kerala, he was there. As today we have the august presence of Sri Ganesh Joshi ji, and tomorrow we are going to have Government of Karnataka's representation, Agriculture Minister, to be Cheluvasamy, to be part of this program in the valedictory function. I think, and we are going to have even the Agriculture Minister of Government of Telangana, who is going to come tomorrow. So this speaks about various ministers coming together, showing their expression of interest on this subject is something which very laudable thing, sir. So I think taking forward and devising the strategies to promote millets and so that the incomes of the farmers can be enhanced as well as the consumers' health can be maintained. So as I was telling you, the 2023 was began with a problem of demand, but we see that at the end of the 2023, we saw that it has turned out a problem of supply. There was a short supply and the prices started rising. In a short term, we were not able to really take things adjust. But I think there is a clear-cut program. Now there is a lot of responsibility for all the stakeholders to take things forward, how to enhance the supply and match with the demand that is emerging, not only in India, pan-India, but all the. We welcome Honorable, I take this occasion to welcome Honorable Agriculture Minister Sri P. Prasad from the Government of Kerala to join the stage. Please come. Loud applause.
We extend our welcome to Shri P. Prasad, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Kerala.
So I'm very glad that many of the state governments have come up with the millet missions which are beyond 2023. Most of the missions are either 5 years or 10 years period. I think that speaks about the continuity of the promotional programs that is centered around this this promotion of millets. So with all this goodness of millets, that is really the consumers are increasing and all those things. This year has been really after a great awareness campaign that took place in the last year. Lot of startups. I think NutriHub is supporting more than 400 startups. Even beyond that, there are another 200 startups. I think all of them were in the forefront in 2023. I'm sure that you had a very difficult time slowly coming from that particular dream year, but then coming back to the normal year. But there are some problems, teething problems. There are problems for the scaling up. There are problems and the gaps that are there, and we have also industries that have come here. They have already entered into some sort of a in their product profile, taking up that. Then we have the farmers who are going to be benefited with. Now this particular gathering, we have about 500 participants. I think stakeholders involving various things. We have seen a program on chefs demonstration. It all began with that one, which connects with our mouth, our tongue, so in order to taste and all those things. So now from there, all the stakeholders, we are going to have a various interactive sessions during this 2-day very punch. We are going to have a policy roundtable where all the dignitaries from various sectors, they're going to deliberate on this way forward. And then subsequently, then we also have a state millet missions discussion. Our Honorable Secretary Saab is going to visit in the evening today and discuss with the various dignitaries and the officials, especially senior officials from various state governments. I think we are expecting a very meaningful dialogue among them in order to see they learn from each other state and then take things forward. So we of course, we have also, it's going to culminate in the form of the valedictory function. I just, in order to set this context, I just brought up about the various aspects of the awareness, what we are trying to do that. I think we expect all the state governments to support these initiatives, and they have been supporting it. We are grateful for the way they have come up in really big groups, teams, and we are moving to them, reaching out to them in their own states to build up that various millet missions that are across. Thank you once again, each one of them who could really take out your time and make this function a section. Your very presence embodies a great support for this millet promotion in the country, as well as take this commodity as a global commodity. Thank you very much. And I welcome all the delegates and those exhibitors, especially about 100 stalls that have been put up here. I know it was a very difficult thing for you to come across from all the various parts of the country, bearing your travel expenses, then just stall registration, so many things, but still it shows that your unflinching support for this thing, that we are going to come together as a body which represents the millet ecosystem in all fullness. Thank you very much for this welcome address as well as the context testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dayakar Rao sir. Before we start with the address, inaugural address, we request Dr. B. Sangappa to welcome Dr. B. Dayakar Rao with a bouquet. We welcome Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, In-charge Director, ICR, Indian Institute of Millet Research. We also welcome Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, Principal Scientist, ICR, IMR, and Director, NutriHub, for the inaugural session. Moving on, next is address by the guest of honor, and it is in the form of a video message from Mr. Suresh Narayan, Chairman and Managing Director, Nestle India. We request the audiovisual team.
talk to academics, researchers, food industry professionals, and other key stakeholders who are participating in the International Nutri-Cereal Convention that is being held in Hyderabad. This is a very momentous and important convention on a cereal that is important for the nutrition of the nation. I'm delighted that this convention is being held under the aegis of the Indian Institute of Millet Research, who have been key partners of Nestle in the development of millet-based products using the skills, technology, and expertise of the wonderful organization that is based in Hyderabad. Sri Anna, or millet as we know it, was the center of plate for Indians in the past. But over the years, especially since independence, with the growth of energy-dense cereals like wheat and rice, millets, which are full of energy, protein, fibers, vitamins, and minerals, has unfortunately taken a backseat. And that really means that its nutritious benefits have been denied to thousands and millions of Indians simply because we have not grown this crop, which is a hardy crop, which incidentally is also less intense in terms of water, and most importantly has got a low glycemic index, which is very important, along with its slow digesting fiber, which is important for the nutrition profile for Indians. The limited adoption of millets every day is therefore a concern, and that should be, I would urge, at the center of the initiatives that you would be looking at over the coming days as part of your convention. We are one of the largest producers of millet in the world. We are a country where millet has been translated into numerous dishes, and numerous parts of the country are rich in terms of the repertoire of products and of recipes that are intense with millets. However, we need a few things to get right before we are able to get back to the glory of Sri Anna being the center of plate for most Indians. It has been designated as Nutri-Cereals by the Government of India, which is a starting step. And I must credit the government in the last couple of years of concentrating, of promoting, of evangelizing the use of millets in all its form across the country. But there are a few suggestions that come to mind in the propagation of millets. Number one is adopting climate-smart agricultural practices. In a diverse country like India with numerous cereals vying for cultivated space, it's important that climate-smart agricultural practices be adopted for millets. Second, the right processing techniques. Let us not forget that millet is a tough crop, is a tough cereal to process. The secret of a great millet product lies in the process and processing of millet. And therefore, all technologies, all expertise that institutions like IIMR can, for example, bring to the table will be very important in ensuring that millets become an important source of energy and protein for Indians. Third, technological innovations. Technological innovations in the processing, in the formulation, in the recipes, in the transportation, in the capability, are all important features of any food product and especially useful as far as millets is concerned. So establishing technology hubs for millet processing could be a suggestion that we could take forward. Disseminating the expertise on this would be an important feature in order to propagate millet. There are a few other suggestions as well. Perspectives to develop technologies that enable the packaging of millets and the conversion into food and beverage options without losing the nutritional value of millets. Whether it is bajra, whether it is jawar, or whether it is ragi, all these millets can be converted into edible food products or indeed into beverages. And the repertoire of such products, if they are expanded, can compete with existing options in the marketplace and in fact valorize themselves by the fact that they are able to give a better nutrition quotient as far as consumers are concerned. At Nestle, we are wedded to the thought and conversion to the action of making millet as an essential cereal in our products development, especially for a brand like A+. As I mentioned to you, we have numerous products, not only the A+ masala millets, but we have got oat with millets, we got Milo ready to drink with millets, we got breakfast cereals with millets, and numerous other products are coming in the annual in terms of new developments that we do. In this, I'm once again grateful to IIMR for their partnership. This has been an example of a great public-private partnership that we should celebrate. We are grateful for all the help and support that has been provided to us. And I once again take the opportunity to wish all participants of the International Nutri-Cereal Convention in Hyderabad the very best. May your deliberations on technology, on processing, on recipe development, and on propagation of millets be successful. Because for India to be nutrition strong, we have to be millet relevant. I thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir. That was Mr. Suresh Narayan, Chairman and Managing Director, Nestle India. Moving forward, we have address by our guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, IAS, former CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority, New Delhi. Welcome.
Namaskar to everyone here. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ganesh Joshi ji. Another honorable guest, Shri Prasad, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Kerala. All my dear friends on the dais. Sanjay Agarwal, Professor Sharma, Dr. Dayakar, Dr. Nagendra, Dr. Venkatesh, and Dr. Sangappa. And all the distinguished guests here, friends from media, and more importantly, the people who have set up their stalls here, and the scientists. And of course, not to forget the young entrepreneurs who are the core of this NutriHub International Nutrition Convention, which is the 6th event. I have been participating year after year, and I can see the growing interest in millets. Now, all of us sitting here are converts. We really don't have to talk about what are the advantages of millets, except when it becomes relevant to complete the sentence. What now we need to do is to how to match the supply and the demand if we want to sustain the millets in this world. There are three things that all of us must remember. unless we diagnose what the challenges are, we'll not be able to find proper interventions to realize the vision that we all have for millets. First one is that when we started our agriculture thousands of years back, it was the millets which actually were the first domesticated produce. But for various reasons, what we now see is that taken a back seat. But we're all hit by climate change. Climate change has got adverse impact not only for everybody, but it has got differentiated impact. That must be kept in mind. All of us here belong to the better off section. But those who are sitting outside, in whose names we're all talking about millets, I would like to communicate to you that a study by FAO, based on 100,000 samples drawn from 24 countries from Africa, South Asia, and Latin America, shows year after year, the inequality between the rich and the poor is increasing on account of climate change. And the estimated increase in inequality is $20 billion per annum. Second, climate change is working against the women more than the men. Climate change is working against the children more than the adults. Therefore, this negative impact of climate change must be kept in mind and see whether millets can give us an answer. Second, of course, wheat and paddy, which have become the core actors in the food grain segment, are beginning to face challenges. All the research studies show that in the high-yielding areas of Indo-Gangetic plains, millets are going to suffer a yield decrease of 0.75 tons per hectare on account of the heat stress. Paddy is going to suffer a heat stress-induced reduction in the yield by 0.45 tons. If by 2050, when our population is 165 crore, we are expected to increase our food grains to more than 400 million tons from the current 335 million tons. We have a big challenge because wheat and paddy are going to see a constraint. So can we find an answer in millets to become substitutes or to supplement? And the third one is Sustainable Development Goals, to which India also is committed. SDG 1, removal of poverty. SDG 2, eradication of total hunger and improvement of nutrition. SDG 3, access to health and well-being for all. SDG 6, sustainable use of water by enhancing water use efficiency. These are the four which are directly related to all of us here. So answer is, can millets do something about this? Then fourth one, from the perspective of the farmers, 52% of India's arable land is under rain-fed area. Even the so-called irrigated area in our country, 49%, does not receive water for more than one season. There are only a small percentage of arable land that receives two-season water. Most of it, particularly in the Deccan Plateau, does not receive the second water source, water. Therefore, can millets help us so that the farmers are able to sustain their incomes? Fifth one is employment. Employment is linked to agriculture sector if agriculture can be practiced all through the year. But today, our intensity of cropping is only 154%. That means all the three seasons, Kharif, Rabi, and summer, are not put to use. Therefore, you and I have to together, when I say I means all of us, how do we promote millets in such a way that these problems are addressed? Now, millets have the advantage from two perspectives. Heat stress, because heat stress is increasing. And millets are considered as thermophilic. That means they can withstand increase in temperature. And they are also efficient in terms of water because they are xerophilic. That means like xerophytes, with less water, they can still sustain. Now, what do? We must draw lessons from our agriculture, green revolution. In green revolution, we must take pride in that we addressed both supply side and demand side. Supply side by bringing in new technology. Demand side by creating the public distribution network supported by the Food Corporation of India, which was meant to procure. Now, have these two, technology, which helped wheat and paddy, and the price support system and the distribution support through the FCI and PDS, have they supported millets, or are they supporting millets? The answer lies there. If you listen to any scientist, he will tell us technology we have done fantastic. If you compare 1963-67, around the Green Revolution period, with the latest, let's say 2015-20, you will find technology has ensured a rise of 250% yield in millets, but much lesser in case of paddy and wheat. But please remember, statistics hides a lot, does not reveal everything. When you say millets benefited by 250% in terms of yield, and still the total production of millets is so less, it is because the starting point was very low. The average yield of millets was around 3.5 quintals per hectare in 1963-67, as against 8.5 quintals for paddy and wheat approximately. And today, paddy is at 3.5 tons, wheat at around 3.1 ton, and then we have stayed put with millets at around 1.2 tons. Now, because of the support that government gave to paddy and wheat, the area under millets has come down from 43 million hectares to 18 million hectares. It's only because of increase in the yield that the total output, which was around 17 million tons, is today at 18 million tons. So what we now to do is, since in the value chain, because this convention is to focus on value chain, the value chain starts not with the farmers' fields. Value chain starts with the research. Unfortunately, in our country or in the globe, the research and development attention to millets has been the least in the last 60 years. We therefore need to increase our allocations for millet research. Come to think of it, we at least have 8 centers in this country researching on wheat and paddy. We have only one institute focusing on all the millets. And that too, it was only a sorghum institute. It has now become a millets institute. That means only in the last 7 years, we have one research institute dedicated to all the millets. So first is that how this convention communicate to all concerned that research and development effort has to increase in terms of money, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of scientists. Because scientists have a tough work to do. Millets morphologically are very tough crops. It's not easy to achieve crossing the way we can do it in paddy and wheat. So we need more scientists, particularly for the minor millets. Second one is, we must get liberalized. Unless we are able to bring to play the genetically modifiable crops technology, we will not be able to achieve a technological breakthrough. So how do we, for example, use gene editing, which is not considered as interspecies technology, it is only intraspecies. Therefore, without hesitation and with some regulation, we should be able to utilize the genetic diversity India and the world has. There are more than 1,37,000 cultivars. We need to use those things so that we are able to genetically achieve a breakthrough. Second one, of course, is that how do we create the seed chain? Recently, we keep reading. When we look at the data, 227 cultivars released. national level 100, another 100 at state level. But how many of them are reaching the farmers? How many of them are part of the seed hub? How many are a part of the seed chain? You have everything in your shelf, but if we are not able to reach out to the farmers through a seed chain, seed hub, then there's no point in having these things. So we need to have, ultimately, for want of time, let me close quickly, that we need to have an ecosystem approach. Value chain that starts in the research and development center, goes through the policy framework, it goes through the farmers' technology transfer level, and then post-harvest management. Green revolution has failed on post-harvest management side. Today, that lesson has to be learned, that millets will benefit provided we focus equally on post-harvest management. In fact, post-harvest management in millets is tougher than in case of paddy and wheat, because these crops, for all their advantages of nutrition, are extremely vulnerable to storage. Also the rancidity increases with longer storage. Therefore, research not only has to take care of the storage processing, but we also need to focus from the technological perspective of processing. Processing is the key to this thing. So ICAR, state agriculture universities, and other CSIR institutes, as also the private sector, must all come together to see how research and development is running concurrently at both production level and at the post-production level. So there are many things that we really need to do. And finally, unless we match supply and demand, we will not be able to sustain this. In the last 5 years, since the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, celebrated 2018 as the National Year of Millets, leading up to the International Year of Millets, thanks to our Government of India and the Honorable Prime Minister, we have created a demand, but there is no supply to match with it, because output has still remained stagnating at 18 million tons. Therefore, two ways forward is technology, policy, and demand creation by the private sector. We must reach at least 80 million tons by 2050. If we do not reach 80 million tons by 2050, we will not be able to ensure food security, because wheat and paddy are under stress. There's going to be increase in demand, increase for nutrition. And unless millets become substantive part of the food grain basket, they'll continue to be on the periphery. They'll continue to be demonstration pieces. They'll not be part of the regular system. So we will have to plan as to how we can increase from 18 million tons of today to 80 million tons. And that's possible if we increase the yield level from 1.2 tons today that we have to 2.5 tons. That means double the yield level. Unless we do that, we cannot achieve. Second, increase the area from 18 million hectares to 35 million hectares. So these are the final two things. Target to increase the area from 18 million hectares to 35 million hectares. Target to increase the yield from 1.2 tons average to 2.5 tons average. And this is possible. Both are doable. If we do this, we'll achieve 80 million tons, and that will become a substantive part of the 400 million tons of food grains that India will require. And we must congratulate Indian Institute of Millet Research, which has been doing a tremendous work over the last 6 years in particular, thanks to the support that the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India has given, thanks to the support that Ministry of Science and Technology has given, and also the Ministry of Food Processing and Ministry of Small and Medium Industries. And of course, states like Odisha, Karnataka, Telangana have been on the forefront. In fact, they took the lead. The union government learned from these states. So we must really thank the state governments who have taken this initiative, but we have to work together and then envision these things. Dr. Dayakar Rao, you need special congratulations. You have created the Nutri Hub, which is an international center of excellence. I have seen it myself from 2016 to 2024. It is a metamorphosis. Within these 8 years, you people have done a great job. The former director, Dr. Vilas Tonpi, his team, Dr. Dayakar Rao, present director, all of you require support. And we must also congratulate Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, who as the Secretary Agriculture supported this initiative. and his successors have continued to give us support. So thank you very much. And not to forget Professor Sharma, who is a man who gives us the MSP. And thanks to the MSP, you know, in 2011-12, MSP of paddy and wheat was higher than that of millets. Today, the MSP of millets is higher than that of paddy and wheat. While paddy and wheat are around 2,100, that of millets is around 2,500 plus. And this all thanks to him. So let us also give him a big hand. And he's an agriculture economist and he understands it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the invoking address. You have rightly pointed out all the perspectives to be focused to mainstream and harness the fullest potential of millets. Thank you once again. We now request our next guest of honor, Dr. G. Narendra Kumar, IAS, Director General, National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, for his address.
Chief guest of the event, Shri Ganesh Joshi ji, Honorable Minister from Uttarakhand, Honorable Minister from Kerala, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, participants who opened the stalls here. At the outset, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the IIMR and to the NutriHub for organizing this very inspiring event. When I was walking down to the stage, crossed the various stalls, and I must say they're a very impressive display of stalls and showing the variety of products in millets that various entrepreneurs have come up with. I think that's a very interesting array of products and justifiably something to be proud of for all of us. And as Mr. Ashok Dalwai was mentioning, speaker before me, we are all converts in the cause of millets. So it does not make much of a sense to speak about the good features of millets, their nutritive values, and so on and so forth. There was also a video preceding this session where the properties of millets, etc., were brought out in abundance. But suffice it to say that they are nutri-cereals, and as Mr. Dalwai was mentioning, as Dr. Dalwai was mentioning, they are crops which can climate-proof agriculture, especially in India, and therefore their importance, they're climate-smart and climate-ready crops. I'd like to narrate few of my experiences with millets working in ICRISAT during my earlier stint, and some of these issues still remain today. For the farmers to realize better prices, because there seemed to be a disconnect between the price that the millets command today in the market and the price that the farmers get. It is true for many crops in the country, but the difference in prices that the farmers get seem to be disproportionately high in the case of the millets. And one important reason is that there's no incentive for the farmers to grade the millets. Grading is not effectively done. So if that can be done, we should be able to get better prices for the farmers. There is no accent on the nutritive value of the millets. And if those aspects are again taken into consideration, also there can be a flip to the price that the millets can command for the farmers. Another key aspect which is there for the millets, as with various other crops,
is there is no differential pricing for biofortified crops. So if there can be differential pricing for biofortified crops, biofortified millets, I think the gains to the farmers would be much more. But as Dr. Dayakar Rao was mentioning, and former speaker Ashok Talwaiji was mentioning, that we've been able to increase the demand for millets, but we've not been able to keep pace on the supply side, and that's where accentuated measures need to be taken. And this demand rise, of course, has not come up automatically. Again, my experience in ICRISAT, when I was there, there were group which were working on increasing the demand for millets and millet-based products by making various recipes and so on and so forth. At that point in time, I wasn't a great believer in the power of marketing and what marketing can do to really increase the demand for millets. But I must say that over the past few years, about 5 to 6 years, 7 years or so, there has been a huge increase in demand for millets, millet-based products, substantially because of the marketing efforts taken by various groups, such as those in ICRISAT, such as those in IIMR, NutriHub, headed by Dayakar Rao and others. They've made this demand story happen. So I think one of the key things will be that we should not allow this demand story to slip away again. That demand should be maintained, because as we know, the millets were available in much larger quantities, were consumed in much larger quantities. Even as a child, I remember that our grandmother used to feed us with millets. But now we don't find millets so easy. They are not part of our food. And availability of millets is also difficult. Easy availability of millets is difficult. You have to go to a particular store. You have to pay a much higher price than the rice and wheat and get the millets. So that's where I think that situation should not again lead to a scenario where there is again a demand shrinkage for millets. We need to maintain the demand which is created for millets by creating effective foods. And also we have to realize that with all the increase in demand, millets, which were really the poor man's food several decades ago and have been so ever since humanity has taken to agriculture. Now we see that the poor man's millets have now become the rich man's food. Millets are the rage for the rich. Wherever you go onto the stores and in dinners, events, etc., including events promoted by the governors, etc., they are the rage. So millets have really become fashionable. Millet-based foods have become fashionable. They are now foods for the rich. So given this scenario, they also obviously command a high price, which the poor cannot afford. Unfortunately, we are now seeing the situation that a poor man's food is now being consumed more by the rich than by the poor. So how do we get that poor man's food back to the poor person, to the poor farmer, to the poor villagers, should be some matter of concern. And that's what I think should be our cogitation. That's what should be our thought process during this event on mainstreaming millets, taking them back to the poor farmers, to the poor villagers in the country. And as I mentioned, the demand for millets and millet-based products, millet-based foods has risen very substantially during the past about 5 to 6 years. One of the important reasons for the rise in millet-based food products demand has been the development of various recipes that are acceptable to the housewife, recipes that are acceptable to chefs, and so on and so forth. In this, I'd like to add one other highly nutritive plant, I would say, and that is moringa, which we are in the rural development department now. We've been promoting moringa plantation very extensively in all over the country. And moringa, as you know, also has got very high nutritive values, not so much on the cereal side, but from the vitamins, micronutrients, and so on and so forth. So one of the things that I would like to see is to simultaneously develop the value chain for very moringa-based products also in tandem with the millets. So can we have a combination of food products having moringa as well as millets? I think that they will have much more nutritive value than only being nutri cereals. So this way, we will be able to move the millets further onto the value chain, not only as nutri cereals, but as nutraceuticals. So that's the direction I think that some of our startups should be taking. As we all know, that startup process starts with problem identification to say what is the problem and how can we solve that problem. So one of the major problems, as you know, people are getting unhealthy with diabetes. India is becoming the diabetes capital of the world. Then people are getting obese and various other health problems are coming up. And therefore, I think it's now time that we position the millets with certain other crops such as moringa as a nutraceutical and market it all over the country. So that I think gives a big opportunity for the startups who are taking forward the millets. Other key thing that I wanted to mention to you again from a rural development perspective is the work of the self-help groups. There are about 88 lakh self-help groups all over the country and almost about 10 crore women associated with the self-help groups. The self-help groups movement started about 2005-6 or so as a saving and thrift activity that the poor women get together, save money in a kitty, out of which they lend to needy women in their own group, keeping the money lender away. So that has been something that the SHGs have done very successfully. They've been able to keep the money lender away by lending to their group members from the saving pool that they have created. But the expectation from the self-help groups was more than this. The expectation from the self-help groups was that they will be able to bring about a transformation in the rural economy by growing a number of micro enterprises, by growing a number of businesses. That did not happen to the extent to which the SHGs were expected to form micro enterprises in the rural areas and bring about a transformation of the rural economy. That's what now we are correcting course through an initiative called the Lakpati Didi, that every women household, women who's involved in the SHG movement should be able to earn at least 1 lakh rupees every year. And substantial part of that income has to come from micro enterprises. And there is a very well laid down framework for Lakpati Didi initiative, creating a large number of self-help groups and so on and so forth. I would like to urge on this occasion, when we are looking at mainstreaming millets, to substantially involve SHGs in growing millets, in developing millet products, and processing the millets and taking them forward to good marketing stage. So I think the startups who are involved in millet promotion and millet manufacturing and marketing, they should make use of this Lakpati Didi very substantially by outsourcing some of their product manufacturing, processing of the products to the SHG micro enterprises, by developing various models such as a franchisee model. Like that, various business model innovations we can think of with the SHG-led micro enterprises, which can make the millet-based products much more viable, much more profitable to the startups. And that's what we would urge that the millet manufacturers and these startups should be taking to. One other key thing which is concerns the startups is the finance that needs to be provided and the marketing support that needs to be provided. I think we need to come up with various initiatives to package the whole support system, the ecosystem for these millet-based startups to thrive by providing the startups with adequate financial sources, by providing, more importantly, marketing arrangements. And that's one single thing that we see with SHG promotion, SHG micro enterprise promotion, marketing linkages were quite weak. The SHG micro enterprise, SHG women make products, but they are not able to sell them in the market very substantially. And I think we need to make arrangements for this. We need to provide for state level marketing agencies, national level marketing agencies for the products to move forward. One major initiative which is noteworthy is the ONDC initiative, which helps us put our products, including millet-based products, onto the global stage onto various e-marketing platforms. I think we should seize this opportunity, use the ONDC to channel our products to the global stage, to various countries in the world. And this way, I think, need to move forward from local to global. That's the paradigmatic shift we need to look at. Reason being that, look, India is the largest grower of millets anywhere in the world. So we have a competitive advantage. And here are crops, which have got nutritive value, which can act as nutraceutical. No other country makes this. No other country produces this in this much quantity. So we need to develop the value chain. We need to be interested in developing that value chain. Nobody else is going to do for us. So we need to develop that value chain, position our products at a global level in a manner acceptable to various global markets. And that's, I think, the direction that we should be taking. Also looking at South-South collaboration. And these are some of the steps I think we need to take to mainstream millets, not only nationally, but internationally. And I wish that this conference takes into consideration these aspects, and that this will be a step in that direction to promote the millets and to mainstream millets in the country and also on the global stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words on all aspects of millet mainstreaming, including the rural development perspective. Next, we have address by Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, IAS, former Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Welcome, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ganesh Joshi ji, Honorable Minister of Kerala, Shri Prasad ji, my colleagues on dais, Ashok Dalwai, Sharma ji, Narendra Kumar ji, Dr. Bhatt, and NutriHub in charge, Dayakar ji, and all the participants. First, I'd like to compliment NutriHub, especially Dayakar and his team, for organizing this event. The 6th edition is there, and we have heard National Year of Millets for 2018. And since then, you are carrying the momentum every year. So this is the 6th edition, so from 19, you organize this thing. And when International Year of Millets 23 were decided, activities to be planned was being done in 2022 when I was Secretary Agriculture there, as was mentioned already. In the meetings which we used to have, team of IMR, Vilas Tunapi ji, and especially Dayakar, their ideas were very, very innovative. And large amount of activities which were planned during 2023 were because of your idea, Mr. Dayakar. Compliments of that and congratulations for that. International Millets brought very positive aspect regarding demand side. Now, if you go for any major international flights, you can find few millets dishes in international flights. You visit many hotels here, any hotel here, 90% chances there you'll find millets dishes, especially in the breakfast and lunch times, different parties, different functions. So demand side, lots of traction has come in. And we talk of both the aspects, maybe millet value chain. The value chain deals with production, every stage from production till storage, transportation, packaging, marketing, and everything. Or millet mainstreaming, basically bringing institutions together, financing, all those aspects like an institution. All the aspect of traction. And these all aspects needs further build up also. But having said that thing, lots of things came demand side, and a lot of talk is there, supply chain needs to build up. But in terms of prices increase of what the farmers was getting for the production, don't think the major change became regarding farmers' income as part of this thing. Positive change was there, but that impact which came in terms of demand increase has not percolated downwards. What needs to be done in shortage of time? Just mentioned four important aspects which can be taken forward. Ultimately, production and productivity has to increase. And it is by design or by chance, Indian International Millets IMR is stationed in Hyderabad. And as a part of International Millets, government of India decided to make it as global center for research center, and that money came in and that traction started. And there's a lot of traction during G20 also, where considered Maharishi, Millets and other ancient grain research initiative, which is housed in Millets IMR, was also initiative G20 countries came in. CGR institution, ICRISAT, where I'm right now, the global center of ICRISAT is in Hyderabad. So IMR, ICRISAT, both global center Hyderabad, both exchange Hyderabad, I think, and these initiatives of Maharishi and all these things, there needs to be lots of a strong partnership with the mutual strength of both these countries, so that production side increases is number one. Having said that thing, ICRISAT holds a gene bank of more than 130,000 hectares gene accessions of different millet species. When I was coming here today, I asked my gene bank in charge yesterday that whether because of international millets, few countries, especially the countries which spend investment and research and all those things, have been asking for millet species or sessions from India. Very positive news is there. To name few countries, USA, Japan, UAE, Uganda, Bangladesh, France. These sessions were last asked 10 to 20 years before. And suddenly 2023 sessions were asked. So lots of global research traction is coming in terms of millets with the polyester. But I think a strong partnership is required. And secondly, I strongly feel in terms of seed system, and if I see the research institution of ICRISAT, IMR, all those things, large number of varieties were released. But are those varieties in the seed chain or not? I think institutions can partner to creating a knowledge platform wherein the knowledge is available regarding what seed varieties are available for the different agroecology for the country, so that different seed chain private producers or the farmers group seed village, this seed chain production system can take place. Second, talk about biofortification was talked about, and biofortification research for sorghum varieties, other varieties varieties have come in. But the main aspect we need to focus is how to bring the seed chain knowledge to the field, and what Nagin was talking about, self-help groups and other things, they can be taken up. For millet streaming, I think a proper branding of the pellets to continue this demand to continue is very important. Three major aspects I would like to highlight here. Lot of traction, lot of demand right now because of gluten-free diets, and for allergy items, gluten-free diets is there, and is a gluten-free diet number one. Lot of diabetes diabetes, and because of low glycemic index and everything, this is a smart food for which diabetes aspect, this is very, very important. And lot of demand right now for organic and national products is there. And if I globally see the production of millets, 28% of the millets is grown naturally because it is much more stronger crop and less likelihood of pest infestation. So if a proper branding in terms of organic national food, number two, or maybe for the diabetic food, in terms of smart food, in terms of a healthy food, and in terms of gluten-free, that can also bring traction. I've seen lots of startups here in different forums since 2023. I'm seeing so many startups is coming, and the entrepreneurship system has really built up. And I was very pleased to see very specialized startups also. There's one of the startup in India, not to name that startup, which is doing only millets for child. And that traction in terms of growth is very much there. And last month is grown to a much larger level. And we talk of lots of talk is there regarding availability of machinery, available technologies, available quality raw material in these aspects for this thing. NutriHub is doing an outstanding job. If I talk of ICRISAT, they have an agri-business and innovation platform, which is globally doing outstanding in terms of supporting startups. And there will be different institutional type, different such initiatives in country and globally. There needs to be a case where all these platforms which are there link up together to support and look into technologies what need to be required, all these things. Lastly, I would say mapping and building up of a exchange of good practices. Some initiative was taken by Niti Aayog through WFP during International Millets to create out a document. But I think it should be continuing the document of mapping and exchange of good innovation practices, which is there globally. With these words, I would like to again compliment NutriHub and the team for outstanding work. Let's all work together to ensure this crop of the farmers, which is a compulsory crop right now, becomes a choice crop for them and becomes a smart food. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude for all the encouragement and support throughout the journey of NutriHub and IAMR. Thank you, sir. Next, we have address by Professor VP Sharma, Chairman, Commission for Agricultural Cost and Prices. Welcome, sir.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Government of Uttarakhand, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Government of Kerala, Shri Sanjay Agarwal ji, Dr. Dalwai, Dr. Narendra, Dr. Dayakar, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. In fact, I'm delighted and honored to be here and participate in this convention. Let me first compliment ICAR, Indian Institute of Millet Research, for taking these, millets on a world map. So I think they need strong support and encouragement from all of us. Millets, or Shiriana as we call it, they are the best gift of nature to humankind because of a multifunctional role which they play. As mentioned by previous speakers, I think millets are the best suited crops to face the challenge of climate change and climate change induced weather shocks. They are the best crops. They are best, cereals in terms of addressing the malnutrition problem, in terms of addressing our lifestyle diseases, whether it's, hypertension or it's diabetes or any other lifestyle disease. So they require, special attention. And, because of these multidimensional or multifunctional role of these important crops, government has taken several initiatives in the last few years. And I think that has led to very positive developments in terms of increase in, awareness about these millets. So I'll highlight a few of the positive developments which have taken place in the last 7-8 years. And there are also, several challenges which we need to address. And, previous speakers, starting from Dr. Dalwai to Shri Sanjay Agarwal ji, they have highlighted those, problems. But I think we need a serious kind of, discussion and finding out solutions to those problems. So I think first of the, major initiative or the major intervention which the government of India made was, in 2018, government looking at the potential of these crops, declared 2018 as the National Year of Millets, and that translated into celebration of International Year of Millets in 2023. But, if you want to promote a particular crop, it requires substantial efforts in terms of ensuring that the farmers get better prices, they get stable prices, they get remunerative prices. And as a part of that strategy, I think we as a commission, looked at the possibility of incentivizing farmers to have better prices to the farmers so that they can adopt, new technologies and they can compete with other crops. So you would find that in the last 7 years, there has been a very significant increase in minimum support prices of all major millets, starting with the jowar, bajra, and ragi. And I'll give you certain numbers. The minimum support price of ragi in 2017-18 was 1,950 rupees per quintal. And today, the minimum support price is 4,290 rupees. So there is a 2.3 times increase in minimum support price of ragi. Look at jowar or bajra. So bajra was around 1,425, and today the MSP is the 2,625. So again, almost 1.9 times increase in the last 7 years. Similar is the story with jowar, from 1,700 rupees per quintal to 3,371 rupees per quintal. So you would find there is the minimum 1.9 to 2.3 times increase in minimum support prices. And you know that the minimum support prices also act as a benchmark for market prices. And you would find that market prices which were ruling, in case of bajra around 1,400, 1,500 rupees about 4-5 years back. And today you would find the prices are in the range of 2,200, 2,000 or 2,300. And similar kind of increase you would find in the prices of bajra and ragi. So I think that was a big kind of, boost for promoting millets on the production side. There's also a positive development on the productivity front. So if I look at last, let's say 10 years growth story, there's almost 40% increase in productivity level of jowar from less than 8 quintals per hectare to around 11 to 11.5 quintals per hectare. There's also substantial increase in productivity of bajra from around 12 quintals per hectare to 14 to 15 quintals per hectare, but ragi still remains a concern where there is a negative, growth in productivity. But if I look at Shri Anna as a group, there has been a substantial improvement in productivity. So we should be partially happy with the development that there's an improvement in productivity, but there's also a cause of concern because our productivity levels are much lower than what we can achieve as of today. The third important change which has taken place is the area under irrigation for millets or the Shri Anna has been around 5 to 6% starting with 1950s and even up to 1990s. But now you would find that there's almost 15 to 16% area of millets which is under irrigation. So now millets are also moving towards the more at least some protective irrigated areas, and I think that would stabilize its production and profitability of the farmers. So these are all positive developments, but I think we also need to look at the the concerns or the challenges. And one of the major challenges, farmer would look at his profitability and he would go for a crop which is more stable, which provides him better returns. And I think we fail on that front when we look at Shri Anna. So one is, if I look at last 10 years, I'm not talking about 50s and 60s. So in 2000, around 2004-5, our total area under millets was around 21 million hectares. And today we are struggling at about 12 to 13 million hectares. So we have lost almost 7 to 8 million hectares in the last 20 years from millets to some other crops. Similarly, in case of production, because there has been improvement in productivity, so our production is saturating at about 17 to 18 million tons for the last 10 years. So despite the fact that productivity has improved, but our production has not increased. So I think we need to really focus on area expansion and see that the area which we have lost to other crops is again brought back under millets. But the basic issue is the profitability. Today, if I'm a farmer, if I cultivate jowar, bajra, or ragi, my profit would be around 6,000 to 7,000, or maybe at the most 10,000 rupees per hectare. But what alternatives I have? I have paddy, I have, let's say, maize, I have groundnut, I have several other crops which I can grow. And their profitability is almost 2.5 times to 3 times than millets. And that's the problem where farmers are not willing to get into cultivation of millets. The only way, as I said, that we have increased the prices very significantly, and there's again some constraint in terms of increasing prices because affordability becomes an issue. The only the route is to improve productivity. And if I look at our productivity, I think our potential in case of most of these millets, including minor millets, because we mostly talk about jowar, bajra, and ragi, but there are whole lot of the minor millets. So their productivity levels, the existing productivity levels are almost 50% or even less than 50% of the potential yields which we can achieve. So I think even with the existing technologies, with the existing kind of varieties, if we are able to take those technologies to the farmers, we can easily increase our productivity levels 1.5 times to 2 times. And I think once our productivity level goes up to that level of, let's say, 2.5 to 3 tons per hectare, these crops would become profitable and they can compete with the other competing crops, whether it's paddy or any other crop, maize or groundnut or any other crop. So I think our focus has to be on improving productivity. So another challenge is, the production of most of the millets is fragmented because these are small volumes. So aggregation becomes a problem. If I'm a large company, if I want to procure, let's say, ragi or minor millets or any other millet, it becomes difficult for me to procure from multiple number of farmers. So I think we need to create some kind of institutional mechanism. We need to create certain institutions which can aggregate, produce, do a primary kind of a processing in terms of grading, packing, and then linking it to the market. So I think this fragmented production and small volumes of output needs to be addressed through some institutional innovations. Another, the problem is somebody mentioned about is in terms of ease of cooking, in terms of its keeping quality. Again, an issue of palatability of millets. So you would find even people like us, we find it difficult to make chapati out of ragi because we are not used to that. So the cooking quality in terms of how to make it easy for a common household to cook it. How do we make it a little more nutritious in terms of taste? I'm not talking about the nutrition point of view, but I'm talking about the taste. So I think our research and development institutions, particularly those who are working on the nutrition side, will have to work very hard to make it palatable, to make it easy in terms of cooking, and improving its keeping quality, because the shelf life of when you process these as raw, there may not be an issue, but when you convert it into, let's say, atta or something else, the keeping quality or the shelf life becomes a major issue. Another dimension is missing, the value chain actors. Somebody mentioned about it. So today, if ragi price is, let's say, 40 rupees, 35 to 40 rupees per kg, and I buy the same ragi atta at about 150 and 200 rupees per kg in the name of organic or even without organic. So my concern is that if my farmer is getting only 40 rupees for 1 kg of ragi, why should consumers pay 150 or 200 rupees? So I think it's a missing link. We need to work together. So we need to link producers with the consumers. And I'm happy to see that there are large number of, I think one of the largest number of startups in this space, and they have done wonderful job. But I think looking at their scale and size, it would be difficult for them to upscale and become bigger in size. Large companies, they have got into it. You name any large company, they are all into millets. But I think we also need to really do some kind of a hand-holding of these startups because the two major issues or the major constraints with these startups faces, one is their access to credit or capital. Second is the marketing and advertisement, because they don't have the deep pockets like large companies. So can we think of some collective mechanism which can be supported by government, which can be supported by certain NGOs to ensure that they have easy access to finance, they have better marketing. For example, this National Ag Coordination Committee, it does a collective marketing, it does a collective advertisement. Can we create some kind of a platform of these startups where we promote these millets as a special food, not as a particular brand? So I think we need to look at those issues more critically. Another issue is the research and development. Dr. Dalwai mentioned about it, and he very rightly pointed out this thing. So we've been talking about, millets in a big way, but today, if I look at the research and development efforts in this space, is very limited. I think Indian Council of Agriculture Research, which is the apex body for agriculture research and development, I don't think even 1% of their total budget would be allocated for millets. So I think we need to look at our priorities and reprioritize some of these areas where we need to focus on. So what we need to do, I think there are three areas because we are running behind the schedule. So I'll be a little, quick in that. One is on the technology side. And when I'm talking about technology, one is on the production side where we are struggling in terms of, the low productivity levels. So our R&D institutions will have to do a, little big lifting in terms of one is taking the existing varieties and technologies to the farmers. And second is have some pipeline of new varieties which are more climate resilient, which are more productive, more higher productivity level. And second is, the mechanization of cultivation of millets is almost zero. So because labor is becoming scarce and labor is becoming costly, so I think we need to work on mechanization of certain operations of this millet cultivation. And more important is on the processing and value addition. As I said, one is the palatability, second is the shelf life, and in terms of ease of cooking. So I think these are the three priority areas for technology. And on institution, as I said, that aggregation has to be done because this is all fragmented production. So how do we, do hand holding of startups? How do we create certain kind of these, farmers organizations, the FPOs or cooperatives or any other form of organization to do that? And, we have been talking about the nutritional value and the medicinal properties of these, nutricereals. But I think there's a lack of scientific evidence of these, the claims which we are making. So I think it's high time for our research and development institutions, particularly those working on the medical side and on the nutrition side, to empirically, prove it that they are better than other cereals and they have these medicinal properties. And the last one is the right kind of incentives. As I said, that there has been very substantial increase in minimum support prices as well as market prices, but I see a huge gap between the producer price and the consumer price. So we need to reduce that gap between what the consumer is paying and the farmer, which is getting a small fraction of that. And private sector participation is extremely important. And the third dimension in terms of incentive is, I think government will have to do a little more, active participation. And Maharashtra and Rajasthan, these are the two largest, millet growing areas in terms of jowar and bajra. But I don't see that kind of a momentum in these states, particularly on the procurement of, millets. So if we get into the procurement, we are ensuring that farmers get at least the minimum support price, because I've seen that when there's a peak arrival time, the market prices of even the millets fall below MSP, and I think that hurts us, that pains us. So probably I think the state government will have to intervene in the market whenever the market prices fall below MSP. So I think we should work on the technology, we should work on strengthening institutions, and we must ensure that our farmers get, the better prices. So I wish this conference a great success, and I hope we will have, concrete kind of action points for implementation. So thank you so much for providing me this opportunity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your enlightening words, highlighting the developments and initiatives throughout the transformation of these grains, and also covering the challenges and the way forward. Thank you, sir. Now we have address by our special guest, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Kerala, Shri P. Prasad. Welcome, sir.
Honorable Agriculture Minister of Uttarakhand, Sri Ganesh Joshi ji, Dr. Professor V.P. Sharma, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Dr. G. Narendra Kumar, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, Dr. B. Dayagar Rao, Dr. Sangappa, brothers and sisters, esteemed colleagues, respectable farmers, entrepreneurs, and other distinguished guests. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you at this remarkable international Nutri-Cereal Convention and Millet Startups Convention organized by the Indian Institute of Millet Research. This event is not just a showcase of diverse and nutritious foods, but a testament to the hard work and dedication of our farmers and startups. This event not only highlights the significance of millets in our diet, but also underscore the Institute's commitment to promoting sustainable agriculture and food security. Millets, often referred to the super grains, are a treasure trove of nutrients and play a crucial role in supporting our health and the environment. The variety showcased here exemplifies the versatility and richness of these ancient grains, which are deeply rooted in our culture and traditions. Millets have been an integral part of our agricultural heritage. Today, we see a resurgence in their popularity, and rightly so. These grains are not only resilient and climate friendly, but also powerhouse of nutrition. In a time when the world is increasingly conscious of sustainable agriculture, healthy diets, and food security, millet hold immense promise. Let us take inspiration from this convention to embrace millets in our daily lives, supporting our farmers and promoting a healthier future. Lifestyle diseases are increasing in the world, especially in India. I understand from yesterday's conference that Hyderabad is becoming the diabetic capital of India. Other states are not far behind in this regard. Adopting a healthy diet is the only way to get rid of these diseases. Millet is the solution for this. It should be possible to transform this grain into a income increasing crops for the farmer and healthy food for the people. I am confident that the conventions like this once serve as a platform to raise awareness and spark conversation about the future of millets. As we explore the different products on display, let us be inspired to think bigger and bolder about how we can promote millet farming, support our farmers, and bring these nutritious grains to more tables around the world. The government is committed to promoting millets as a staple in our diets and a significant part of our agricultural policy. Initiatives like the Millet Mission aim to increase production, enhance marketing, and improve processing technologies. I urge the government of India to create a dedicated millet entrepreneurs fund for 1,000 crores in the next budget, and to set up a millet board at national level to promote millet across the country. Our focus on research and development will ensure that we harness the full potential of millets, making them accessible and appealing to all. To our farmers, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. To efforts in growing millets, despite challenges such as erratic weather patterns and market dynamics, demonstrate resilience and commitment to the well-being of our people. The work you do is vital not only for providing food to our tables, but for safeguarding the future of our agricultural systems and the health of our environment. Millet farming, being both water efficient and adaptable to various climates, represents a crucial part of our sustainable farming efforts. As climate change continues to impact our agricultural practices, millets offer a reliable solution to ensure food security in the coming decades. The scope of millet products in national and international markets is vast. With a growing demand for organic, gluten-free, and nutritious food options, millets have the potential to play a significant role in the global food economy. To our policymakers and industry leaders, let us continue to push for initiatives that support millet cultivation and innovation. By investing in research and development, offering financial incentives to farmers, creating awareness about the health benefits of millets, and establishing market opportunities to both farmers and entrepreneurs by assisting new ventures on millets, we can enhance the production and consumption of these vital grains. Next stage of millet promotion will be in the hands of millet startups and entrepreneurs. I appreciate the efforts of the organizers for making this convention a big success. I congratulate Dr. Dayagar Rao, the man who made this event a success, who visited Kerala several times to assist us in providing technical support for establishing millet processing centers and millet cafes in the state. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your enlightening words. And we are grateful to you for taking your time out, 2 days joining us for the R&D convention and also startup convention today for the cause of millets. Hridayam Nirnay Nandi, sir.
Thank you, Malti. We'll now have the exchange of MOUs and MOEs between IMR, and I would like to request people to be on stage. The exchange of MOU between IMR and Mavi Nutrition from Vizag for technology transfer of 6 millet-based products. Mavi Nutrition on the stage, please. Next is the exchange of MOU between Chetia Foods and Beverages Private Limited from Maharashtra to incubate millet-based technologies for R&D facilitation and network building. Next is the MOE between IMR and Tenali Double Horse and Millet Marvels. We request Tenali Double Horse, the representatives of Tenali Millet Can we request the audiovisual team to play the video, please? We're happy to inform that Tenali Double Horse and Millet Marvels have collaborated together to introduce a range of wholesome, delicious millet-based options that cater to evolving consumer preferences. We hope that together they will create a strong platform to promote the benefit of millets. We thank all the dignitaries. We now move on to the launch of e-trade products and the startup products developed by IMR.
We have 3 product launch. 3 products are there for the launch, developed by eat-right as well as startups, millet startups. The first one in the row is sorghum analog rice, combining the goodness of sorghum. Millet analog rice is developed through hot extrusion technology, and these are gluten-free, low glycemic index, and rich in polyphenols. The second product are the bajra noodles, the goodness of bajra, an excellent source of micronutrients made in the form of millets. And there is one more product which is gluten-free barnyard vermicelli. Thank you.
We now move on to the release of publication, the Hyderabad Declaration, which is the outcome of INCC 5 that outlines a comprehensive strategy for the next decade to integrate millets into the global food system. The release of publication of the Hyderabad Declaration. We thank all the dignitaries and also a special thanks to Professor VP Sharma sir. I now kindly request our chief guest of the day, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Uttarakhand, Shri Ganesh Joshi sir, to address the gathering.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज छठे इंटरनेशनल न्यूट्री सीरियल कन्वेंशन के शुभ अवसर पर आज के कार्यक्रम के विशिष्ट अतिथि केरल सरकार में कृषि मंत्री और मेरे बहुत ही अभिन्न मित्र आदरणीय प्रसाद जी, मंच पर आसीन बी दयाकर राव जी, अशोक दलवी जी, संजय अग्रवाल जी, वीपी शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर टीआर शर्मा जी, यहाँ पर मेरे साथ आए हुए मेरे विभाग के सभी अधिकारीगण, और मुझे बताया गया कि 20 देशों के डेलीगेट्स भी यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं। विदेशों से आए हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स, अब सभी प्रांतों से आए हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स, सम्मानित बंधुओं, सबसे पहले तो इस आयोजन के लिए मैं आयोजकों को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं। और सबसे पहले मैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आभार करना चाहता हूं। मार्च 2023 में एक कार्यक्रम पूसा में हुआ था और वर्ष 2023 को इंटरनेशनल ईयर्स ऑफ मिलेट देश के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने घोषित किया था और सौभाग्य से मुझे उस कार्यक्रम में रहने का मौका मिला। 162 देश के डेलीगेट्स वहां पर थे और जब यूएनओ के अंदर इसका प्रस्ताव मोदी जी ने रखा था तो वहां भी 160 से अधिक देशों ने इसका समर्थन किया था, जिसको मोदी जी ने मिलेट्स श्री अन्न का नाम दिया। और आज जो श्री अन्न है, मिलेट्स है, ये स्वास्थ्य की दृष्टि से इतना लाभदायक है। मुझे याद है जब हम छोटे थे, हमारे यहाँ मडुआ होता है, झिंगोरा होता है। मैं राजस्थान में रहा हूं, वहां पर ज्वार बाजरा होता है। तो ये कहा जाता था कि ये जो ज्वार बाजरा खाते हैं, ये जो कोदा झिंगुरा खाते हैं, ये गरीब आदमी है, ये गरीबों की खुराक होती थी। लेकिन आज ये गरीबों की खुराक स्वास्थ्य की दृष्टि से इतनी लाभदायक है कि अमीरों की थाली की खुराक बन गई है। मैं इसके लिए मोदी जी को साधुवाद देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं। कोई व्यक्ति अगर मडुआ खाएगा उसको शुगर नहीं होगी। कोई व्यक्ति अगर कुलथ की दाल खाएगा उसको कभी पथरी नहीं होगी। कोई व्यक्ति चौलाई खाएगा उसके घुटने में दर्द नहीं होगा। जब हम डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, डॉक्टर सबसे पहले कहता है कि गेहूं खाना छोड़ दो, उसमें कार्बोहाइड्रेट ज्यादा होता है। और आज तो आप कहीं भी चले जाइए, मल्टीग्रेन फ्लोर मिलता है, क्योंकि हर एक आदमी है हेल्थ कॉन्शियस हो गया है। और हम लगातार में एग्रीकल्चर कॉन्क्लेव में जगह जगह जाने का मौका मिलता है। हम मिलेट्स की बात करते हैं, कहते हैं मिलेट स्वास्थ्य की दृष्टि से लाभदायक है, लेकिन विषय है कि इसका उत्पाद कैसे बढ़े। जिस प्रकार की आज इसकी डिमांड मार्केट के अंदर हो गई है, हर एक व्यक्ति मिलेट्स चाहता है। अभी ध्यान नहीं आ रहा किसने कहा था, हमारा उत्पाद तो बड़ा है लेकिन जिस रेशो में बढ़ना चाहिए था उत्पाद बड़ा नहीं है। ये एक चिंता का विषय है। अभी पूर्व वक्ता ने ग्राम विकास की बात की थी। मेरे पास ग्राम विकास विभाग भी मेरे पास है, एग्रीकल्चर मेरे पास है। जब तक हम दोनों डिपार्टमेंट में सामंजस्य बनाकर हम इसके उत्पाद को बढ़ाने की ओर काम नहीं करेंगे, तब तक ऐसे सेमिनारों से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। आज हमारे प्रदेश के अंदर मैं आभार करना चाहता हूं अपने मुख्यमंत्री जी का। हमने मिलेट्स मिशन में 73 करोड़ की व्यवस्था की है, जहां अन्य बीजों में हम 50% की सब्सिडी देते हैं, मिलेट्स में टॉप अप करके हम 80% की सब्सिडी देते हैं। और हमने एक काम और किया है, आज हमारे प्रदेश में सबसे ज्यादा अगर एमएसपी है तो मडवे का है 42 रुपया 90 पैसे। और हमारे यहाँ पहाड़ का किसान गरीब होता है। पहले देखने में आता था कि जो साहूकार होता था वो किसान को कर्जा देता था, उससे 22 रुपया 23 रुपया मडवा खरीद कर मार्केट में 38 रुपये 40 रुपये बेचता था। हमने ये सुनिश्चित किया है, जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सपना है कि हम 3 करोड़ बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाएंगे। और हमारे प्रदेश के युवा मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी कहा है कि जब हम अनुमोदित राज्य है कि जब हमारा राज्य 25 साल का होगा, हम 1.5 लाख बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाएंगे। हमने ये काम किया। हमने कहा हमारे प्रदेश के अंदर 5 लाख से अधिक समूह की स्वयं सहायता समूह की बहनें काम कर रही हैं। हमने कहा कि हमारी स्वयं सहायता समूह की बहनें किसान से उसके घर में जाकर मडवा खरीदेंगी, एमएसपी पर खरीदेंगी, और उसके लिए हम उन्हें 3 रुपए पर केजी इंसेंटिव देंगे। इसके 2 फायदे होंगे। एक तो किसान को उसके उपज का सही दाम मिलेगा, और दूसरा जो हमारा लखपति दीदी बनाने का संकल्प माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का है, उस दिशा में भी एक सार्थक कदम होगा। ये काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। मित्रों, हमने ये भी सुनिश्चित किया है, अगर उत्पाद हो तो उसका कंज्यूम कैसे हो। आज हमारे यहां राशन की दुकान में जो फ्री राशन मिलता है, हम 1 किलो मडुआ पर कार्ड उस कार्ड धारक को देते हैं। यह काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। और मेरा ये मानना है, मेरा जो अनुभव है, अगर हम मिलेट्स की ओर जाते हैं, इसके उत्पाद में पानी भी कम लगता है, इसकी देखभाल भी कम करनी पड़ती है। और जिस प्रकार से अभी पूर्व वक्ता को बता रहे थे कि बाजरा मडुआ 100 रुपए किलो में बिक रहा है, ये एक बहुत अच्छा संकेत है। और इसके लिए हमें इसको और आगे बढ़ाना होगा। और आज मुझे ये कहते हुए गर्व होता है कि जो हमारा छोटा सा अनुमोदित प्रदेश है, जैविक खेती में पिछले 3 वर्षों से लगातार प्रथम पुरस्कार हमारे प्रदेश को मिल रहा है। हमारे एमडी विनय जी यहां पर बैठे हैं। इसी प्रकार प्राकृतिक खेती, जिसके लिए आज मोदी जी का विशेष जोर है, हमारे 11 जिलों में 6400 हेक्टेयर क्षेत्रफल का चयन हमने किया है। उसमें वहां के किसानों को हम ट्रेनिंग के लिए भेज रहे हैं। और नमामि गंगे प्राकृतिक कृषि कॉरिडोर योजना का संचालन हमने 1950 हेक्टेयर में प्रारंभ कर दिया है। और मित्रों, जो जिस जैविक खेती की मैंने बात की है, आज अगर किसी चीज के आगे जैविक लग जाता है तो उसका दाम दुगना तिगना हो जाता है। जो राजमा 100 रुपए किलो बिकती है, अगर वो जैविक होती है तो 300 रुपए किलो हो जाती है। और मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं मिलेट्स रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट हैदराबाद का। जब आपने मिलेट्स की टेस्टिंग की, पूरे हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सबसे बेस्ट अगर क्वालिटी पाई गई तो हमारे उत्तराखंड के मिलेट्स की पाई गई। मैं यहाँ के अधिकारियों को धन्यवाद देता हूं, बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि हमारी जो जलवायु है इस मोटे अनाज के लिए बहुत ही उत्तम है। और आज मुझे ये कहते गर्व होता है कि हमारे राज्य के 25 प्रोडक्ट को जीआई टैग प्रदान किया गया है। यह हमारे बड़े गौरव की बात है। और हमारे प्रदेश में उगाई जाने वाली स्थानीय फसलों के संरक्षण तथा प्रोत्साहन हेतु प्रदेश सरकार द्वारा सत्यापित बीज वितरण एवं मूल्य संवर्धन कार्य योजना का संचालन किया जा रहा है। इसके अंतर्गत स्थानीय फसल यथा राजमा, गहत, तोर, रामदाना, लाल धान, स्थानीय मक्का, भट्ट, कौड़ी, पुगल फायर के प्रदर्शन आयुक्त का सत्यापित बीज 90% अनुदान पर हम किसानों को दे रहे हैं। और आज ड्रोन दीदी, जिसका जिक्र बार बार प्रधानमंत्री जी करते हैं, हम कृषि में ड्रोन का इस्तेमाल हमारे किसान, हमारी बहनें कर रही हैं। और अभी तक हमने 2023-24 में 46 ड्रोन हमने समूह को दिए हैं, जिसके माध्यम से वो इस तकनीक का उपयोग कर हमारे उत्पाद को बढ़ावा देने का काम कर रही हैं। और वहीं गुणवत्तायुक्त कृषि निवेश हेतु प्रदेश की समस्त बीज, खाद्य एवं रसायन प्रयोगशालाओं को एनेबल मान्यता प्राप्त कराई जा रही है। इसलिए मैं आप लोगों से यह निवेदन करना चाहता हूं, जब तक हम रिसर्च पर नहीं जाएंगे, जब तक हम उत्पाद बढ़ाने का प्रयास नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम ऐसे कितने भी सेमिनार कर लें। क्योंकि मैंने अभी 23 से लेकर अभी तक देखा है, मुझे तो याद है कि जब मैं अपने प्रदेश की बात करूंगा, जब हम इस राज्य की लड़ाई को लड़ रहे थे 94-95 में, तो हम एक नारा लगाया करते थे। हमारे यहाँ मडवे को, जो कोदा है उसको मडवा बोलते हैं, और झिंगुरा। तो हमारा एक नारा लगाया करते थे कि हम कोदा जोगारा खाएंगे और उत्तराखंड राज्य बनाएंगे। और आज जिस प्रकार से हमारे प्रदेश में किसान इस ओर आ रहे हैं, अभी हमने एक एमओयू ललित ग्रुप के साथ किया था। ललित ग्रुप के जितने होटल देश में और विदेश में हैं, हमारा उत्तराखंड का मिलेट्स का मेन्यू उसमें है। तो मैं कह रहा था कि हम ये नारा लगाया करते थे कि हम कोदा जोगरा खाएंगे, उत्तराखंड बनाएंगे। और आज मैं ये कह सकता हूं, जिस प्रकार से हमारी सरकार इस क्षेत्र में काम कर रही है, हमारे किसान इस क्षेत्र में आगे आ रहे हैं, हम ये कह सकते हैं कि हम कोदा जोगरा उगाएंगे, उत्तराखंड को आत्मनिर्भर राज्य बनाएंगे। इस दिशा में हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है। तो एक बार इस अवसर पर आईसीआर और एमआर के सभी लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करते हुए ये सुंदर आयोजन आपने यहां पर किया। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है, जब हम यहां से लौट कर जाएंगे तो हम दिमाग में ये लेकर जाएंगे कि हम इसका उत्पाद कैसे बढ़ाएं। मुझे तो लगता है, नहीं तो ये अभी हमने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारे यहाँ एक ब्रांड हाउस ऑफ हिमालय की लॉन्चिंग की। और जब मैंने अपने सेक्रेटरी को भी 4 दिन पहले अपने पास बुलाया, तो मुझसे कहने लगी, सर लॉन्चिंग तो हो गई, लेकिन आज इतनी डिमांड हमारे पास आ रही है, विदेश से डिमांड आ रही है, हम उसको पूरा नहीं कर पा रहे क्योंकि हमारा उत्पादन उतना नहीं है। इसलिए हमें इसके उत्पाद को बढ़ाना होगा। और एक बार एक फिर आयोजकों का आभार व्यक्त करते हुए और विशेष और सभी अपने माननीय मंत्री प्रसाद जी का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करते हुए, मुझे आपके यहाँ भी एक कार्यक्रम में जाने का मौका मिला था। अभी आप फिर कह रहे थे फिर आइएगा, तो मुझे तो वहां पर जाकर इतना अच्छा लगा। तो मेरी पूरी कोशिश होगी, जब आपका आदेश होगा हम आपके बीच में होंगे। एक बार मैं चाहूंगा विनय जी एक बढ़िया कार्यक्रम वहां पे करिए। जब बद्री, केदार, गंगोत्री, जमुनोत्री हमारे यहाँ पर आए, जहाँ इस आयोजन का आप लेंगे, बद्रीनाथ केदारनाथ के दर्शन भी आप लोग करेंगे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय उत्तराखंड।
माननीय कृषि मंत्री जी अपने व्यस्तता से समय निकालकर श्री अन्न के विस्तार और आईएनसीसी का हौसला बढ़ाने आए हुए हैं। इसके लिए माननीय कृषि मंत्री जी को आभार व्यक्त करते हुए धन्यवाद देते हैं। Thank you once again, sir. As we come to the end of the inaugural session, I kindly request Dr. Sangappa, scientist ICR-IMR, to propose the word of thanks.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and the participants who have joined online. So very good afternoon once again. First of all, I would like to thank Sri Ganesh Joshi. Sir, आप यहाँ पे आए हैं, आप हमारे लिए मार्गदर्शन किए हैं और आपका स्टेट के बारे में जो झिंगोरा और मंडवा के बारे में जो काम हो रहा है उसके लिए आप हमें बताए हैं, इसीलिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सर, मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि आप हमारे एक संस्थान के अल्मोड़ा में एक सेंटर है, वो सेंटर के साथ भी हमारे संस्था काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए आपके प्रदेश में जितना भी मिलेट्स का प्रमोशन हो रहा है, इसीलिए हम आपको बहुत बहुत आभार देता हूँ और धन्यवाद देते हैं। और साथ ही आपके टीम मेंबर जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर उत्तराखंड से आए, सभी लोगों को भी हम आभार और धन्यवाद देते हैं सर। Secondly, I would like to thank I would like to thank Sri P. Prasad sir, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Kerala. Sir, you are also with us since yesterday, and also with your team members, Dr. Abdullah sir and all. So I really thankful for your gracious presence and as well as your support and also our cooperation. Thank you very much, sir. Friends, I would like to thanks to our ICR authorities, DG ICR, DDG ICR, ADG ICR, and also our dynamic director, Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, for her and their constant support and cooperation for organizing this program. Next, move to the next. I would like to thank to the Professor VP Sharma sir, Chairman CACP. Sir, now your role is to have the minimum support price for the small millets as well, and you have mentioned the same thing. So we are hoping same for that one also. And you are here and you have given time for us. Thank you so much for your gracious presence and your talk, sir. I also thanks to the Mr. Sanjay Agrawal sir and also Dr. G. Narendra Kumar sir for their gracious presence and also the address. So I thanks to our beloved Dr. Ashok Dalwai sir, ex-CEO NRIA. Sir, you are inspirational to us since 2016 as we were organizing the several programs for the millets promotion at ICR, IMR and others program. And since the declaration of National Year of Millets, you are with us, sir. And you are also role model for creating a document for the doubling of farmers' income. So you are very well inspirational for us, and thanks for your support and organizing this program, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So also thanks to the Mr. Suresh Narayan for his video message, and also I thanks to our CEO and today's in charge director, Dr. B. Dayakar Rao sir. He is the dynamic person for organizing this program, and he is the behind for this program. And you can see the changes from the small millets or the forgotten crops to the more acceptable, the climate resilient crops in the situation. So also thanks to him for his gracious presence as well as time and cooperation for organizing this program, sir. So also thanks to our Dr. Stanley, who is organizing secretary as well and who is not here, but he has made it possible to organize this program and well planned. And also thanks to all the scientists, principal scientists, senior scientists, administration, technical persons, and the members of all the committee who are striving hard to create this mega event that too in the HICC. And I really thankful for them for their time and all. So I also thanks to the press and media, sponsors, exhibitors, delegates, and also industry professionals and the startups, would-be entrepreneurs, and also the FPOs who are present here along with their team members and all. So I also thanks to the HICC member along with the anchors who are striving hard to complete this program on time, and also the staff, NutriHub and IMR staff members. Once again, I thanks to all the members who are present here for gracious presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sangappa sir. Once again, we place our utmost gratitude for everyone's presence here at this INCC convention. Let us all stand up for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind and thank you. I now kindly request our chief guest and special guest and other dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed for the inauguration of the exhibition, which has a display of interesting and innovative millet-based products stalled at our convention from around the country. Thank you.
Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you'll have
kind request to all the participants at the stalls to please occupy your seats. We have a technical session which is about to begin in 5 minutes from now. A kind announcement. I kindly request all the participants at the stall to please occupy your seats. We are about to begin a technical session 5 minutes from now, which will be followed by lunch.
Kind attention. We request all the participants to kindly occupy the seats in the auditorium. We are about to begin the technical session. We request all the participants to kindly occupy their seats. We are about to begin the technical session.
Once again, we request all the participants and delegates at the stall to kindly occupy your seats as the panelists for the session have arrived. We'll now begin the session on the technical session, which is about from tradition to trend, evolving consumer preferences in millet consumption. For this, I kindly invite the panelists, Chef Vikas Chawla, founder Core Hospitality Solutions, to kindly come onto the stage, sir. I kindly invite Dr. Bharat Reddy, cardiologist and founder of Millet Marvels, to also come onto the dais and occupy your seats. I next invite Ms. Shalini Rajni, millet coach and founder, Crazy Kutchi, to please join us on the stage. And I also request Dr. Viresh Wali, Chief Business Manager of NutriHub, to join us on the stage to moderate this session. I also welcome the rapporteurs of this session, Dr. Kanna Babu and Dr. Jinu Jacob from IIMR, to kindly note down the proceedings. Thank you all for joining us on the stage. I now request Mr. Viresh to take over the session. Request the audiovisual team to kindly hand over the mics to them.
Hello. Very good afternoon, all of you. It's a warm welcome to the first session of this International Nutri-Cereal Convention. So we have just, concluded the a grand inaugural session, which was, which was very enlightening. We had two honorable chief ministers from two different states, and an array of dignitaries that have been part of the session. So it's time for us to now move on to the technical sessions. So the first session we have for the day is emerging preferences in millet consumption, a consumer perspective. So, but before we begin the session, I would like to probably introduce the panel here. So it's a very dignified panel. I would begin with Dr. Bharat Reddy. So he is a doctor himself and doctor turned entrepreneur. So the importance of his presence in the session is because when we talk about millet consumption, so there have been various myths that have been associated with millet consumption. So I think he would be probably busting all of those things, and then he'll help us understand why millet consumption and how millet consumption is going to help us, especially from a health perspective. And we have amongst us an eminent chef, Chef Vikas Chawla ji. So he is a renowned chef. And today morning also we had the pleasure of, we had the honor of, watching his cookery show. So I think he would take us around because he's also been one of the greatest ambassadors of millets. Wherever he goes, he keeps promoting millets. And he is known to have curated various recipes. And in fact, he has been a very ardent supporter of all of the activities that NutriHub Indian Institute of Millets Research has been doing for the past few years. And next we have Miss Shalini. She's a she's a millet coach. She also is an entrepreneur. She runs a brand called Crazy Kutchi. So she has come all the way from Haryana, where she would be taking us through, there's a lot of influencing, social media influencing that's been happening in the recent times. So probably she would be able to help us unearth certain myths that have been associated with fad diets and things like that, and how to, easily consume millets, how to make them more palatable, what are the best ways to cook them. So the chefs will be giving their perspective. We have a doctor over here who's going to give the health perspective. And I'm here, of course, just to moderate the session. We had two more, chefs for this. Unfortunately, due to unavoidable reasons, they have not been able to make it up. So I think I would consider this as an opportunity to moderate this particular session. So I would first pose the questions to, I would ask Dr. Bharat Reddy Garu. Please tell us, sir, because in the recent times, whenever anybody speaks of millets, everybody associates it with the health. So what do you think, whether millet consumption is directly linked to the health, and how does it affect when you talk of associating it with the lifestyle diseases and so on? Over to you, sir.
So thank you. I would thank IIMR NutriHub for this opportunity. It's nice, and as my journey with millets for the last 7 years, before I ventured into millets, so we were doing small R&D on what is about millets and how everything with millet can change and other things. So way back, right from 2011 to 12, when quinoa had become quite popular in India, so we were, me along with actor Nagarjuna sir, we were all discussing on the uh, good lifestyle practices of eating. That's how when we investigated quinoa, then we also came across our own millet culture, which then probably was very little known to everyone about my major, minor millets and all other stuff, which I will not divulge in. So my question was very straightforward. The reason being, I was asked whether it is a healthy food. I would say no. Millet definitely is not a healthy food. Millet is the ideal choice of food for the human body, which it was our ancient grain, and that we are again trying to bring it back onto the forefront. So once the green revolution, I think in the morning session, even sir was talking, after all the green revolution initiative that happened and how modified wheat, rice came into forefront. So you are now facing the repercussions of all that. You're seeing highest possible incidence of diabetes. Like you all know, we are the global partner. I mean, we head are the global leaders in diabetes and hypertension. The reason being the food what we were eating. So millet never is a healthy food. Millet is the ideal choice of food for the human body. It is a positive grain, which ideally human body thrives and human body should be getting. So that is what Millet Marvels, a social cause initiative startup is all about. So we are trying to bring back the whole foods or the whole grain, how we call, and we divulge predominantly into minor millets. So coming to benefits of millets, yeah, when you ask me as in perspective as a doctor, when you ask me the benefit out of the millets which we get, definitely is. It's got micro macronutrients. It's got high fiber, protein. Definitely, all these are all needed things for the human body's consumption. That's how I think we all should look millet at. Millet is not a healthy food. Please remember, millet is a superfood. Millet is a positive grain which your body needs, which human body should indulge in. And we should know the ways of cooking it, which would be very simple. In the last 20 years, I'll conclude by saying this. Last 20 years, there were close to 100 to 150 startups which had come up with millets. I'm talking about the pre-COVID, of which 95 to 98% could not sustain in the market. The reason being, we all have the common myth of thinking rice, wheat, and millet, they're all the same. No, they are not same. They are different and millets are different. Why Millet Marvels today is successful? The reason being, we scientifically, in association with IIMR, we were able to bring out the best practices of processing the millet and pre-procedural, like how to prepare the millet for cooking and how to bring out the benefits of all minor millets. So that's how we were able to bring this change into this, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bharat Garu. I think it was quite interesting. So the bottom line of what Dr. Bharat was saying was that, so millets, though you may not call it a healthy food, it is definitely superfood, which is going to bring you good health. So I think he has been practicing himself. Also, I think he has also turned several people, towards the millet diets. I've seen that. But I think now I would pass on the questions to Chef Vikas ji. So you have been curating several programs, several recipes. So the first question I would like to ask is, how has been the response of the consumers when it comes to eating or tasting millets? Because you have been curating various recipes. I see a lot of videos of yours that have been, on the social media, trying to, showcase the importance as well as the benefits and the tastiness that the millets have. And millets can be made out of all those ingredients that we, use in our day-to-day lives. So how has been the response of the consumers whenever you talk to them? Because ultimately, as long as the consumption is not been catered to. However hard you try to promote a particular commodity, it won't be able to be scaled up when it comes to economics. So that's therefore creation of demand through the consumption is a primary thing. So how has been your experience when it comes to response of the millet consumers, especially the curated recipes that you have been doing?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I have two answers of this. I will just divide it into two because I get response from two kind of audience. One is when I go for demonstrations in schools, colleges, universities, Anganwadis, government and semi-government organizations. And second response in my restaurants, my cafes, because I work as a consultant also, and we have our own restaurant and bakery in Chandigarh, which is India's first millet restaurant serving soup to dessert, 70 dishes from 100% millet. Then we have recently launched our bakery, which is 100% millets, dry cakes, cookies, and brownies, 100%. So I have two answers. I'll just give you very simple. First of all, we don't have to think this word millet again and again in our mind because people get then they think like it's a foreign food or it's something very old. It's old, definitely, but it's coming again in our lives. So we should just think very simple about this. So when I demonstrate in my schools, universities for kids, students, I demonstrate in a very simple way. Like I ask them to switch it with to rice only. Like you have boiled rice with your favorite curries, dal or veg, non-veg, whatever you want to have. Just simply boil millets, have it like boiled rice and replace and enjoy your dal curries with that. And there are 9 millets and 6 grains you can enjoy. And a rice has only one variety you normally have at your house, like small rice in south. You can have basmati in north, people enjoy a lot. But millets have 6 grains you can enjoy in different flavors. Rice has only one flavor. Millets have different flavors. If you have kodo, you will have some nutty flavor. You will have foxtail, matlab husky. Matlab there are different flavor, layer of flavors. So it's very easy to enjoy if you have it in a simple form, and you can make chapatis also. You can see on my social media 100% ragi millet chapati also you can make and you can enjoy. There is no need to mix. If you are mixing wheat again to make a millet roti, there is no use. Just have these two things separately. Do not mix because you're having it to help your gut for your digestion and for your nutritional benefits. But if you mix wheat with again the millet, there is no use. So you can stop using this technique. Start with the minor millets, which are foxtail, kodo, brown top, little millet. So these 6 you can have as a boiled rice. It's a very simple way. So I simply ask students to come on the stage when I demonstrate. So they see the techniques and they adopt. Recently, I did one event at school in Gurgaon, and after 1 month, I got a call from principal that 20% students are now getting millets in their tiffin. So our purpose is to convey the message in a right way, not to make it complicated to ask it a millet. Millets are from thousand years back. You can read Yajurveda and Rig Veda. You can see Priyangu Paisam is there in the time of 9th Avatara. Priyangu Payasam means foxtail, a kheer or a pudding from foxtail. So the name is Priyangu Payasam. It's a South language, but millets are already mentioned in Vedas also. So it's not something new. And this is not a poor man food, but we are all promoting it as everyone was having this. Wheat and rice were not in India in 1000 years back. सब millet ही खाते थे. We were all having millets. Ragi jwar was, they were in Punjab. If you go to Uttarakhand and all, then Jhangora and Mandwa is famous. In South, Nachini and Ragi is famous. So rice and they all came just very, 1000 years, I'll say it's a new for us. If we talk about ancestors, so it's something new. Now we come to the second part of my answer. For restaurant, you ask me that what is the response of people. So first we played very well on the recipes. We have developed salads, we have developed soups, then breads, tandoori rotis, then dosas and pulaus, puris, bajra puri we are giving with the sprouted ragi and sprouted bajra. And these kind of things, when you work on the flavors, so like we opened our restaurant in Chandigarh in last year, it's almost 1.5 year. And we got a popularity that people from California, Italy, they especially arrived our restaurant just to taste the food when someone recommended them very strongly. Now they want our name in their country. They want to open the restaurant there because we, first of all, we work on the flavors. So we are giving mithai with millets only 100%. But definitely you have to work on the technique, how to cook it. It's very simple. I'll say to cook a rice, a basmati rice is very difficult. It's not easy. Only a good person, an expert mother or expert chef can cook good rice. But millet, if I call a single, any person, I call students from the audience, so they can do this very easily. There is no technique required in boiling millet. It's very simple to boil. They will not get mushy. So you can take it out in 20 minutes. 5 minutes ज़्यादा भी हो जाएगा. Even then you can retain, you can again strain the excess water. They will again spread like a grain. So it's very simple to boil millets, but it's very technical to boil any rice. So first of all, we have to understand the nature of the food. So it's very simple, sir, and everyone is enjoying the flavors. So I'm experimenting millets from last 7 years. I'm having only millets from last 7 years. I'm not mixing wheat and rice in my meals. I work as a consultant. Definitely, I taste wheat, rice if I do any experiment because I consult cafes, restaurants, highway joints, bakeries, and export kitchens. So I have to taste everything, but that is for my tongue only, but not for my stomach. So whenever I have my meal, it's only millets, 100% millets from last 7 years. And the magic I have seen in my body, and I've recommended many people, and now they're having my diet. I am a chef. I am not a nutritionist or doctor, but I developed my diet in last 7 years, and now I'm giving it to many professionals. Like recently in morning show, also I said the Trophy cricket team from Delhi and Chandigarh, they're having my diet, and you can see the video on my social media what they said after 30 days meal experience. Their energy of throwing ball, the fast bowler Akash Sudan, you can check his Wikipedia. After the energy of throwing ball, he's a fast bowler. After having millets 40, 45 days, but it has gone so high. So he's speaking on my social media. He's sent me that video that after having millets, I have 3 times energy in just 40, 45 days. So when you have it for whole life, so you see how magical it would be. So this is my request. Kindly include millets in your diet because I'm having it from the last 7 years. My whole family is having from last 3 years. In first 4 years, they were all calling me a fool. But then when they saw the changes in my system, my body, and my nutrition and everything, they all adopted. Even my son is also sitting here somewhere. He's also chef now. So everyone is having millets right now. So yeah, he's standing here, he's making my video. So he's also having millets from last 3 years. So we don't buy rice and wheat for our house. It's strictly out. So kindly include millets in your diet. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, Vikas ji. I think it was great hearing to you. I think, as there is a saying, be the change that you want to see in the world. Probably he's, living by that example. So practicing millet diets for the past 7 years is no less than an easy thing. I think it's been giving a lot of benefits to him. And the most interesting part is he's also translating that to several other people. I think one of the recent examples we have is we had organized Indian Institute of Millets Research in association with the government of Kerala had organized one training and capacity building program for the officers of Kerala Agricultural Department, where he had demonstrated the millet recipes through a training program. So like he was talking about the school children, which means there has been a lot of promotional efforts that has been happening, which is actually a testimony or a result itself that shows that there is an increasing trend for the millet consumption in the recent years. I think now it's my time to ask.
Also, I would like to add one thing more. There is one machine which measures your age and how healthy you are. That same machine, when I was 25 years, I took a sample. matlab I went for a sample. So then they said कि you are 25, 26 years, but as per your health, you are living a 35 years person age. Now, last month, when I again, after having my millet experience, so my present age is 47 years. They said कि you are living an age of 38 years almost. So you are living 9 years back. So this is the magic which a millet can do.
Wonderful.
Thank you
wonderful,
so much.
Sir. Wonderful, sir. Now I think probably I would, my next question I would pose to Ms. Shalini. So the first thing is, Shalini, you turn out to be an influencer. And my simple question, which I would begin is, if I am a person who wants to eat millets, but I do not have many choices, I live a very fast moving lifestyle where I'll probably have to live on, go to ready to eat products or ready instant products. So how do you think that can millets really fit into that particular, box of food category? And is it really good for somebody to pursue? Because all of us know that it's been eating processed food has been, what you call, has not been a positive thing for the recent past. But when you are curating millets into these several value-added products, how do you think has been the palatability and the acceptability to the consumers?
So, Dr. Viresh, I would like to introduce myself. The lady sitting in front of you all was weighing 130 plus kgs. And as you said that, how do you check the palatability of these grains and how acceptable you get to these grains? So when I was witnessing a lot of health issues, I was not even to, I'm sitting here right now in front of you. But when I was witnessing a lot of health issues, one of the Ayurveda Charya, I hope you all understand what it means to check your nadi. So he checked my nadi and he said, you need to give up on wheat. And from today itself. And I was like, if no wheat, then what? What will I eat? Then I started exploring, and trust me, for me, millets were the most boring grains. And I have been hearing a lot millets are magic, millets will change your health, but I was not able to buy this statement because I myself was a big time foodie. So I started working on recipes back in 2014, and because I was working as a full-time writer, and I left my job because of my health, and then I started teaching people how to cook healthy stuff. When I faced a lot of issues and when I was forced to move on millets, I randomly started working on a different grains which are gluten free. But I started working on buckwheat, quinoa, or you may say amaranth, because that were the grains I used to know back then. 2016, when my daughter was born, I could start my family. I took a break of a year and I decided that from now onwards, I'll only be talking about millets. And from now onwards, millets are not boring. Millets are fun. So at Crazy Karchi, because I've been coaching, I have students from more than 51 countries now. Every single student who has been trained by me has been saying that millets are fun because we have been creating recipes where we have really, we have been bridging the gap between the sensible grain and the sensible consumer. Till now, people have been forced to eat millet like, okay, you can have a rice, you can have roti, or you can have your everyday meal with millet. But when it comes to the practicability of having these grains every day, what is the right way? So I think, Viresh sir, I would just answer by saying that we need to go step by step. You cannot be coming to millets overnight. Okay, if you have grown up eating wheat and rice, please be practical. If you have grown up eating wheat and rice, you cannot switch to millets overnight. You need to go on a protocol. You need to start with basic meals at least 5 times in a week. And then gradually you have to move on. Now, I would also like to bring something to the light, a very important fact where we see, I have trained almost 90 doctors by now. Doctors have actually confessed that, nutrition was never a part of their curriculum. They got only 3 hours to study nutrition. So, if you look at the products ready to eat, as Viresh sir just said, the ready to eat products that are available in the market, they are good, but we need to be mindful if we really want to switch to millets. As a sensible consumer, as a well-read consumer, I understand that the millet needs to be soaked, the millet needs to be sprouted before using. But what if I'm adding tons of sugar to my recipes? Or what if I'm adding some artificial preservatives and flavoring ingredients and stuff which are more inflammable for my gut? So I think there has to be a step-by-step way to move in this journey. We call it a millet journey. I offer 14 weeks of millet journey to every student that comes to me. So and I create a lot of recipes also with restaurants, and I have been working as a recipe consultant. I have seen, brands, they fall for ready to eat stuff faster because of the availability of the machinery and the infrastructure with them. But as a consumer, as a sensible consumer, I am okay for a product with a little shelf life, with a little palatability, with a little rawness, but I'm not okay with something which is further lending me into another vicious circle of bad gut health. I think I'm making some sense here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shalini. Thank you very much. So I think you have given us that, the insight, probably all three of you, whatever you have spoken so far, the one common thing that I see very much is all of you have been, practicing millet diets for the last 5 to 7 years. I think so. The words that you say is, that itself is a testimony to whatever, the health benefits that we speak of whenever we, talk about millets. But now I would also want to ask one more question to probably all three of you in common. So millets consumption has been, into two different sections when it comes to at least Indian population or Indian consumers. It could be urban consumers as well as rural consumers. So how differently do you see when it comes to a person eating millets in the rural areas and when it comes to a person eating millets in the urban areas? Like, are the consumption patterns same, or how has been your experience? Because you travel all across, you train different people, you come across various sections of the society. How has been the level of acceptance when it comes to millet consumption, be it the grains or the value added products, both between urban and the rural consumers? Probably I would ask Shalini to answer first, and then probably Vikas and Dr. Bharat can take a call.
I think people in the villages really do not need any education. They are pretty sensitive, about what is good and what is not so good for them. I belong to Gurgaon, Haryana, and my in-laws are from Himachal. So when I got married, I remember my mother-in-law, she was making kodra. They call it kodra, the kodo millet. And she was making a lot of things out of it, be it roti, be it rice, be it, everything. So when I was not aware about millet at that point of time, I remember she used to tell me that this roti is, we cannot have it like wheat because this roti is very heavy. Now, as a villager, very heavy means, heavy on your gut because it's because of high fiber. So they used to say that जो आप wheat दो रोटी खाते हो, kodra is half roti is more than enough. So they are already, they already have that sense of what is the right portion, what is the right frequency, what is the right cooking technique, how do we ferment food. They already know it. Now, when it comes to semi-urban or villages which are near Gurgaon and all, then definitely I would say a lot of awareness needs to be worked out. Really, people across the metros, small towns and villages like Aligarh and Kanpur or places like these, people are really not aware. They are consuming millets mindlessly. They are buying millet products mindlessly, and they have no idea about the hydration, portion intake, how much millet. They are just mixing millets without proper understanding. Every millet is a different fiber, different texture, different taste, smell, flavor. So I think that needs to be worked out for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the bottom line of what you are trying to say is there's been an extensive, effort for millet consumption even in the rural areas. Probably it has to be streamlined with the proper scientific outlook or scientific approach. Uh, Vikas ji, I think I would want to know your comments on this.
Same like Shalini, you said, awareness and adaptance of millets is in rural areas better than the cities and big cities. I would say the people are more intelligent, more educated, but they want to see millets in the shape of pasta, in a shape of pizza. But the 8 out of 10 people ask me, how can we have millet pizza, millet pasta? You are not having all the time these things at your home. Just get out of that. And when I see the rural area, they are simply enjoying rice and khichdi. Even one of my friend, he owns millets processing unit in Jharkhand, and he went for a research on millets in a tribal area. He got kidnapped for 1 week, and in that kidnap period, जो वो जिन्होंने kidnap किया था, they served him little millet khichdi in that kidnap period. And in cities, we look for millet pizza and millet pasta. So no need for replace any modified modern cuisine with this. Simply have replace your rice with millet. Roti, if you can make, you make roti. Otherwise, you have the little millet, foxtail millet, barnyard millet. These are better than even ragi, jowar, bajra also in health benefits. Their fiber is almost double. If they have 4, 5, 6%, then they starts from 6 to 12, and their soluble fiber is magical for us. Like foxtail millets, soluble fiber works on our nervous system. Podo millets works on our blood cells and these kind of, because I research with a lot of scientists. So they have different benefits, soluble fiber. So you can easily adopt like a home style recipe, but cities again, they look for modern things. That's why there is a big failure in the major cities also in adopting millets.
Dr. Bharat Garu, what is your take on?
To conclude, I think you know me for the last 7 years that I've been working hand in glove with all of you. I agree with both of them. They actually, if you look at the rural population, they've been traveling with the traditional diet, which they've been consuming and continuing with it. When you come to the rural areas, we also need to understand here, we need to match the palatability of the common people. So when I initially started Millet Marvels, so I was actually, I think 95% of the people who walked into me said, doctor, you're making a wrong move, because people who are diabetics, people who are above 45 or 50, only they would come to eat at your place. Today, we hold chain of 7 restaurants in Hyderabad, including GMR Airport. You look at the people who come to our restaurants to eat, people from all walks of life come here. And the second thing, like you know, sir, we were the first in India to launch vacuum packaging for millets. That the point of bringing that vacuum packaging was we wanted to retain, we wanted it to be unpolished. So this was introduced, brought in to the planet by Millet Marvels. The other important thing what Millet Marvels did, both on the QSR forefront and also the retail forefront, was we brought a concept called six pack, like what Vikas Chef and Ma'am was mentioning. So we actually had worked on it for a year or more, where we brought in the concept of millet of the day. So Monday to Saturday, like we are the only ones in the market who hold the trademark for this even today. We were the one to introduce this concept. And other thing, what ma'am said, you can't overnight change people from rice and wheat to millet. So then we brought in the concept of 1 meal a day with millet. So we've been practically doing this, and we've been seeing that there's a lot of, attraction, or people are walking towards to think, eat, consume, and take this forward. Coming to urban population, definitely yes, like Vikas Chef was mentioning, I partly would want to say, sir, we will have to, because we being the forefront or startup holders of millets, we will have to take up this competition of bringing everything what a consumer wants, sir. So that is what I have been fighting even till date, sir. I actually make it to a point that our chef soaks millets for 8 to 12 hours, and we actually follow the whole tradition of preparation of our batters. I think it was nice meeting all of you. I would want to invite all of you once to visit our store to try our food actually. Thank you.
I think it was, I think the common response that I got from all of you was that there is a distinct, pattern of consumption both in urban and rural areas. Just to add to that, recently in Institute of Millets Research, we had, conducted one small survey across 4 different Indian states, probably targeting the major millets across those 4 states. So surprisingly, we had a very drastic, change in the consumption of millets, especially the pattern of consumption post International Year of Millets in the urban areas. I think thanks to the efforts of Government of India, which has been very aggressively promoting millets, which has actually led to a very phenomenal transformation when it comes to preference for millet consumption in the urban areas. While the rural consumption, I think it's been very steady, like Shalini was referring to. It is our ancient wisdom. So probably people have steadily followed it. So there is nothing that is surprisingly happening. While in cities and metropolitan cultures, millet has been recently introduced with various other factors determining that there has been a drastic change or transformation when it comes to consumption of millets. So I think the common the factor that all of us agree is changing or switching to millet diets is a behavioral change. So it definitely needs time. So like always people say, rice and wheat has been, it's been on our plates for more than 7 decades. So I think millets definitely do need to be given a chance. So at least a decade or so. That's the reason we have also made the theme of this particular convention, making the millet as a commodity of the decade, which means we need to work tirelessly for another decade or so that we'll be able to bring out that behavioral change among the people when it comes to millet consumption. So,
So before you conclude, just have a small request. Actually, sitting on this platform, I always keep coming there complaining to you. See, whenever somebody writes a millet dish in the market, you add 2%, you write yourself as a millet. In the policy of bringing this millet consumption to the common man, I think governments and policy holders should come forward to make a decision, sir, because we have been striving hard to bring that authentic millet food, and which we are actually losing our customers to anybody who writes a millet. So this is something is of a very serious concern and should be addressed from from FASAI to IAMR to central government and state governments. It's a request from my side on this platform. Thank
definitely,
you.
sir. I think Indian Institute of Millets Research has been, making an effort in terms of the advocacy of these particular standards for more than 3 years, I think, during and post International Year of Millets. And I think we have slowly been getting the standards, and FSSAI has come up with, I think slowly, APIDA also has given the standards for exports for the small millets. I think it is taking time, sir, but definitely we are able to uh, get the yields, or we are able to realize the gains of the International Year of Millets, wherein these efforts, which were only at a very lower level, have been now escalated to the level of a policy, including it's been directly promoted by Honorable Prime Minister. It's been, a strong message by him throughout wherever he goes. I think I see a positive change. Probably given the next 3 to 5 years, I think all of these standards will fall in place, which will actually be very much beneficial to all the processors, especially the startups who are making, millet-based value-added products. I think given that, that would probably add more value to the business that they are doing, and would also be more convenient to the consumer who wants to consume. He'll be genuinely understanding the product that he is eating, how much millet percentage does it contain. So I think that kind of knowledge dissemination has been happening, and I think it will continue to happen. So thank you very much, sir. I would take this opportunity to thank all these panelists for having spared their time and enlightening all of us with your experiences. So I would now probably pass on the mic to the organizers.
Now I request Dr. Veeresh Wali to honor the guests with their bouquet and memento. I request Dr. Veeresh Wali to honor Dr. Bharat Reddy with the memento. I request Dr. Veeresh Wali to honor the memento to Chef Vikas Chawla. I request Dr. Veeresh Wali to honor Shalini Ranjan. Sorry, Shalini Rajani. Thank you, Dr. Veeresh Wali.
Lunch, all of you can actually experience the consumption. We have some of the curated millet dishes at the lunch menu. I think it's time for all of you to taste it.
By 2:30. I request all the delegates and participants to keep in mind that we'll be starting the next session by 2:30. So please have your lunch and join back to the sessions. Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay.
Get
Please consult your directory and call again, or ask your operator for assistance. This is a recording.
So friends, very good afternoon. So we are going ahead with the next session here. That is a panel discussion on the Indian millets for a global markets, prospects and regulatory compliances in millets business for export markets. So for this session, we have the chair, Dr. T. Palnimuthu, Director, NIFTEM Tanjavur. Sir, I invite you on the dais. Please, sir. Rapporteurs for this particular sessions are Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Principal Scientist ICRIMR, and as well as Hema Shankari Madam ICRIMR. Request to note down the report. So I also request the panelist, Mr. Balu Nayak, Deputy Director FSSI Telangana. Sir, please. And Mr. Ravindra Agrawal, MD Ravi Foods. Sir, if you are here, please occupy the seat on the dais. Mr. Anup Agrawal, Founder GEP. Mr. Anup Agrawal. Mr. Anup Agrawal, if you are here, please occupy the seat on the dais. Mr. Suresh Kumar Reddy, Founder, Skandanshini Foods Private Limited. Mr. Suresh Kumar Reddy. Mr. Chandrasekhar, Founder G-Life. Mr. Chandrasekhar, Founder G-Life. And Mr. Naipal Singh, Business Development Manager, HP Indigo. Sir, please.
As we have already started the technical session, we request all the delegates and the participants who are having lunch to finish up soon and kindly join the session here. I repeat once again, as we have already begun the technical session, We request all the participants and delegates who are having the lunch to finish up soon and please join the session. May I request Mr. Ravindra Agarwal, MD Ravi Foods, to join us on the dais, please. Also, Mr. Anup Agarwal, founder GEP. Mr. Suresh Kumar Reddy, founder Skandanshi Foods Private Limited. And Mr. Chandrasekhar, founder of G-Life.
Doing problems. Keep on moving, then you solve them. If you feel that you can't take no more, and your feet are yelling for no door, music is the answer to your problems. Keep on moving, then you solve them. If you feel that you can't take no more, and your feet are yelling for the door, music is the answer.
As we are starting the afternoon session, we invite Mr. Ravindra Agrawal, MD Ravi Foods on the dais. Mr. Anup Agrawal, Mr. Suresh Kumar Reddy, and Mr. Chandrasekhar. Mr. Chandrasekhar from G-Life, Mr. Suresh Kumar Reddy, and Mr. Anup Agrawal, founder GEP, and Mr. Ravindra Agrawal, MD Ravi Foods. So the afternoon session is on Indian millets for global markets, prospects and regulatory compliances in millets business for export markets. The session is being chaired by Dr. T. Palnimuthu sir, Director, NIFTAM Tanjavur. Rapporteurs for this session are Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Principal Scientist, ICRIMR, and Ms. Hema Shankare, ICRIMR. Once again, we are announcing Mr. Ravindra Agrawal, Mr. Anup Agrawal, Mr. Suresh Kumar Reddy, and Mr. Chandrasekhar.
The door.
Yeah. What? It's yeah. Sweet. It's so what? It's yeah. Sweet. And so what? It's there as we and so what? If it's there as we and so what? If it's there as we and so what? There as we. Session. All right.
Kindly excuse us for the delay in starting the session as we are awaiting the other panelists to join. Meanwhile, I kindly request Dr. Raj Bhandari sir, member NTBN, to join the stage as co-chair. I request you, sir, to join the dais, please. I also request Dr. Venkateshwarlu, Senior Scientist, Biochemistry from Indian Institute of Millets Research, to join the panel, please. And I also request Ms. Pallavi Upadhyay, founder M for Millets, to join for the panel discussion, please. Ms. Pallavi Upadhyay. Without further ado, I kindly request the chair and co-chair, Dr. Parnimuthu sir and Dr. Raj Bhandari sir, to take over the session, please.
Good afternoon to each one of you here. Lot of chairs are empty because stomach is full. When stomach is full, you don't want to listen to anything. That is normal in every place. After a heavy meal, I think we will explore the possibility of taking millets to globally. That is the food for thought. Now really, I'm very happy for NutriHub organizing this International Nutri-Cereal Convention 6.0. I'm always, I think for last 3 times I'm here. Last year, our institute got Best Millet Research Institute Award as well. Thanks for IMR. I'm from NIFTM Tanjavur, National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, a premier institution like NIT, IIT, Institute of National Importance, situated in Tanjavur. One more, our sister institute is in Haryana, Sonipat Kundli, near Delhi. In fact, I am in this business, millet business, for almost 15 years. Probably at that time, nobody was even talking about millets. I'm really proud to say I have been eating the millets almost 3 times a day, up to 9th standard. Because I'm from a very small village, and that was a habit. We eat once in a week rice, once in a week. And we were not known to eating wheat. Tamil Nadu, no, we hardly know wheat. except for Suji Rava. At that time, even now also not much. We are rice eaters now because of public distribution system. Millets, so we actually eat traditional way. That is why when the government substituted, it is very difficult to process millets. Process millets, especially foxtail, little, kodo, barnyard, and the millets, the group of millets, except they were ragi, pearl millet, and jowar. These three, originally this jowar and was not included in the millet scheme in the 10th plan. It was millet, but it's not it's a great millet. So it's a great. So it was not in the core cereal at that time. I happened to be in the part of the 10th plan, 11th plan and 12th plan when INCC program was started to improve the productivity and the area under millets of the central government. 5 years that the project went. Then again in 12th plan, they started they call it as nutri cereals. They continued that next 5 years. And of course, even that just 2-3 years back only, because of our the charismatic leadership of our Prime Minister, only so many people talked about millets. We were trying level best. See, I was the man who really started Center of Excellence on small millets. Small millet, it includes ragi, that little, foxtail, kodo, and barnyard. Later on, teff and other things came later. Even brown top millet also. Now, what I have seen over the years, I'm very happy that millets has occupied a lot of space. Commercially, also in our mind. We now say that at least many people do not know what a millet is. And I really congratulate all those people who really, for over a decade, they brought this millet to many people's plate. Of course, diabetes is one of the prime reason people, diabetic people are very very interesting characters. Why? Because anything which they can eat, they are very interested. These are the grains which they were able to eat. But one stigma is they are all not very tasty. Not very tasty, difficult to really digest unless you are used to it. Now, our job, of course, a lot of sessions are there. People talk people talk about these various aspects. Our job today is how to take these millets globally. From inauguration time, many people gave very interesting ideas. Let us understand what we can really do to take these millets globally. And of course, there are other aspects as well as the regulatory part. This is really a challenge because those millet processors, most of them are small-time processors, self-help groups who are just around their place, maybe of their town, they are selling their products. Batch to batch variation, not even a batch. Every day, if they make if today they make something, tomorrow it changes in quality. No, you cannot sell. Suppose if Maggie sauce is sold every month, a different color, different taste, who will buy it? You cannot brand it. Big companies, they control the quality. They keep the quality constant. Whether it is good or bad for you, that is different. For the company, they will maintain the quality, and they have a batch numbers, everything, because they don't really produce. They outsource everything. And for them, it is not a problem. So regulatory becomes, even regulatory aspects become problem, not only for the producers, even for the regulator himself. Regulator also finding difficulty. See, NIMTAM Tanjavur has a food FSSI referral lab and reference lab. It's an NABL accredited food testing lab. And we know all these problems and how to really sort it out. We have a very good panel My co-chair, I think he was early yesterday coordinating many sessions. Mr. Raj Bandari Saab is there. Then we have Venkateshwarlu. He is a man from IMR himself, senior scientist. And then we have Mr. Balu Nayak. He is the regulator. Now, those people who need some assistance from Telangana, definitely you can approach him. We have a very interesting personality, millets for health. I thought all millets is always for health, but we have to hear from Ms. Pallavi Upadhyay why it is good for health. We'll hear from her. And of course, we have a man from HP Indigo. Don't confuse with the computers. His parent company is probably making computers and printers, but he is the man talking about business development for millets. He is a key man. He has to tell how to take it to take these millets globally. Mr. Naipal Singh. Now, thank you very much for the panel. I give my mic to the co-chair for his opening remarks.
Thank you. Since yesterday we've been talking about creating this space for the decade of millets. In my opinion, what I consider as strategic goals for the next decade would be to build on research, innovation, and collaborations for future development, not only of markets, but also keeping in relevance what are the needs of society. You see, I come from a medical and public health background, and I see that there is a conundrum of diseases which is emerging and emerging very fast. Now, millets, the positive attributes, I believe we all know. Now we also have a body of evidence, because whenever you go globally, you would need solid evidence to back whatever you say. So now there is a body of evidence where we have published. I have been a co-author on those 7 research papers which are published in peer-reviewed international journals. And we have seen that the effect of millets in hypertension, diabetes, dyslipidemia, calcium retention, fatty liver disease, other issues like anemia. So, so we find that millets has the efficacy of millets has been proven. Now you can, whenever you are looking at global markets, it is important that we see what is the epidemiology of certain diseases which is emerging. I find that, the way these diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular, and strokes, and fatty liver disease, they are on a rise. And believe me, 30 to 40% of general population suffers from one or the other diseases. 30 to 40%, which is a very high number. Now, millets, if we go to the global community to say that millet is for cereal diversity. Dietary diversity is one thing. Eat Lancet has come with a report for dietary diversity. But for cereal, we will have to include millets in our cereal intake. And I have been also a reviewer of the dietary guidelines for Indians 2024. This was released by ICMR NIN only about 2 months ago. So those dietary guidelines are based on body composition. And there we have recommended that 90 grams of millets in a average total intake of 270 gram of cereal. So 90 grams should come from millet. Now that is based on mathematical modeling, calculation, and so forth. So now you have a very solid kind of a reason which you can take globally how millets can be used for promotion in global markets. The other thing is that we also have to break the silos and integrate knowledge across sectors, including grassroots expertise, which such as, there is a Millets Network of India, which is led by women rural communities. So collaborating with agricultural scientists, health professionals, universities, and other institutes, we are able to bring modern tools of knowledge, scientific innovation in, getting the traditional knowledge and wisdom uh, to amalgamate the two. That will be the real story of millet and the magic of millets that would be unfolding. So, with this, I would then request our other panels to also share, but uh, you have to also look at businesses. While profits are important, I always say that there has to be a triple bottom line of smart food. And with smart, I mean it is good for people, good for the planet, and good for business and profit, if I may say so. All overarching purpose, the there has to be a purpose in what we say. So, uh, COVID taught us one lesson, that unless everybody is safe, no one is safe. Meaning thereby, if the person next to you has a low immunity and if he gets COVID, then we are likely to get it as well. That is the lesson. So for nutrition security, for, we have to be concerned about the health of everyone. That was the theme of uh, the World Food Day that we celebrated. Safer nutrition for each one and leaving no one behind. We don't have to leave anybody behind, because if there is any disease in the other person, we are likely to contract it as well. Therefore, we have to keep all these things into our mind and to, millet by the positive attributes for planetary health, for people's health, and for, emerging markets where people will, I say it is not an option. Millets is not an option. It is an imperative. You have to have millets in your diet because of the complex carb, the non-starch polysaccharides it has, multiple micronutrients, you know, repository of micronutrients. So these are my views. As a medical expert, I would say that we have to promote millets to prevent uh, the diseases which now we see the diseases of adults are being seen in children, and that is a alarm sign. If you see a disease of adult, fatty liver disease was a disease of adults. Now we see in children as small as 12-year-old child, 14-year-old, we see these diseases coming up. So millet can be a good panacea to uh, to prevent the onslaught of all these diseases. With this, let me invite Balu Nayak, who's the Deputy Director, FSSAI Telangana, to share his views on the regulatory aspect and also on other.
Thank you, sir. I want to cover 2 points. What FSI is doing, streamlining the millets, and what are the startups mistakes as a part of regulatory, how FSI is promoting your trade. FSSI, not only a regulator, we are enablers also. We have 21 panels. Each panel comprises 9 scientists from the top premier research institutes such as IMR, AIMS, and all the top premier institutes of India. Then regarding millets, laying down science-based standards is our responsibility of the FSI. So we have prepared standards for all the millets and we have submitted it to Codex. Nowhere in the world, the millet standards. India has prepared with the help of all the premier institutes, with the help of IMR and the top institutes. So all over world, millet standards are followed by all over the global. Millet standards are Indian standards only. Next, regarding this testing infrastructure, to encourage the startups, FSSA has come out with encouraging the state labs for building infrastructure. FSSI for each state giving more than 30 crores for building a laboratory setup. Even for Telangana also, 5 labs have been identified and there the testing parameters for the startups can get your all the testing parameters like enable accreditations also you can get it through the state laboratories and already we are funding through institutions like NIFTEM and other institutes. Simultaneously, SHG groups also can get tested your product in state laboratories. The third thing is regulatory point of view, how the startups, how to compliance the regulatory. First thing, every 6 months, startup has to conduct their batch testing and you should file in annual returns. Annual every year, every 6 months, you should submit your food product, whatever you are manufacturing, mandatorily you should submit the test reports and then annual returns. Annual returns, whether you do business or not, you should mandatorily you should submit your annual returns in FASCOs. That is the food safety compliance system. Even for the license also, for small startups, we have given auto license. Within a day, within an hour, you can get your license from the FSI, whether it is a state or central. If you are a trader or exporter or importer, as soon as you apply your license, you will get your license. That is through FASCO. So you need not to approach any office or any other agency. We are emphasizing all the startups to get your regulatory things done at your premises, not at our offices. So we have made that all, whatever, we are here to facilitate your business. It's not like that olden days, the officer comes suddenly inspections. Even before the inspection also, the DO, I am the designated officer for the Telangana. I will allot one officer and the pre-intimation will comes to the industry or the ABO manufacturing unit. The concerned officer is coming to your unit by today or tomorrow. So this is the way we are facilitating the trade and encouraging the millets. And how much of the millet content for this millet, if a product want to say it is a millet product means that is also our scientific committee is studying. As of now, we have taken the data from the IMR and other institutes, 10% or 15% or 20%. Our scientific committee is reviewing that one and it will be finalizing very soon. Not only that, for regulatory compliance, we have food safety wheels and vehicles. Their minimal basic parameters of whatever, not only millets, all other your products can get tested at your locality, at your town. Even in Hyderabad also, we have 6 vehicles, food safety vehicles. They have minimal testing parameters. You can test your all commodities and products. Even the state government also, state commissioner also conducting regulatory rides regulatory inspections, various hotels and restaurants. We have increased our surveillance and legal sampling also. The same way we are promoting for the startups, SHG groups, whatever help you want, even you want regarding any uh, product labeling or any nutrient information, any other things, we are coordinating with our help desk. You can contact our offices. We have started our central offices at all the states. Even the state offices also, they are operating at all the districts. So you can take the help of any food safety authority, whether it is state or central, whatever, whether you want labeling regulation or whether you want any sampling regulation, sampling rules or any alteration anywhere is going on. You can comply as we are here to facilitate your trade. Thank you.
Very interesting, very useful information from our Mr. Balu Nayak regarding your what are the helps available from FSSI. In fact, that is really helpful for a small self-help group or a small company. Really, this information are useful. This may be available in the net, in their website, but many people really don't really see and use it. That is the problem. Now, let us hear from next speaker. I think we'll take the next lady, Ms. Pallavi Upadhyay, is MD from Millets for Health. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was a delight to be part of such a prestigious panel and hear from my fellow panelists. Sir, just through, both of you, sir, shared great insights on the current scenario for millets, health benefits, and how much Dr. Bhandari was sharing that, sir, 90 grams, you said, out of 200 grams? Per serving should be millets, I think, per day. So cereal serving 90 grams should ideally be millets. I think that's a great recommendation and is something that if globally, I mean, nationally, globally, we can all strive towards, it's definitely going to have a great impact on health and related issues. So I think that's great. And sir, also you shared something about FSSAI, all the regulations. I'm sure startups here will have some more questions and about the support and everything else that FSSAI is offering. What I will share, of course, is the work that we have been doing and how and why millets are a part of the work that we have been doing. Like our brand name is Millets for Health. Why it is health and why we focus on that is because it has largely been due to personal health reasons that we started the brand. We started the work in 2016. I have two children, and both pregnancies I had gestational diabetes, sir. So this is, of course, diabetes that one gets during pregnancy, and then it goes away after. And millets for me were a lifesaver both the times, because that's really just the only thing. Like you said, sir, but diabetics are very interested in what they can eat. So during that duration, also having a double whammy of diabetes while being pregnant, nutrition is extremely important. And you're really struggling with what you can and cannot eat, what combinations you can eat. So in that kind of a scenario, millets have really been a lifesaver for me. And initially, so during the first time that it happened, after that, Rajiv and I, my co-founder, and I, we started this work because we felt it was very important for us to bring the right kind of products to the market and make people more aware about millets. Of course, when we started, the work was very, very nascent. In the last few years, exceptional work has been done by the numerous agencies and stalwarts who are working on the field. So a tremendous amount of interest and demand has been generated, but we still have a long way to go. I mean, I think we should all look at it as just the beginning. So there is still a lot more to be done. Many misconceptions that are there at the ground level. I think as a startup, I would also like to focus on some of the difficulties that we encounter in this. Uh, One of the things is, of course, last year there was a great amount of demand, and it was generated through various government organizations, various bodies. Many events were happening. But to get consumers interested in this on a consistent basis and to increase that awareness that yes, this much of your daily diet needs to, or daily nutrition needs to come from millets as cereals, I think we need to do a lot more work. And that work needs to be done jointly by all of us as startups, as everybody else who's present here. I think maybe, sir, if we can have some promotional material around this, for us, it would be really helpful. Maybe FSSAI can also help us with that, sir. So putting together some sort of promotional material where how much it should form a part of the children's. If it comes from the government and esteemed institutions, it's extremely helpful. So then we as startups can use that material to speak to our customers also, that this is the recommendation. This much of your daily nutrition from cereals needs to come from millets. This is a recommendation for children. This is a recommendation for adults, and maybe some more material on what kind of health benefits are there. If we do have some sort of published material on this, it will be very good for us to use, because we keep talking about it. Uh, but why should they believe us? Because they think that we are only there to sell our products. So if we can corroborate it with some proper data, I think it will be very helpful. So that's, I think, one of the challenges. Other challenges, of course, sir, are shelf life and other things, which, I mean, right now, so till last year, we were having issues of shelf life. This year, we've started vacuum packaging quite a few of our products. So that has taken care of that problem. But I think shelf life continues to be a big issue for many of the startups. So maybe something on, if we can get recommendations on how it can be enhanced, that will be extremely helpful. And of course, the title of the panel is Opportunities for Export. So a couple of things that maybe I would like to focus on are, one is that for export, we have seen is that the Indian diaspora abroad is very, very aware on millets. So that's definitely a significant customer base that we can target. There's a great amount of interest. So what we do as a brand, of course, we do sell our millets. I also teach people on how to cook with millets, because when we started, there was barely any awareness available. Nobody knew anything. So I just personally started teaching people how to cook with millets. Now that has snowballed and it's become like a cooking course and all that. I have a lot of customers abroad in different countries. So I know that people are buying millets. They are not always buying good quality millets. They don't really have the right quality of product available everywhere. And there is a demand across countries, wherever Indians are settled. So that's definitely a good sort of customer base to target that we can work with. Another thing I think we can work towards is the gluten-free market. There's a lot of demand for gluten-free products, and if we can work on awareness on that and get the right kind of customers for gluten-free markets and gluten-free products that we are all making out of millets, that's definitely another customer base that we can look at. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very interesting couple of points. Indian diaspora is a really a big boon for people who are producing or processing millets, because we have a ready-made customers in different countries. That is a good thing. But how to really give quality products to those countries, because the regulators, when they import, that they are very stringent. There may not be Indian people sitting there when you send it from here. And they have obtained number of conditions, and each country is having different conditions, and really tough. It's really tough to export a food product from, especially when it is not processed completely. That is a really big challenge. And of course, promotional things are happening. This program itself is a very big promotional event. We have been doing for last almost 15 years, and we have come to this stage. And let us hear from the company man, corporate man, Mr. Singh, Mr. Naipal Singh. How?
Hello, thank you, sir. I think very learned people. I'm sitting with you all, so thanks for the opportunity. So again, like sir introduced me, I'm from HP, of course, not from the laptop division, which is what even at my home, when I say I work with HP, people only think about laptop. So I come from a division which we call it industrial printing division. And in this division, we manufacture the packaging machine, digital printing packaging machine. And these are the machines which are sold to the packaging converters in the country who are serving all their packaging demands. And largely, these are the startup and the food companies. So when we say this, we generally directly or indirectly today we are working with more than 10,000 startups in different food segments. Of course, millet is the one. And working with them, the learnings which I have and which I want to share it. And again, from the perspective of HP, which we have seen as a trend worldwide. So if it is a startup company or a new business, so to become them successful, there are basically 2-3 things. One, your product has to be excellent, and which is what I think most of us believe, that we have excellent product, and that's why we start a new company. And IMR or NutriHub is there to make that or give that the excellent product. The another element is go to market. So we have seen there had been very, I would say the conventional companies, but somebody has come to the market and they completely cracked that market by just making a single change, their go-to marketing strategy. And this is where you can think about the companies like Nike. Nobody knew that somebody would be selling only the cosmetics through online channel, but they cracked it. So the go-to marketing strategy is something which is very much relevant to your, I would say the domestic market, but as well as to the your when you're looking for the export opportunities. The another element which is your marketing and the advertising. And when I say the marketing is not only through your social media channels, your videos, but one area which is always kind of left over, which is your own real estate, which is your package, which is your packaging. So on to that, there are two elements to this. Generally, when people see the packaging, people see it as a functional requirement that has to be there. And this is where choosing the right materials, choosing the right partner, which will help you to get the shelf life, which ma'am was talking about, the right shelf life. And this is where when we say as a HP, we have developed the partner. So these are the partners who even help to suggest the right materials, right constructions for the millet products as well as to the other products. And the another element which I was talking from the marketing angle, why would you leave an opportunity? Because what I hear when I visit a lot of the stalls, when you see at the product, you possibly try to figure out what actually they are the product and what they are trying to say. But when you spend 10 minutes or 5 minutes on the stall, you get so much of insights about the product, their benefit, their story behind that. What do you think when you will sell your product and this will be on the shelf? Who will tell that story? This is your communication on the packet, your design on the packet. More importantly, it is the story. I can bet many products in the market today they are successful because they had made a better narrative. Product could be excellent. And the research also says today 70% consumer picks the product when they like the packaging. So it is today, I would say, even you are a startup, you are starting very fresh, you might not have a product. But when you tomorrow want to start with the right packaging. Packaging plays a key role in a business success today. And then it boils down to that. If you want to have that sort of packaging, how they can get it. Because finally, you can do a lot of education, you can do awareness, but the question will come to, will they get the access? I'm very impressed with a few startups. Here you see their packaging. They got an inspiration from, again, our association with the NutriHub, where we are very proud. We are proud and thankful to Dr. Dayakar Rao sir and the team, who always believe bringing the new innovation and what is new in the market as a solution. And this is where we have partnered with the NutriHub. We engage with the NutriHub startups and the businesses to educate on what sort of packaging they should have it, which is more impactful. And then we finally lead it to the right partners who will take you through from the starting point, where when somebody is saying, I just have a product, I really don't know what sort of construction will work for this. So this is where a job of HP's partner starts, where they starts guiding them. And today I'm happy, more than even from the references of NutriHub, we will have more than 50 to 60 startups using these solutions, and the feedbacks are really great. So this is where we plays a role in this entire ecosystem. And if I need to say one thing, which is in your hand, accept the product and the GTM. It is your packaging, which you need to take it very seriously, not only from the functionality, but actually how it can tell the better story of your package. So this is for me.
Corporates are corporates, he packaged the packaging thing very nicely so that you should remember now your package should be very good. So he will be very good. No, I'm just for a joke. No, the thing is, he put up a couple of really very good points. Nowadays, the virtual reality has come into play. Whenever you search a product in Amazon, like online platforms, 10 times you go move somewhere, it always brings what you already judged, what you wanted. It always put your advertisement depending upon your search. That is, AI comes into play. Similarly, whenever you go to a supermarket, what color should be your package? What kind of a structure it should be there? All these things are judged. Okay, that virtual reality, even we have a division, not a complete division, we are working on it. Now, how really people pick a package? There are obscene number of brands of paste. Of course, paste, some people like Colgate, some people like Meshwak or different kinds of paste. But how really they pick? Now, why they pick those particular item? It is all can be, research can be done. Marketing strategy can be done. Of course, another important thing is if you want to send it globally, you need to have a very good packaging system for your product. So that is a take from his talk. Then we have a last speaker from IMR itself, Mr. Venkateshwaru. Yeah. You don't have a mic, so I will loan.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. The chairman, sir, has rightly set the tone for this panel discussion. And Dr. Raj Bhandari, sir, has said about the importance of rising diseases, especially metabolic diseases. And different regulations were put forth by our Deputy Director at FSSAI. I should really appreciate FSSAI. There is a lot of improvement in the regulatory framework of foods, especially their active surveillance of the market, testing of the samples, and also inspection. There is a lot of improvement in the recent years. And also well said by Madam regarding the difficulties faced by startups entering into the millets market, and also the importance of nicely packaging your material to appeal, because aesthetics is very important, because you will first judge based on that. Of course, then you will see the product and decide later on. So in that sense, it is also very important. And from the perspective of our importance of export of these millets, I think EPIDA has already taken up initiative and trying to promote millets for export purpose. But one issue they frequently bring about is the shelf life. When we are trying to export, they expect at least 12 months of shelf life and some shelf life at the retail stage. So in that aspect, all products may not be suitable for export. So in that sense, we should find out a niche product which is suitable for export. So in that sense, our whole grain millets like sorghum, pearl millet, and finger millet, which can be exported without dehusking. So they can have a better shelf life if minimal processing is done, like either slight heat treatment to prevent insect infestation, so that the whole grain can be exported and further processing can be done in the export market itself. However, we should also raise to the standards of exports. The importing agencies are very proactive. I frequently hear from our Indian friends that there is a rejection of some product. So because of some pesticide, some antibiotic, or heavy metals. So in that case, our laboratory should also be proactive in providing a reliable certification so that good quality products are only exported. Of course, there is a lot of improvement. NABL is very actively assessing the labs and also promoting quality assurance in our testing laboratories. Days are gone when people from outside, they will come and say, a certificate is just a paper for you. No, there is a lot of improvement and they are really believing in our certificates now. And we should also maintain that so that our certification standards would improve and promote in future. Moreover, as I already shared, the niche product one that comes to mind is finger millet, which is having very good shelf life, both as a grain and also as a flour product. So in that sense, any product made from it will have better shelf life and better export potential. So Dr. Dayakar Rao was having a project on EPIDA, trying to explore products which are suitable for export, which is funded by EPIDA. So as an overall view, there is a lot of improvement that is happening, which we should catch up and also prove our credibility to export our products, especially in millets. And thank you, Chairman Sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Short and absent-minded. Short and sweet from IMR man of millets. No, it's a very interesting point he mentioned. Export the things which doesn't give you trouble in exporting it. That is very important because you take a product like a pearl millet flour. We know it cannot stay more than 15 days. People are working on it for quite a number of years. Still, since it has nearly about 4% oil, anything oil, if you disturb the cells, it will give lipase activity, it will, rancidity will come. So you should be intelligent enough, you export the whole grain. Whole grain will stay. Whole grain will stay for a few months. So you should be intelligent enough to identify what you want to really export it. And then again, he was mentioning about ragi. See, I'm a man actually who come from Karnataka. Though I'm a Tamil Nadu man, but worked nearly 30 years in Karnataka. Ragi is one grain. It doesn't have any problem really. Even the insects also very rarely happens. Very sturdy grain. That's why in Kannada we have a say, Ragi tindaniki rogavilla. Ragi also rogavilla. That means those who eat ragi doesn't get any disease. That's what our elders used to say. Ragi also doesn't, as a grain, doesn't get any much insects. The flour, even you keep 6 months in your ordinary steel dabba, nothing happens. We keep, we really keep. And a very one important thing, I don't know how many people millet process know. Of course, our Palvi madam mentioned by doing vacuum packaging, these milled millets, with husk, those millets with husk, little foxtail, kodo, all those things. No, those with husk, hull. Hull is a very good protectant of the grain. That's the God knows that which has to be protected and which need not be protected. We need not design. Ragi doesn't have a hull on the top because it is the God has fused it on the grain surface itself. That is the way it is actually created. Suppose if you take foxtail millet, it has nearly 2.53% oil on the top. Once you disturb on the top, slight scratch, cells get damaged, oil oozes out. That is where your problem starts. Now, if you really, while processing the millets, after making the millet rice grains, what you call, we did a lot of studies. I've been working for 15 years on millets on various aspects. Entomologists, biochemists, engineers. I myself designed machines and tested most of the company machines and issued certificate. So I, with authority, though this is not relevant to this topic, what I advise you, if you either vacuum package it for a few months, 2-3 months it will stay. If you, after the millet rice grain, it can stay very well. And if you put an oxygen buster is a small sachet where you have a chemical inside like when you buy a camera or a bag, you will find some pouch which actually contains silica gel to absorb moisture. Here, in this case, there are oxygen busters. It will absorb oxygen within the package. If you do it, millets, will not get rancidity, the whole millets will not get rancidity at least for 6 months. I guarantee you, because our multiple type of experiments have proven that. I think it should be possible in flour, but nobody likes to have a pouch, a small sachet inside the flour. Nobody likes it. That is the reason why we don't put it. But oxygen buster, those who are processing, you can use this technology. It doesn't cost you much. Hardly maybe about 25 paise, 30, maximum 50 paise. And that is available in the market. No, that is what first introduced by some intelligent processor in Tamil Nadu, Theni district. He was doing for last 25, 30 years. Now we are talking about millets. He is processing some 25, 30 years. He used to this, used to put this sachet there. No, this is very interesting. Our entomologist also tested. It's an interesting fact. And now we can have either take some few questions from the audience to the different panelists. And yes, no, panelist herself has a question. Okay, you can ask question and anybody from the audience, somebody help with the mic so that audience can put some interesting questions the panelists can answer. Yes. Somebody give a help with the mic. Yeah, you take one. It is small, 5-gram session. No, usually for 1 or 2 kgs.
Hello.
It will work.
Sir, my name is Rajiv and I work with farmers. So my question to you, sir, Balu Naik, sir. Sir, the regulatory compliances, are increasing every day. So I just wanted to understand if somebody like a farmer group, SHG or FPO or FPC, or for that matter, a small startup is, has to submit reports twice in a year, fast track report I'm talking about. So what it costs and how much burden it is increasing on that particular startup or the FPO or the SHG, and is the, government aware of all these, burdens, and whether they have spent some time with the startups or the SHGs or the FPOs, what type of problems they are facing, in terms of packaging, and the rules also change. Just like a few days back, I heard about the A2 milk thing. A new regulation came. You cannot write A2 milk on the packet. But after 2 days, I saw a reversal of that order. So these kind of things, if somebody has already, printed packets and regulations change, what happens is there any compensation to those, small startups or self-help groups or, SHGs? So how are they going to, survive? Because survival is, it becomes an issue for them.
Yes, sir. You're rightly told. First thing is regarding safety aspect. FSSI regulatory body will not compromise on safety aspect. The thing is in submitting data, annual returns in FASCOs, lab report. That's why we are increasing the infrastructure. For every state, minimum 5 state government laboratories, FSSI is funding. That FSSI funding laboratories, not only that, you can take the help of institutions and get it tested for minimal charges. If you take the state government laboratory at Nacharam, FSI is funding for that one. You can get it tested with minimal price. First thing. The second thing is it doesn't cost submitting annual returns. No cost at all. At your premises, you can submit safety data yearly once, annual returns. And the batch parameters, this is for the larger manufacturing unit. We are going with startup. We are supporting the startups. It's not mandate, it's a mandatory. But sometimes it depends on your production capacity. You have to give the test reports. That's all. It doesn't cost more than what general NABL labs. We can get it tested. SHG groups can get it tested in local laboratories of government or institutions. Here NION, IMR and all other institutes are there. Even in one district lab also in future government is going to each one district lab. Very soon government is going to promote the labs of the districts also.
No, there is one key thing he has asked. Suppose you change the regulatory
Regarding
norms,
that regulations, sir.
and that
Regulations are dynamic. For pre-printed packaging material, till 1.5 years, you have the right to use your material. Just to intimate to the regulatory body that we have this much of pre-printed material with us, we will use for this next 1 year or 6 months. You can get your permission. Just intimate to the authority, that's all.
No, in this related to this question, we have a number of self-help groups or small groups who are producing these products. Now, sometimes I used to think we can stop developing new products. We have at least 300, 400 millet products already in the shelves. If we promote it properly, that is more than sufficient. One thing. What really government can do? Some kind of a scheme for the small time manufacturers. We can give a subsidy or assist for them to get it tested. No, you can give from some scheme. You can give really in kind. Okay, we have a labs, but it costs a fortune. If you really want to test everything you want, it costs you a fortune. Whereas I'm a testing lab holder, no, it's very expensive. Now, that's what he was asking. For a small, every time testing a batch, it becomes very expensive for them. Government should have a scheme in startup ecosystem where the testing cost can be provided by funded by the government scheme, at least for 2-3 years.
That's
If this can be taken as a recommendation. No, this issue comes in every fora. Wherever I have gone, this issue has come. So some kind of a scheme has to come to help the startup people to get the material tested with a public fund. Right? That has to be done. Yeah. Yeah, you can ask.
Sir, I asked a question already. What is it? Sir, how many, the quantity of the oxygen buster?
Oh, you asked. Oh, she got the answer here itself. No, okay. Any other?
Just to conclude, I wish India has already taken a leadership role with the International Year of Millet celebrated. I think research and collaboration partnerships that will drive the momentum that we need to, transcend boundaries. When you're looking at global markets, quality standards, are very important, and there for global export, it is, they are very stringent. So our Indian entrepreneurs will have to improve on all those parameters which are actually required. The other thing is we discussed, the gluten-free market and the diabetics and the other diseases that is a major challenge in countries abroad, because countries like US, they have 70% of their in meal or food that they intake is processed, and anything which comes with a label, we can call it as processed. So they are so heavily dependent on processed foods uh, that I think to change that into something which is minimally processed and where millets can be a good alternative to wheat, rice, and corn, which are major. So we have to look at the health and the nutrition part of it, and that segment is, after COVID, it is growing also. So to my mind, that is one captive market which we can tap. And you know just recently I was in Japan, and they the Japanese millet, it is being served to monks, the monks, so it's a very special kind of uh, millet which has been from times immemorial been considered as one of the most nutritious meal. And this little millet bagar, which we call in Maharashtra, it is, after fasting, you break your fast with that bagar, or it can be eaten. So the point is that our body has an immunological memory. Our body recognizes millet. Rice was introduced only about 70 years ago, but earlier on, we were millet eaters. So you have to really look at that part where we can, um, you know, get the ancient wisdom to be incorporated into our diets. And as a doctor, I can tell you, I'm fully convinced that all the positive attributes and every part of the millet, even the roots, are good to create a soil microbiome. So with that, I can say that millets certainly deserves a level playing field as compared to wheat, rice, and corn.
Maybe another 2 minutes of your time we will take. Now, what at the end of the day, we can sum up. If you really want to increase your global presence, what you really require, first you have to export. Then only you have to think whether we can increase, decrease. We have a very interesting man, Cookie Man. There is a brand. That man has studied only 8th standard. He is an incubator of Tanjavur, Niftam Tanjavur. He exports his cookies to 8 countries. He doesn't know anything other than Tamil. He put up a very big stall in World Food India in Delhi. He doesn't speak Hindi. He doesn't know English. That enthusiasm and entrepreneurship is the first thing required for your global presence. That is very much necessary. And it's possible. It is not that 20 years back we don't have many things. But here, there are a lot of advices are there, lot of institutional help is available. And you have to brand your product as a niche product, whatever IMR man has told, Venkateshwarlu. Morning session, I think somebody told you mix moringa leaf powder. We have done some millet pasta product. No, it has, it adds value to your millets. You increase the value of the millets. Don't sell your product as a cheap product. You should sell the product globally as a niche product. Then only you can sustain it. People are interested only when they pay money. If they pay more money, they give more attention. That is normal. If you buy ordinary lipstick, nobody cares. If you go to Lakme and give you, you pay from your nose, you are very careful in selecting a correct lipstick. Same thing with every product. Each food product, you have to more than your product, marketing strategy is more important. Proactive, things have to come from the government as well as NGOs and other even corporate companies. Corporate companies, instead of selling your product here, better you spend at least 50% of your energy to export these millet products. That will really help this country. With these words, thank you very much for NutriHub IMR for giving us opportunity to share our thoughts and for wonderful audience peacefully listening. I don't know whether they are sleeping with the heavy meal or not. At least few people are very enterprising. Thank you very much to all of you.
Sir, please be seated, sir. Thank you very much. With this, we have come to an end of the session on Indian millets for global markets, prospects and regulatory compliances in millet businesses for export markets. We thank the chair, Dr. T. Palanimuthu, Director, NIFTM Tanjore of the session, and also we take this opportunity to thank the co-chair of the session, Dr. Raj Bandari, Member, National Technical Board on Nutrition. Now, I shall request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, In-charge Director, ICR IAMR, to kindly felicitate the chair, co-chair, and all the panelists of this particular session. Thank you, sir. Now, we have a corporate presentation. And for this presentation, may I request CH Shashidhar Subramania, Head Corporate Technologies, South Asia, Bueller Group, for this presentation. We are about to begin the corporate presentation. This is from the Bueller Group, and we request all the audience to be seated for this presentation. The presentation is to be delivered by C.H. Shashidhar Subramanya, Head, Corporate Technology, Southeast Asia, Bueller Group.
Thank you. Thanks to the organizers, INCC, for giving the Bueller Group this opportunity. My name is Shashidhar, and I head the teams of Corporate Technology and Milling Solutions R&D for the Bueller Group. Bueller is a 160-year-old Swiss multinational. It's a family-owned company, and we are in the business of making plants, machines, and solutions for any kind of processing requirements. Food mostly, about a 2/3 of our business comes from food, and about 1/3 comes from non-food businesses. Next slide, please. Some of you who are present here might already know about the presence of Bueller in food. We are mostly known in India for the roller mills that we produce, and most importantly for the Sortex. So you might know, you might recognize Bueller for this. But if you actually look at our presence, you consider your day from morning till evening, we touch the lives in many different ways at every hour of the day. You would start your day opening your mobile phone and you look at the coatings on the electronics, we do the coatings. And then you might be looking at pet food, breakfast cereals, we do that. And then maybe you would apply some cosmetics, and then the grinding of the inks and the pigments there are done on Bueller machines. And then you probably look at some coffee. So we do coffee roasting, grinding, the whole processing plant for coffee, and then all kinds of staple production, rice, wheat, pulses. So all these things. And then you go down to the evening, maybe you drive down home in your car, which would have die-casted components or maybe battery slurries that are made on Bueller machines. And then if you enjoy alcohol, maybe you end the day with a glass of beer, and that again, the malting and the brewing plants are supplied by Bueller. So you see that we really touch the life of our customers through the day. Next slide, please. That's our responsibility. Every single day, 2 billion people consume foods that are in one way or the other touched by Bueller machineries. And 1 billion people are touched by the mobility solutions that are provided from Bueller. Next slide, please. In most of the markets that we play, we enjoy either number one or number two market shares. So you could see this that in milling solutions, primarily milling, we have a very, very strong market share. Plant-based meat, chocolate processing, wafers, most of the staples, malting, these are all relevant for the audience here. Next slide, please. As I said, we provide solutions and services that ranges from machineries, plant services, and also customer education. Next slide, please. If you look at the history of Bueller, as I told, we are a 160-year-old company. We're based out of Bangalore in India, but our headquarters is in Switzerland. 12,700, close to 13,000 people. We do a revenue of about 3 billion every year. The interesting part is that about 5% of this revenue actually goes into R&D activities, which is amongst the highest when you consider the peer industries. Next slide, please. This is our facility in Bangalore. We've been present in India for more than 30 years now. We not only have the sales and services offices in India, but also the fourth largest manufacturing facility of the Bueller Group, and also a very strong R&D presence of close to 150 people. The machines that we produce in the Bangalore factory not just get supplied in India, but go to customers across the world. Next slide, please. So coming to the topic that might be of interest to the most of you here. You look at the whole millets value chain, we have got solutions that ranges from intake cleaning, dehulling, shelf life stabilization. Since morning, I've been hearing again and again that this is a big topic of concern for many of the millet producers. So we have got solutions there. Pearling, polishing, sorting, grinding, and right to the production of the final end products, either breakfast cereals, baked goods, biscuits, snack bars, so on and so forth. Next slide. I saw many delegates who are present here coming from Ethiopia, maybe Nigeria as well. This is something that might be very interesting for all of you. Bueller has a network of 29 application and training centers, which means these are areas where you could come and test your raw materials on Bueller machines. You got a particular raw material, you want to make a particular end product. We offer you trial spaces where you could test these products at minimal costs. The purpose of running these centers is not to make profits, but just to cover our costs. So these are at very, very nominal prices. And for startups, particularly in the millets area, we have got very, very favorable prices. So my request to all of you is that before you make your investment decisions, please focus on the product market fit and try out the initial batches with us. Come to our application centers, try out the initial batches there and test for yourself what works, what doesn't work before you actually invest into capacities. Next slide, please. Sorry, if you could go back. If you could go back. Yeah, thank you. So for millets particularly, we have got application centers in Bangalore. We have got application centers in Africa as well. One that's very recently opened in May this year, called the Grain Processing Innovation Center in Kano. That's specifically focused for ancient grains. In Bangalore, we do ancient grains and other things as well. So either to the friends from Africa who are present here or the Indian startups who are present here, please contact us. Please write to an email address that I'll be sharing with you. We would be happy to run the trials for you. Next slide, please. So last year, when we presented here, we listed down 4 or 5 important problems that have to be addressed to really make the millets mainstream. And I'm very happy to announce that we have had considerable success in 3 of the areas that we mentioned. Number one, the minor millets number one, the minor millets that we spoke about, we always said that the yields were very low. So for the last year, we worked on hulling solutions to improve the recovery of minor millets, both on the hulling and on the aspiration front. We have got solutions today that will maximize the yield of minor millets. Number two, the question of shelf life. We have got hydrothermal solutions today, but we are also working on other solutions which doesn't use steam as we speak now. Number three, the workability of the millet products. The primary problem is that, as you all know, it doesn't contain gluten, which is why making several different products with millets is a problem. But we offer 4 to 5 different grinding technologies which modify the starch properties in such a way that the end product would become very suitable for the end application you're looking at. So we offer all these plethora of options of grinding solutions for you to modify the grain to the right kind of flour, right granulation, right starch properties that you want. Next slide, please. We have also been building a lot of network trying to position ourselves in this ecosystem to help the millet startups and the millet processors the best. One of the engagements we have tied up with is the network we have got with IMR. We signed this MOU for a joint research and collaboration last year. There are also press releases, as you can see. And next slide, please. So these are the activities we have taken up with IMR. We've been working on a grinding project where Bueller is doing the grinding on different technologies, different flours, and IMR is helping us, IMR NutriHub is helping us evaluate what is the best suitable characteristic for making sorghum roti. So this project has been ongoing for the last 6-7 months now. We are almost in the conclusion phase. There is also a virtual kiosk where Bueller Virtual World is loaded and has been stationed at IMR NutriHub. Those of you who visit NutriHub could browse through the virtual world, have a feel for yourself what a Bueller solution looks like, and from there you could navigate to one of us present in Bueller and then take the discussions forward. Next slide, please. That's our application center in Bangalore. It is a fully functional mill. It's not a lab scale mill. So these are actual machines that will help you get the actual products out at real industrial scale. If you consider rice, we can do up to 4 tons per hour. Atta, we can do 1 to 1.5 tons per hour. Besan, we can do up to 2 tons per hour. Millets, depending on what millets you are talking about, we can do roughly about 1 ton per hour plus or minus 200, 300 kgs. We have got a coffee roasting system. We have got a good variety of sortexes where we could test it for millets. So there is a test bed for you to really come try out your product and then figure out what you want to do. Next slide, please. Out of the these are all the equipments we have got at our application center. As I told you, we have got a lot of equipment options for grain processing, atta, multi-commodity grinding, spices, coffee, and all these things. Next slide, please. We offer product trials at our application center. Next slide. We also help you do recipe optimization and also provide training and consultancy services. Next slide. We also have a fully equipped laboratory that will help you test out the end product properties, rheological properties, the granulation, moisture, most of viscosity properties and all these things. Next slide, please. So my pitch is this. Please contact us through the address that we have given here and then help you in turn figure out the right kind of solutions for your millet processing requirements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for detailed presentation. In a couple of minutes, we'll be beginning the next session on institutional funding for millet startups, the challenges and way forward. The next session will be on institutional funding for millet startups, the challenges and way forward. To chair this session, I kindly request Srimati K. Ramadevi, President ALEAP, to kindly come on to the dais, madam. I also request the panelists of this session to join the stage. Mr. Arnab Guha, founder Impeccable Innovations, to please join onto the stage. Mr. Tatya Saheb, founder Good to Eat. Mr. Durga Prasad, founder Namaste Kisan. Ms. Rupa, founder Vedamrita Siri. And Mr. Naresh, founder Creamy Millet. I also request Mr. Krishna from NutriHub to join on board for this technical session. I really thank all the panelists for joining on time. I now request Ramadevi madam to take over the session, please. The rapporteurs of the session are Dr. I.K. Das and Dr. Venkateshwarlu, scientists from IIMR, to kindly write down the proceedings, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and it's a great opportunity for all of us to be here on a very important topic today. That is the finance, what we are going to speak, and the startups, and also potential entrepreneurs, and also existing entrepreneurs. What all they require is finance. End of the day, we want to realize our dreams and maybe make India as a great reach the global markets. It's only possible with one single thing is financing. So how is that going to happen? We are going to discuss now. And also, when we talk about importance of millets today, I think the present world market is around $12.9 billion, expected to rise up to $18.6 billion. So this is a great demand product. I think we have to catch it. It's the only way forward in food processing sector is through millets, I feel. And many startups, as I'm coming from the startup ecosystem, we have ALEAP V-Hub incubation supported by NITI Aayog, Government of India, and also supported by Ministry of Commerce under Startup India Seed Fund, and also Ministry of Electronics, Information Technology. We have all these funding ministries. There is so much happening in this startup scenario. We would like to listen to the speakers who are going to come up with the various initiatives they have taken to encourage startups and also existing entrepreneurs. I think money is very important. All of us know that to scale up and grow to the level of exports, only constraint I feel, which we, even a micro and small and also medium sector requires is timely credit, timely access to investors, and also ventures capitalist. These are the most important things. And what we have the panelists today, and the moderator is here. He is going to moderate the scene, the program today. Presently, we have Arnab Guha. Sorry. Arnab Guha, founder, Impeccable Innovations. So he's from innovation, and also you are going to support through your incubator, right?
Hello. Yeah.
I'm Arnab. We are basically a agri-health food startup from Bangalore.
Oh,
We
startup.
manufacture millet-based foods.
Okay. That's nice, Arnab. And Tatya Saheb, founder, Good to Eat. He's also a startup.
Yeah, namaste. We are from Maharashtra.
Oh.
We are the startup name Samruddhi Agro Group. Our brand name is Good to It, and we are producing mainly the millet products only, from growing, processing, and exporting. Thank you.
So Durga Prasad, founder, and Namaste Kisan. You can give your introduction.
Yeah. So we have a startup called Namaste Kisan. We are majorly into retail of natural and organic products. We predominantly deal with the millet products and millet value added products. So we're into retail space of it, and both e-commerce and offline stores we're running.
Madam Drupa, founder of Vedamrita Sri, into startups and basically working for minutes, I hope. You can talk.
नमस्ते मैं बैंगलोर से हूँ मेरा नाम रूपा है वेदामृत श्री हमारा
Yeah. Or Mr. Krishna Sri Sai, Nutri Hub. Finished? Mr. Naresh, founder Creamy Millet.
Hi, Andy. My name is Naresh. We are the millet ice cream manufacturers from Hyderabad. We put 3.5 years research into millet ice cream formulation and standardization. So you can visit our stall at 21 to taste our millet ice cream.
Uh, what we are going to discuss is how they are supported through institutional finance and also what are the schemes available. And if at all they availed the schemes, they'll be coming out and giving us insight into what are the schemes they could avail. I think my colleague and me will conclude giving more information on what schemes are existing also. Now, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. First up, Ramadevi ma'am, thank you so much for sparing time and being here. And I thank all the startups there here. To moderate the session and to discuss on the topic institutional funding, the challenges and how the way forward. What is the way forward so that the startups can be benefited from the institutions that are dedicated for startups growth and their scale in the long run. So to set the context, first up, madam, you are part of Alip, and of course, when we talk about institutional funding, there are multiple schemes that government is coming by, and also there are so many opportunities for startups to find ways to talk about technology innovation, talk about business innovation, talk about changes in social ventures or impact through social social impact projects. There are CSR based companies. So definitely when an institution is involved into evaluating startups, there is a diverse challenge in evaluating them, in finding out the rights and wrongs about startups, and then at the same time does it for the greater good, not so much commercially looking at into the benefit of the institution, rather benefit of the startup. So first, I would start off by your remarks on what a startup should think of before approaching an institution like Alip or any incubator like NutriHub, wherein their approach would be my idea is not to get only money, but what beyond that, and what should I be careful about in order to look into that particular aspect. Your remarks, and then I'll take one from each of the startups.
From the point of institution, I think what we look at when startup approaches us is the seriousness. Like entrepreneurship is not easy. There is always a preparedness for failure also. So this is a very important aspect, and startups, there are so many opportunities today because you all know that in Hyderabad itself, we have almost 70 incubators supported by various ministries and also private institutions and state government institutions. So coming with an idea, like, and the seriousness of that idea has to be with the interaction itself, we'll come to know. And also when they perform, initial stages, they may fail, it's okay. But once they take funding and if they are not serious, it leaves a very bad remark on the institution. So we are very careful whom we select. Just now I was talking to Dayakar Rao Garu. I'm saying that we have fund. Why don't you send few startups? He was saying we have to be very careful whom we are going to send, because it leaves a remark on the institution if we do not show the performance. Government of India and also state governments, they give funding with a with a main intention and aim in accelerating that startup to a next level where they provide employment and revenue to the government, and also they become a unicorn and supply into exports. So this is the main objective of the total. And also another social angle we look at it is it's startups. We expect them to address some kind of challenge wherever, even if it is, for example, if we talk about millets, there are various challenges: how to preserve, how to make it more, packed in such a way it is accepted by the global markets. These are all challenges, and also with regards to, the shape and size of each millet is different. So how you make it acceptable for your buyers. So if they are addressing, even in the logistics side, there's so much happening in the logistics side, but none of startups are coming into that. There is a demand for how you send them to the export markets and how do you pack them, how the delivery is taken. These are important things, entrepreneur focuses on manufacturing. Somebody else need to do services. So these are some of the things which we have to think as innovation should come, even in the agricultural side. What kind of innovations are required? Because recently one of our startup, she came with a mushroom with sensors. So the mushroom is grown easily using sensors. So now we are in advancement, and there's a AI taking place everywhere of our life. How a technology can be embedded in this process of millet processing also need to be thought, and that kind of startups, we certainly welcome them, and there's no dearth in funding today. I feel this is the startup scenario is picking up like anything. So funding is, investors are looking, and products which can be, they invest only if they feel that they are going to get a profit. It's no social services there, but government is more committed. They want farmers to benefit and entrepreneur also to benefit. So great opportunities there. I think we'll hear from others also.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insight. And definitely, the point that you made, funding is available for a lot of startups. If innovation is the key factor in driving your growth, as you said, 17 incubators are there, which are dedicated to small tier startups who are into agriculture and agri-allied ventures, or so to say innovations. And when it comes to, as you said, incubator startup relationship should be there, and that is how that is what I want to explore today. And I think I know most of these startups founders. I know them personally. I know their business model and how I think it's been a journey with them. So, and first off, Mr. Arnab Guha, founder of Impeccable Innovations, brand Spotify. My first question to you would be, it, see, when you actually think of, a grant to avail from somebody like NutriHub, when you actually go through a very stringent process of getting evaluated, selected, and all these things, but the delay in the process of, getting the grant credited to your account and then properly assessing, how do you actually utilize that amount? so that your plan of action versus the delay in the entire process is compensated for? How did you manage, and what measures, or what is your opinion about, how do you see government grants as a thing in your business?
Yeah, so we are a 8.5-year-old startup from Bangalore. This is our 9th year. Till date, we are bootstrapped, and we wish to remain bootstrapped forever, unless any like-minded investors come in. To say about NutriHub, we have been a part of cohort 2, RKVY Raftar, and we got selected in the Ingrain program, which was for 25 lakh. So out of that 25 lakh, 10 lakh was sanction grant, and out of that 10 lakh sanction grant, we got the first grant of 4 lakh rupees in 2021, and it is quite a long back. And we are still awaiting for another 6 lakhs grant, which is going to happen because there have been a lot of changes which has happened during the COVID. So just to tell Krishna about the grant thing, it's beautiful from outside, but grant or investment from a private investor is a responsibility, and you should avail grant or private equity money only when you are ready mentally. And my background is I'm a food scientist. I worked in Britannia, Heinz and Novozymes for 10 years in corporate. And then I started this startup in 2016. And my wife has worked 18 years in the corporate like Unilever, Nestle and Mother Dairy. So we both are the founder and co-founder of the startup. She is the CEO, and she has just joined in our startup, but she was there in the background for a long time, and I was running it. So we as a couple with a food science background, we think that the money is so important to get at the initial stage once the startup is understanding that what they are going to attack. So what I want to say is it's very important what is the burning pain for the startup, what type of business model you are capable to execute. So knowing your capabilities is so important. And then accordingly, you avail the grants or the investors' money. And even if you get a delay in getting the money, you should be able to run your startup in a most efficient way rather than building more liabilities. Focus on keeping your startup lean, because you just imagine we got the first grant in 2021, which was already 1 year delayed. Until now, we have not got the grant, the rest of the grant. If we would have sulk as a startup ki paise nahi mile, grant nahi mila, then we would have closed it because our plans were according to the grant and all the plans went down the drain. But then we also have a plan B action, what to do next. And then we realize that whatever we do, we should be able to make profit and we should be able to sustain, because for the startup, it is very important to go away from the valley of death. Valley of death is almost like 2 years from the start of a startup, and then almost 60 to 70% of the startup get closed by the second or third year in India or abroad. So if those grants come in the valley of death, just before the valley of death, then the startup can survive. We being from the food expert, food industry, we have survived because of our domain knowledge, but not every startup. Today, we have more than 500 startup incubated at NutriHub. Not all have a MSc degree in food technology like us. So for them, how will they survive? How will they understand what to be done? So financing is very important, and getting the right partners are also very important. And the startup has to be very patient. It is not a software company, it's a millet company. And you should have a long haul, at least sanction 10 years from your family to your startup, because in 1 year, 4 year, 5 year, you're not going to be a big guy. Okay, or your business will not be flourishing. It will take time. Be patient and have right partners like NutriHub.
Right.
So I hope I have been able to answer a little bit.
Arnab, I think on one end you said you criticized as much as possible, and at the other end you said we need partners like NutriHub. I think it's a mix of both, and we both know the challenges, and we commend your resilience, just like Millets, how you have been surviving through.
There is no other option. We have to be resilient.
Yeah, so is NutriHub, and I think we both will, strive to get this thing done. And I think Madam will also agree this is a nature that the entire system is. Perhaps slowly things are improving, and definitely there will be a time where it will be as efficient as private equity or private funds.
But
I think
Krishna,
we
the
should.
startup should not be depending their life on grants.
Yeah.
I have seen so many startups, 10 years, they are winning one grant and after other grant, and ask them if they have commercialized their technology. No, they haven't. They have not even reached one customer.
I admit, I think there is a mix of all these things, and both the loopholes are being, read, undone, and both, being corrected. So let's see.
I will just. What you said is right, but see, grant is to take off initially. The later part you have to take care.
You have to.
When you are coming up with an enterprise, you should be prepared to face all these challenges. When we started our enterprise, that is 30, 40 years back, I just came with a dream, I wanted to do something here in an engineering line. I had to give 200% collateral. That whole thing scenario changed today. You are at least getting, some kind of support.
Yeah, this is.
And from there, you need to source funding through institutional mechanism, whatever is existing in the country, or your friends, family, they all need to support a startup. It's not just grant. On grant, we cannot.
No, you
build
cannot
up.
survive.
So have a plan B also in place when you are becoming a startup. Have a plan B. See where's the fund is available. There are companies which are ready to, if they're convinced with the technology, they give you advance to make the product. So that you have to explore.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I think points well received and taken. We will move ahead. I think we have with us Tatya Sahib ji. He has been a very diverse startup, I would say. He has been into D2C, and also he has explored a typical cloud kitchen and restaurant kind of business. So, sir, to you, I would ask, when you have multiple business models working for your particular kind of startup, how do you think the way forward from here would be in managing your expenditure and also managing institutional finance, where the actual proposed expenditure versus the real utilization of it differs? I would request you to be a little short. I'm running out of
Yeah.
time. I need to pass through 4 more people.
Actually, I'm so happy to hear now. In August 12, my factory inauguration by Dayakar sir. And that time only I taken the grant of 4 lakhs from Sorghum Research Center. That time that name was there. After that, I never do the business for the grant. My motto is there, give someone good for the society and good for the farmers. I left my job due to my father's death due to the cancer. And that time I decided I never do anything for the money. So for the society, then I started. And for this one sentence clause only, many people are support me from government associations and that may from agriculture department and other my friend circle also give me too much supports. I did not take on any grant from this. In 22, I take uh, 16 lakhs from PMFME, and due to the my friend was the SAO, that's why I taken that funds. But every startups is not happen like that only. You have to just focus on the business. So if we focus on the business, automatically money will become in this. And I started with a partnership, like-minded partnership peoples. I started 130 sitting AC restaurant in Viman Nagar near the Pune airports with the partner, and it's running very good one. It's not popular by any news channel or anything, but we settled. Another thing is we also started the cafe in Kolhapur, now in Dhule, and now in Pune we started. Uh, another in export system, in 2016 we are exporting. My principle is the only one that we have to convince to the our buyer to give the advance payment, because we are the startups. We are not so much backed by the financial system. So they are agree with our products. Then they will agree our terms also. And if you convince with them the payment terms, also they are very flexible to us. From 2016, I got my all export payments in advance, and after that I send the materials. I think this maybe happens very fruitful for every startups. That's it.
I think it makes proper sense that having diverse business models fuels, and also managing your credit, managing your finance based on what your buyer seller requirement is. It adds to the business. I totally agree to it, and I think that's how you've been successful. And more power to you. Moving further, we have with us Mr. Durga Prasad ji, his founder, Namaste Kisan. I think one of the most unique business models in millets. It is beyond just food processing. I think you are aiding with technology. So a bit of technology, introduction about your technology, small, so that the audience may understand, and at the same time, the institutional financing word, where how difficult is it for you to explain it to the institutional financing organizations or incubators with who have these schemes running, who don't understand a business beyond a typical D2C or perhaps food processing or value chain processing? How difficult is it for you to explain them about your business model?
Yeah. Initially, when I approached investors, and I couldn't translate my ideas fully. So what is running in my mind, what I translated to them is completely different. I come back. So, but internally we have a conviction. So I want to do this. So
A short introduction about your product.
yeah.
and
So
then
we have an e-commerce platform, Namaste Kisan, and we have initially we evolved as a business actually. So initially we started it as a marketplace for farmers. So where we encourage farmers to list their produce on our platform and getting directly to the farmers. So we introduced a pricing technology where we used to provide them what is a deserved price for them. So calculating from a production, what is the production cost, what will be the operational cost, what will be the deserved price for the farmer this way. So when we started working in this process, we almost we onboarded 21,000 farmers onto our marketplace. So then we tried providing market buyers for them, and we tried doing a trade. We ended up providing very less trade to the farmers. Out of 21,000 farmers, we hardly 400 farmers got benefited. So then we realized it's listing on farmers is easy, but providing them a benefit, creating impact is there we were a little ahead in the market. So and also out of these 400 farmers, also the problem we faced, credit mechanism. So where we used to supply material on credit based to the institutions. So and recovery of these payments.
To your point, Durga, about how do you manage explaining this entire thing to an incubator or a financial institution which actually aids into grants, or how do you explain them? How do you take, what mechanism do you or what approach do you take to explain them your software and a complex
Yeah,
system?
we used to show them a demo. We used to talk about the finances, how the return on investment will come, and what are the standard format that any startup would go through, the business canvas model, and the entire. We are putting everything on a business plan and explaining them in a pitch deck.
Yeah, I think typically everyone does it. And I think it is quite difficult for you to explain a software, and that too in agriculture. I hope you agree that, madam. I've seen so many startups doing that. Kudos to you. I think there will be better times wherein technology will be much more accessible to farmers. And I think all of us also want the accessibility to be aiding to more business translations, or so to say, more money flowing into the system. Moving further, I think Next would be Mr. Naresh. Naresh has been diverse because his product itself is quite unique for millets. While we eat ice creams, made out of milk, and we also have so to say, ice pops and all that. And coming with an ice cream made with millets and being gluten free and giving an option to a dietary conscious consumer, and also surviving this entire difficult time of sourcing and processing, which is equally difficult. So institutionally, when I say, when get a grant, what would be the things, primary breakups, or utilizations that you aim to, and how do you actually plan your expenditure based on a company which is diverse? It needs innovation, constant innovation to improve flavor, food, everything. And also, you also need to scale up by manufacturing and putting up everywhere so that people can taste it and actually it will become a palate that they adapt to. So, over to you.
So, firstly, thank you, Krishna, for the kind introduction of creamy millet. So, very briefly, Andy, when I working with farmers, we work with 2,000 farmers in the Godavari Valley. We work with the millets intervention, agroforestry, and milk. One day, a 60 years old farmer told me his grandfather used to grow the millets. I was going through the root cause. There are two root causes I have seen. One is about the gender perspective, one is about the value addition. So one lady was telling, sir, earlier we don't have the dehulling machines. So when my husband bring the millets to home, it used to take a lot of time for me to do dehulling manually. So I told him to don't bring the millets to the kitchen. That is the one reason I heard from the old woman farmer. That's a gender perspective I understood from the millets. Second thing is about value addition. So people love to eat the millets, but people love to enjoy the millets in different forms. So we were exploring, we have the millets, we have the milk facility for the farmers, we have the fruit pulping unit for the farmers. What we can do, bring the out of these three with the existed facilities. There we landed up the millet ice cream. So you might be wondering, there might be some other brands also there, how we are different. So that's where we put the little unique part, and where the funding part also come. So we maximum prioritize for the R&D. Whenever the fund comes, at least we use 50% to keep R&D and keep the sample testing. So far, we tested more than 1.5 lakh pallets. I and my another co-founder, who will go to we traveled across the cities, we carry the ice cream, we give them for pallet, we take the feedback, we keep improvising it. So what we understood, as being an engineer, what I used is, there is a little algorithm we used to bring the right pallet. So usually when it comes to the testing of the different millets compositions, people do manual palletings, but we used some unique algorithm which will do more than 1 lakh compositions and which will give me the right pallet at right value. So that is where we compare the existed pallet with the technology. We landed up with the right pallet. So that is one. And second, my journey with NutriHub is really exciting. It started mostly with the G20 agri-ministers meet. We never thought we will land at the millet ecosystem, particularly for G20 kind of events. They told us, you are going to be in the G20 event. We were really surprised and very thankful to the NutriHub. We never thought we will supply our millet ice cream to the 46 country agri-ministers. That is a wonderful opportunity. And I am telling, that day we have seen ministers are looking like a kids for the ice cream craving. I understood, yeah, I think I am landed at the right product. People are loving ice cream. And unfortunately, whatever ice cream we are eating outside, mostly adulterated in terms of vegetable oils, mostly in terms of the sugars. So we thought millet milk, fruit pulp, palm jaggery, and as per the FSSAI standards, we maintain the 12% fat percentage. And we did the palate testings, and we landed up with a good ice cream. With NutriHub, and one more point I want to talk about the institutional funding, particularly. Many people think it's only the grant form, but I little disagree. Every time institutions no need to bring the grants. Sometime bringing interventions, creating awareness is the first step towards innovation. That's where the IIMR and NutriHub put the right thing. They gave us wonderful opportunities. We never thought we will part of the G20 Asian Indian Millet Conclave, World Food Programs. Wherever we go, Chhattisgarh Millet Mission, Odisha Millet Mission, literally they took us to wherever they go. And that's where our product validation also done. So sometimes institutions provide support, assistance, hand-holding assistance in different forms. I think we should embrace that form of funding support too. So, and regarding to the grant program, that when I attended NutriHub cohort, at that time it was idea. I got selected for Raftar program, and the grant first installment also we received. So, in simply conclusion, we are very thankful for the ministries across the country, and we thankful to all the incubators putting millet as a priority, because we believe in food literacy. The food literacy is whatever we eat in our plate will reflect in planet landscape. If we all eat rice and wheat, everyone grows rice and wheat. The more diverse we eat, the more diverse food value chains we create, the more diverse crop patterns we create. That's where the biodiversity, more missionary opportunities, more employment opportunities. So thankful, and let's eat more diverse and consider millet as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Naresh. I think you highlighted the importance of an incubator beyond just financing. We are thankful that, wherever we take you, it actually aids to what you're doing. I think Madam is also a catalyst in such thing. And so many of us who are working in the space behind the startups, I think a word of appreciation to all of them. I think, Naresh, we want all of you and your type of startups to thrive further. Innovation in terms of food, innovation in terms of making new diverse varieties in consumer acceptance. So yes, we congratulate you, and there is a future ahead. We are very much grateful that you are part of the system. Um, on the point of having things beyond institutional financing, looking at way forward. रूपा जी, आपसे मेरा ये क्वेश्चन रहेगा कि आप when you started, आप जब आए थे NutriHub पे पहले बार, I remember you started off as a product first, packaging second, and then consumer third. And then slowly, now I see you have improved packaging, improved consumer, perception, understanding of what they like. And then, you are a complete brand, and out of like probably your kitchen, and then slowly growing up to be a startup. So how do you think, this ecosystem and the network around it, which is an addition to the finance that is there, and what way forward that you're looking from the such institutions or incubators, and what would be your take on being part of incubators in Noltel? So आप बताइए कैसे हो सकता है ये?
मैं रूपा हूँ बैंगलोर से। मैं जब IMR आई थी, मेरे पास एक ही प्रोडक्ट था, मिलेट हेल्थ मिक्स। मिलेट हेल्थ मिक्स इसलिए बनाया गया कि एक ब्रेकफास्ट, हेल्दी ब्रेकफास्ट रिप्लेसमेंट के लिए। तो हम हेल्थ मिक्स लेके आए थे IMR को। जब यहाँ की इतना हमारे को सपोर्ट, मतलब इतना टीचिंग मिला, टीचिंग ही मिला, क्योंकि कैसे ब्रांडिंग करना है, प्रोडक्ट को मार्केट में कैसे लेके जाना है, और हमारा जो ब्रांड नेम कैसे मार्केटिंग में लेके जाना है, ये सब IMR के सपोर्ट में ही मिला हमारे को। जब ये ग्रांट आया, जब हमारे पास मिशनरीज नहीं थे, तो अब मिशनरीज भी स्टार्ट किए हम। हमारे पास अभी एक 6 वैरायटी ऑफ मिशनरीज है। तो हमारे पास एक प्रोडक्ट से आए थे, अब हम 54 प्रोडक्ट्स हैं हमारा, वो भी परफेक्ट पैकेजिंग के साथ। और जब मैं यहाँ पे रॉ मटेरियल से लेके शॉप में रैक तक कैसे पैकेजिंग को लेके जाना है करके इतना टीचिंग मिला है। तो फंडिंग बाद में, पहले तो हमारे को मार्केट में लेके गए, और फंडिंग के पहले ही हमारे को अर्निंग आए, बाद में फंडिंग दिए, हमारे को एक परफेक्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर बना के सपोर्ट किए NutriHub IMR।
Thank you so much. I think NutriHub deserves all the credit. People who are part of the system, we are very much grateful that we got the opportunity to serve all the startups, be part of a millet ecosystem, which is slowly thriving and becoming a very sort of say resilient and diverse crop. And of course, all of us are part of the ecosystem. We are that. Madam, last conclusive remarks on all the innovation that they have done. What would be your take on the future of such institutional financing, and how institutions around it, which start off with financing but support, become a bigger support beyond the financing? And how do you see the way forward for startups and what they should look up, in the coming days? Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Krishna. I think it's a wonderful interaction we had, and they have come up with the success stories. Congratulations to each one of you. But I feel there's a lot to be done. The challenges are much more in food processing sector. There's an integration of the ministries need to happen, because we handle more than 8 ministries in our incubation. When you require technology, it is the MeitY which comes to your support, like Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Through a grant, they provide you app. When you want to scale up in a big way, if you register with the DPIIT, you get a SISF grant. That is a good amount of money which you can scale it up. So in the same way, like Ministry of MSME, they are giving MSME champion program where, once you register with GEMI, you can access under CHAMP. So we should not think that it's only food processing sector, but you have to integrate and see what is available to us. Understanding the whole scenario is very important. Like you want to get into e-commerce platform, you have your own colleagues who is helping. So that networking is very important. At the same time, your ideology, like where you want to reach, what is that you want to do is very important, because unless you have a future calendar, you cannot become successful. There's a lot of competition, today we have to compete with even very prominent brands. So how you build up your brand is also important. These are the areas which we have to focus. And government also need to think of certain challenges, like, today startups require place, infrastructure, which is very expensive. We are asking central government and state government to come up with a flatted structures for startups, so that, affordable structures or affordable infrastructure is available. They can access bank finance and other finance if they can give a primary security. So instead of depending on only incubation center, they can have institutional finance available. So the role need to be played by center and state government together, and entrepreneurs also. They have to be very serious when they come up as a startup, because this is going to change. This is a change maker to the country itself. So you are the people who are going to be there and become a unicorn. It gives credit to the country. So you are the role model for many other startups. So you have to take your business seriously. It's not that I often see that startups, they go to one incubator, then they go to another incubator, then they go to another. This has become a habit which we have to discourage. And there are ups and downs. Sometimes business may not flourish also, but still, you have a great scope, because there are people who are going to buy your products. You need to convince those people, the consumer is very important. So whatever you make, you satisfy that consumer, you are in the market. This is my advice to the startups. There is no dearth for even 24 Mantra, when they started very small. I know him, Mr. Rasekar, he came to us and he said, I'm starting very small, but today he's a big brand. So nothing is impossible. Please, you're all on the right path, and I wish you all good luck. And I suggest and also advise various incubation institutions also come together and support these innovative startups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think it is a perfect end where you pointed out what various other schemes are there that startups should explore. And on the term of institutional financing, of course, startups should also incline more towards finding out, institutional financing and business support, lending. It may be from banks, and maybe from NBFCs, it may be from, debt driven, or equity driven financing institutions. And I think a risk taking method or risk taking appetite of the startup should also be persistent beyond just grants. So on that note, we congratulate all the startups here. I greatly thank madam for sharing the light on this particular topic. And I thank all of you for being part of this interactive session. Thank you all, and I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we wind up the session, I kindly request Dayakar Rao sir to felicitate all our panelists and the chair. So as rightly pointed out by the chair, she pointed out that the experience of one startup is the learning for the other, and we think many would have been benefited from this session. And what madam has rightly pointed to focus on what challenges have to be to move forward. I now request Dayakar Rao sir to felicitate all the panel members of this session. Kindly request Dayakar Rao sir to present the memento to Ramadevi madam, the chair of this session, President of Association of Lady Entrepreneurs of India, which is a premier institution for women entrepreneurs. To present the memento to Mr. Arnab Guha, founder, Impeccable Innovations. To kindly present the memento to Mr. Tatya Saheb, founder, Good to Eat. To Mr. Durga Prasad, founder of Namaste Kisan. To Ms. Rupa, founder of Vedamrita City. And finally to Mr. Naresh, founder of Creamy Millet. Once again, I thank you all and Dr. Dayakar Rao sir. I also request Dayakar Rao sir to present the memento to Mr. Krishna from NutriHub.
The future of the world. Imagine a crop that boasts of abundant nutritional and health benefits and is climate smart. A crop that lets us embark on a journey for good health. And when you imagine good health, you choose millets. So what are millets? Millets encompass a diverse group of small-sized grains, dryland cereals grown in different regions, especially in the nooks and corners of India, and that possess.
We request all the participants to be kindly seated. We are about to begin the last and final session of the day on value chain strategies, learning from state millet missions. We are about to begin the session in a couple of minutes. We request all the participants to kindly be present. For the next session on value chain strategies, learnings from the State Millet Mission, I kindly request Dayakar Rao sir, CEO NutriHub, to kindly occupy the chair on the dais, please. I also request Dr. Adila Abdullah, IAS, Director Agriculture from Government of Kerala, to kindly occupy the stage on the dais, please. And I next request Shri D.H. Shah, MD GAIC, Government of Gujarat. Shri D.H. Shah, MD GAIC, Government of Gujarat, to kindly occupy the seat on the stage, sir. And Mr. Vijay Kumar, ADA, Government of Telangana. Mr. Hemant Vasigar, Project Director, Smart Maharashtra. And Ms. N. Ranjita, Director, Farm and Food Processing of SERP, to please come on to the dais. Kindly request Dayakar Rao sir to occupy the seat on the dais. The rapporteurs of the session will be Dr. Hari Prasanna and Dr. Anuradha from IMR. Yeah. We request Vijay Kumar sir, ADA Government of Telangana, to please occupy your seat on the dais. We now have Dr. Adila Abdullah joining us, Director Agriculture, Government of Kerala. Request you, ma'am, to please occupy the dais. As all our panelists have joined, I kindly request Dr. Dayakar Rao sir to take over the session, please.
Good evening. Good evening. We were waiting for this very important session on value chain strategies, learnings from state millet missions. Now we have about 5 states that are representing here. And of course, the big news is that Devesh Chaturvedi ji, he's just held up in one PMO meeting. I hope that he will be joining once he completes his things meeting. But meanwhile, he asked us to go ahead. So I'm very happy that to mention about all the panelists, very distinguished panelists with a varied background, but somehow have penchant for millets. I think with your leadership in the different states, I think we are able to see a lot of programs that are being laid out. And the programs are not, though most of you come from an agriculture background, we don't see today's context. These are not exactly related to only agriculture, but it is beyond that. So the new programs that are laid across various states, we see that embodies that how the demand creation, market-led programs that could really influence a large populace, but primarily benefiting the farmers. I think this is very new paradigm shift that which we are seeing in various state governments, especially with regard to the millet missions that they have launched across. There are few of them, those have gone ahead, especially the state of Odisha, state of Karnataka. They have shown the road map. See, in the beginning, earlier it was that the programs were driven by the government of India. And I recollect in 2012, there was a program called INCIMP, Initiative on Nutritional Security through Millets Improvement. But then that program could not really just take it forward. People could not make it an inclusive program because it was driven by the national government. But subsequently, what we see is that over a period of time, after National Year of Millets in 2018, which is declared, we see there is a paradigm shift again. The state governments owning this program to promote millets. And that currently, can you just imagine, we have a very distinguished panelist, Dr. Adila Abdullah, Director Agriculture, Government of Kerala. Yes, you know that she comes from a medical background and now, of course, she is a civil servant and at a very young age leading this millet mission in the state of Kerala. Kerala is a non-traditional. I'm just trying to encourage a new state like Kerala where millet production is hardly there. But then it is not the millet production we are looking for. We are looking for the demand side also. Keralites are primarily very health conscious, and we see that any new thing that comes, the adoption is also quite, in fact, very simply they accept those technologies or the ideas and then they take it forward. You will be wondering, like in Kerala, at least more than 10 startups have already started doing business. And we have one village called Artapadi. Attapadi village is the tribal village where they have initiated that, where little bit of millets are grown. So the government of Kerala, current Kerala government, they were interested. Both the agriculture minister earlier, Dr. Sunil, and now morning we have seen P. Prasad ji, Honorable Agriculture Minister for the government of Kerala. So they come like an executives and then just see elsewhere, learn things and then just execute in their own state. I think this is a very, very important thing and a good thing for that because this could be another model. Now, if you get into a place like Dubai, they will not grow anything of themselves, but you'll find everything. Madam has some experience there also. So you see that I think Kerala is somehow in a shadow way, Dubai, United Arab Emirates and all. So with being a civil servant, I think we will give first chance to her. Just I think the next chance we will go to the Gujarat also because sir has to take. So sir, with your permission, I ask her what are the learnings that which we can take from the state millet mission of Kerala, and what has driven you to really just embrace millets of all the commodities that are there. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. As the Honorable Moderator, Sri B. Dekar Rao ji has clearly mentioned, Kerala is not a traditionally millet eating state. If we have got to do something, then we have some focus in rice. We are not a wheat growing or wheat eating state too. So it is only in the bordering states of Karnataka or those Tamil Nadu where at least some amount of millets are being grown. So Attapadi, as he has clearly mentioned, is one of such places where we have very core tribal population, but its size of Attapadi is half the size of one of our district of Kerala. So it's a huge place. So we have through an Attapadi millet mission increased the area where the millets were being cultivated. Millets have been traditionally grown there, and we have also made sure that more number of millets, varieties of millets were also grown there. And State Department has also now started a processing unit there, and we have a sort of hub also there. So the products which are formed from Attapadi, grown by the Attapadi traditional tribals. One of my tribal farmer is also there sitting behind here. His products have been branded under the name Atfarm. Attapadi millets have been branded under the name Atfarm. And I use it at home too. It is one of the best products that you can get. They have got varieties of products. So that is one success story that we have got to tell. Followed by the success story, we have under the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, we have now extended the millet cultivation to 3,000 hectares in the state. And it is doing very well. To add to the value chain, we have started, we are in the plan of starting 12 millet cafes. One has already started in Trivandrum. The members of the millet cafe, the entrepreneurs of the millet cafe are also there with us here. So their millet cafe is doing really good, and there was training by good chefs and of course technology transfer from IIMR. So Kerala is slowly moving into the millet mode, and our plan is to cultivate more area, bring more area under millets. As we are slowly shifting to a more health conscious state, we have stopped being the diabetic capital, so we are moving to more health conscious state. So millets are slowly becoming part of the menu, and so value chain has been going quite good there, and there's a momentum in state of Kerala. So two of our ministers have been behind this, and there's a good momentum happening in millet cultivation and processing and other value additions in Kerala.
What do you think, madam, about the awareness programs that are being held there and the capacity building and self-sufficient the production that could take place? Because Tamil Nadu, which is bordering Kerala, has a plenty of millets to supply. Of course, eventually in Kerala, you are encouraging the production, in situ production in various districts, but then that would be in a medium term, perhaps you will have all those things. But if these millet cafes and multiplying many other things, your supply chain would be affected. But then you are so blessed that adjacent Tamil Nadu areas would augur well. So in these situations, what will be your, because I interacted with the startups that were engaged in this thing and they were very, very enthusiastic. And a couple of them, they've started exports in a small way. Can you just imagine people exporting the value added products from Kerala? So having gone through all these things, we are willing to really, but do you think that the capacity building is very, very important to take the area expansion that you are going to take?
We have even kept start from where you have mentioned. We have even we are now running a World Bank assisted project for climate resilient or climate smart agriculture. There, the third component we have kept for entertaining or for developing the entrepreneurship and farmer producer organizations and startups, and bring them to all the sustainable agriculture that is happening. So there's lot of focus which is going to go into millet, and sooner we are going to declare finger millet as the state millet of Kerala, which we have not done before. So awareness also is being created under the Rashtriya Krishi Vigyan Yojana. So we have a technology partnership with IIMR. So there's a momentum being gained, and through the millet here has definitely done a lot of good for the consumers in that aspect. So people are aware now, people are starting to ask for the products. So that side, the capacity building is happening in one side. The second side, the supply chain and also the demand side also being taken care of by the state. So we have really earmarked some money for the capacity building, and we have even started giving good educational videos and other things about finger millet. Once it becomes a state millet of Kerala, more momentum will be gained in this aspect. Thank you.
Last question to you, madam. How do you eat millets and how frequently you do that? Because it's very important. The leaders should be the flag bearers of it. I think it's an important thing. I just wanted to know whether you are already converted into millets or.
So I don't know about others, so it is my partner who has first got into this millet culture. So my first tendency was, no, eat millet in front of him and then order something in Swiggy. That was the first way to go. So slowly, I think my housemates were also in the same mode. No, we ate millet in front of him, and slowly, then after he left, we ordered something in Swiggy and we ate. But slowly, we started trying. Once the maids at home also started converting into millets, they also started. They had to survive, no. So they started some R&D into this. Now they have got enough number of menus. So sometimes, my the some millet menus that my maid cooks sometimes is better than, I could say, it is better than biryani also. So in that aspect, we are eating millet once or twice a day at home, and it has added a lot of varieties to our dishes also. So we used to be once a time millet eaters, but now we have slowly shifted into 2 times a day millet eaters. So the moral of the story is, you should convert your servant also into millet mode. For working women like me converting won't help. So if your servant is actually into the millet culture, she'll make sure that she has to sustain the menu. So she will slowly move to that. So my servant has done a good job, I think. So I'm thankful to her.
Thank you very much. Those insights, I think, having come all the way. See, actually, Kerala's contingent was, that it is more than 15 people who have come, including the farmers producer organization. So their desire to learn more things and to adopt millets into their plate and make others also to be aware about the goodness of millets, which needs to be appreciated, and wholeheartedly we appreciate your presence and participation, madam. Now, we'll move on to the next panelist, uh, D.S. Shah, again an IAS officer, Managing Director of Gujarat Industry Corporation, Government of Gujarat. So, in fact, he's a good friend of mine. So I just take this liberty to ask and understand that what are the plans that the Gujarat as a government, as an industry, how the millets are being promoted. Can you just show because in Gujarat, one of the, see, of all the millets, I think Bajra is the one highest exporter of, especially the Jafrabadi Bajra, which comes from Gujarat. So there are other variants also. If you get into Surat, then again it is Jowar that is grown. And some of the small millets are grown even by in the tribal areas of Gujarat. So they are very familiar ground, especially some of the dryland regions of the Gujarat are being really just relegated to that. But there is a slowly shift in tendency and all those things, I think. But nevertheless, they will make a very fast comeback because the mindset of the Gujarat is the entrepreneurial nature. We all know that the world, the farthest place in the country can be just invaded by two people from India. That is, one is Gujarati, second one is from Kerala. So we know that you'll find them universally wherever they go. So now I take this opportunity to understand what is the ground level scenario and what are the measures that are taken by the government. And of course, the last question will be how you really practice millet consumption in your own house.
So thank you very much. I would like to say that millet have united us today in this hall, Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat. So I extended my big thanks to organizer NutriHub, Dayakarji sir. I also visited the NutriHub centers and I was very impressed that times. And I said to Dayakar sir that Gujarat wants to establish such type of NutriHub in Gujarat. And he offered me that our 100% support to you and you just go ahead, and our government also keen to develop such type of research center in Gujarat also. So after government declare the International Year of Millet 2023, Government of Gujarat also announced the Millet Development Yojana and provide the 35 crore rupees to increase the awareness about the millet and the health benefit of the millet. So under this scheme, government taking various initiatives to aware the people of the Gujarat, like millet mela in every district, every taluka, and 8 corporation area also. We also teach the benefit about the millet and nutrition benefit to the students in the school to take the millet from poor man's to house to the plates of the elite works. We distribute 20,000 millet recipe books, not just recipe, but match the taste of the generation X and generation Z also. And I would like to say that the eastern part of the Gujarat, particularly the Dang district, is a totally tribal belt, and they are practicing the millet since long time, and they are not using the any chemical. This is particularly totally the natural product of the millet. And the production of the millet in the Dang is, they are particularly growing the ragi, and the production is 6,980 metric ton, almost 80% of the total Gujarat production in the Dang. And Gujarat have one research institute in Jamnagar, and because of that institute, the production is increased tremendously. Like in 1960, the production is only 310 kg per hectare, but now it's grow up to the 2,400 kg per the hectares. So this is the scenario of the Gujarat, and I particularly believe that if we want to develop the sustainable ecosystem in the millet, then the production enhancement is a major challenge, and we have to focus on that. So seed varieties, particularly the availabilities of different type of the seeds suit to the climate of that area. That is the most important things. Second is the uh, we, uh, we have to support the marginal farmers because they are the backbone who produce the millet. So government is giving enough subsidy to the marginal farmers so they can produce the millet in their area. So this is the scenario of the Gujarat. And sir asked me the means what I am using the millet. So since last 5 years, I am only eat millet in dinner and in lunch also. And I reduced the 25 kg weight in the 5 years. And you are surprising that in 5 years, I ran 15 half marathon, and my yearly running is 900 kilometers. And that is, I personally believe that this is only the change in the food. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think they're just making some programs, I think very soon to be announced. So we can see how the things are going to shape up. Maybe by next convention, International Convention 7.0, we'll be able to see that some traction built up around Gujarat Millet Mission also. So now I call upon the next panelist, Hemant Vasekar. IAS, Project Director, Smart Maharashtra. Smart is a World Bank project, and Sir is a very learned person, and obviously, and he was earlier, he was also serving Maharashtra State Rural Livelihood Mission. And we're talking about Maharashtra, sir. It is a really heart of millets. So there are people say that there are two hearts for millets. One is Rajasthan, other one is Maharashtra. Maharashtra has a heart of Jawar, while Rajasthan is heart of Bajra. So he comes from the land where the heart of Jawar is there. So I think we are all familiar of all the grains that are there. And you will be surprised to know that all the millets are primarily grown in Kharif season. But Maharashtra has an environment where it can be grown in Kharif and Rabi. And in some Nanded areas, even the summer cultivation can also be taken. And their traditional rites have not much changed. There is the change in that, but still that bakri, uh, am I correct, sir? Bakri, the typical, roti form where people are familiar with. Jhumka Bakar. There is a program also by the government of India, government of Maharashtra. So they used to have canteens and where they sell it for jawar roti and along with the curry, that jhumka. So that is become order of the day. But we see that the food habits have changed a lot, and people switching on to the other areas and more urban areas. The food, other things coming up, especially the junk food and all those things. Even in the rural area, there is a dietary habits that are changing. Thanks to the new initiative by the government of India and the International Year of Millets, there is some change and there is some support that is coming where Maharashtra should take a lead and become uh, a hub of India where millets can be promoted. I think with this small introduction, so we would like to know, I was there in one of the functions that has happened in Mumbai. So I had a privilege to attend their legislative assembly where chief minister, deputy chief minister, speaker, and the other dignitaries, agriculture ministers and others, they have come all the way. They have a very big canteen, and in the canteen they instituted millets, and everybody eating. So what a symbolic way to present that. Some time ago, I saw that in Parliament it was instituted, but in Maharashtra, especially, I was part of that, and they want me to give an educative lecture on millets to the entire community. So I was very much humbled to see that the way they were all very happily consuming millets in various forms, the new forms that are coming in. So I just want to see that. Again, they are very progressive people. Their mindsets are progressive, entrepreneurial nature, especially women groups are very, very forthcoming. I saw the big group of startups coming from Maharashtra, more than 60 groups. I think in the previous session where the startup, Tatya Sahab or Fadtare, he's one of those earliest startup who has really worked very hard and now he's still sustaining his business. So these are some of the background. So I have a lot of respect because I love millets and I love the people who those who eat, those who grow the millets, those who strengthen the farmers also. So with this long introduction, but I would like to hear from you, your mouth, horse mouth, and understand what's happening there and what is the millet machine that you are thinking, including some of the.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Dayakar Rauji, for inviting us for this wonderful event. You narrated many things about millets in Maharashtra. So it's so we are. I think we are cultivating. We are the leader in cultivating sorghum in the country, and we are on third position for bajra in Maharashtra. Already Dayakar Rauji told about the assembly function, but I recollect here where when I was SRLM CEO, twice, once there was a cabinet meeting and it was asked that the menu for that cabinet meeting should come for only millets, and those where the SRLM or the SHG women products were introduced on that day. So that after that, for chief secretary's meeting also, there was a custom that whatever the snacks used to be there, those will be out of millets only. So this is the environment in Maharashtra. Uh, as far as SMART is concerned, the SMART is State of Maharashtra Agribusiness and Rural Transformation Project. We promote the farmer producer companies and making their sub projects viable. I will not go into the details of SMART, but as far as millet is concerned, we have already sanctioned around 42 sub projects of our farmer producer companies which are dealing with millets. The value of those projects, it goes to around 63 crore, out of which the subsidy amount is around 37 crore. And the average cost of the subsidy for each project is around 1.25 crore. But here, our all FPCs are engaged in cleaning, grading, de-stoning, and packaging and branding the millets. Especially the main component is about sorghum. But the thing is that during last few years, we have already introduced the importance of millets, so that you might have seen along many highways, the hotels are coming up saying that as Dayakar Rao ji said right now, the pitlo bhakri or zunka bhakri, it was something concept of the government, some initiative. But many private hotels are coming, sir, which are offering bhakri. And they also say that there is a chuli varchi bhakri. It means there will not be a gas or the cooking range. It will be cooked with a, what we can say, the rural kind of fuel which is used, so which has a typical taste. And many of the urban people, they are moving towards those hotels for relishing those products of millets. The number 2 point is about smart, is that we have some novel idea about commodity stewardship council. The smart project is promoting them. It is nothing but the association of all stakeholders along the across this value chain of the commodity. So we have stewardship council for grapes, for soybean, and also we have registered the new one, the stewardship council for maize and millets, recently in June 2024. So we are supporting the formation of stewardship council through our organization called VSTF, that is Village Social Transformation Foundation, initiative of Government of Maharashtra, along with the role of Grant Thornton as an expert agency, as a technical support agency. So here the concept is that, so we promote all stakeholders in the value chain, the producers, the farmers, the traders, the processors, even any other stakeholder in the value chain. We form a corporate out of that, and we support them for policy advocacy, for technical assistance, for bringing some platform for online trading, and any kind of support which will be needed. The concept is that the producers or themselves, they will form a company, they will finalize their initiatives, they will finalize their priorities, they will make a plan, a plan of around 10 years or 15 years, and they will prioritize the intervention or the activities they want to do. And the thing is that in smart, we are going to support them the activity which will be of generic nature or useful for all, to the extent of 60%. We are going to fund it through smart, and the 40% amount is to be mobilized by themselves. All those stewardship council members, there will be a membership concept, wherein there will be a full membership, there will be a associate membership, wherein they have to pay their annual charges and one-time charges. Not only that, whatever the intervention they want to project, so there will be a plan for that, and we are going to fund them to the extent of 60%. This is a unique idea, but now it has emerged out, and already we have registered around 4 to 5 companies under this stewardship council. So this is a new concept. Now this is a best opportunity or the platform for introducing or disseminating this idea, so that, sir, the thing is that it is in the bulk in nature, because as you have seen that, so there will be a business kind of proposition, wherein this stewardship council can cater the needs of all stakeholders and others who are interested in having business along with the processors. Not only that, we had some kind of presentation from the manufacturers here. They are also welcome, because in near future we are again going to finance around 200 companies out of smart, wherein there will be need of many machineries which will be directly related to millet or processing or like that. So all the stakeholders can come together. They can have a common platform. There is no need to approach each and every company or every farmer on their own. So smart will be available in our state to correlate and associate with them. So that will be a good platform. The third intervention in Maharashtra, as Dayakarji also knowing about that, so we will be having an association with IMMR and Smart, and there will be some at the IMMR Solapur campus. We are having a custom hiring center, a training center, and also a kind of demonstration unit wherein the training of all stakeholders, the processors, the farmers, and especially the SHG women, because that is another part of Smart, wherein we have already formed around 400 companies out of the cluster level federations and the CMRCs of Mavim, and now those are being trained under Smart, and some specialized agencies were introduced for incorporating them into the companies. Now they are at the stage of financing. So we are simultaneously helping the not only the farmers but the women self-help groups to the tune of 400 companies. Now this is the way ahead for them, so that the IMMR also can work with us, a kind of a demonstration unit at Solapur, and there will be dissemination of millet and its end products for that. So the thing is that we do have a kind of, as you have already said, the Maharashtra is the leading state, wherein now organization, initially there was no, they were not in organized, but through Smart, all those stakeholders are being organized so that there can be a good platform. There will be a bulk volume which will be available for all kind of private players, the government organizations, and also the state government of India research institutes for them also. So I think this is the way ahead. We are at the start of the journey, but we are very hopeful and confident that so this will be a very good plan to go ahead for millets. I think if anything, anyone can ask anything, we can answer about that.
About your personal choice as a millet.
So I am fascinated with our colleague Mr. Shahaji, because since 1 or 2 years I have started taking bhakri in the dinner. I have not yet started the whole day, but I will. It will be an inspiration for me, as sir has said that he has reduced his weight to that extent. So I have not tried about that, but this is the day that I have decided right now that I will move to that, and I will also try my family members and all them to move towards the millet part of the food. So I think this will be a beginning day for me also.
Sir, that was a comprehensive answer to the question that I posed. I think it's very, very heartening to hear about the Maharashtra's initiatives, and you have rightly named as a SMART. And see, addressing the value chain strategies, the purpose of coming here, converging here is understanding each other's models that are there, the innovation that is brought in, the impact that they are going to generate, and the way forward that I think these are some of the models that are existing for us, because now it's going to be pan India and the pan globe also. So knowing our importance and building up models, successful models, augur well, especially in south to south cooperation to various African nations which are looking forward. I think a long way to go, but I think we must be ready with these models, trying to take on a pilot basis, integrating all the stakeholders that are there and build up a millet ecosystem. So I'm happy that Maharashtra should not be lagging behind, because there was some time in between. But with the new leadership and all those things, I hope that things will move forward, and we are going to see a great day wherein millets are promoted in a big way with the programs that are being already slated on the board. Now, this is what it is that we are learning, but now just a quick intervention that Dr. Viresh want to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the session would continue. We have our honorable guest, Dr. G.H. Shah ji. He has to leave, take a flight and leave for the airport. So he would just be going, but I would request Ms. Rija to present him a memento. So thank you very much, sir, for your time and your valuable inputs for this session, coming all the way from Gujarat. I would request Dayakar Rao, sir, to present the memento to Shahad, sir. Dayakar, sir, over to you.
So after hearing those perspectives, I think now it is the turn of Telangana state, that a new state which is formed and which is relatively an infant state. But then I think uh, Telangana has a rich culture of dryland agriculture. And you know that we are talking about the sustainability. When you talk about the sustainability, it's all that what the crops that can really just, and millets comes first to that. And we are all know that there are something like land races, like Pachajonna, which are very familiar to the ground of grown in Mahabubnagar and some of the other parts of pre-bifurcated Andhra Pradesh, especially in Khammam and other places also. So we saw that Telangana used to lead in this millets once upon a time, but we see of late there was a lot of past 5-10 years we saw a lot of irrigation coming in and paddy is being propagated. But then suddenly there is a realization by the policymakers thinking that we need to diversify from rice to other crops. I think that is a wise thing. There were something policies on crop colonies. A lot of innovative things have come up with regard to that, but it's very important to know that how millets can be integrated with the current cropping system. And not just that, because majority of the startups that are coming are from Hyderabad, millet startups. They are coming from Hyderabad and Bangalore. These are the two hubs which you think that there are other hubs that are found, but they all come subsequently. So if you just count and estimate, I think because through NutriHub, we support a lot of startups. I'm sure that it has at least about 150 startups are there in Telangana itself. So now this Telangana itself, if they have 150 startups, if you try to count what is their requirement for making this value-added products, would be a huge amount. I think it is growing environment, and most of them are also just trying to procure in the absence of the decrease in area under millets. Their dependence on other neighboring states is growing, whether it is a Tamil Nadu, whether it's a Maharashtra, whether it's other thing. So markets are there, but the demand is also picking up in the urban areas, but the rural areas. But the key question there again here in what I think governments are also time to time posing is that whether farmer will get the markets. If he grow, what will be the price that he will be getting it on? Now we are in a very transition stage where millets were primarily grown for their own consumption to taking it as a position as the commercial crop, where they are not going for their own consumption, but for your sake and my sake. So in this paradigm shift that has happened with millets, and the area is not so encouraging with regard to the millets, but at the same time, the production and consumption markets seems to be disconnected. So there should be something has to come up with the millet missions. I think now we have additional director, Vijay Kumar, my friend for a long time. We were just talking, had several discussions in the past also about various issues that are there. But the new mindset, when I was talking to Honorable Agriculture Minister of Telangana also has raised that. So good news is that tomorrow he's coming here. So the news that we got it is just now my colleague Dr. Srinivas Babu was telling that he's coming around 11 o'clock tomorrow to grace this occasion and to see what are the developments, try to discuss with the startups and also address to some of us. So this is a good news now that adds to a new dimension that which we will have to work across the value chain. So the ministers, the policymakers all are interested. So where we go in Telangana with some markets that are being developed, farmers taking to the farmers the message that these new markets and how to connect them and what would be the millet mission in Telangana should augur.
Namaskaram, sir. Good evening, everybody. Millets. ప్రత్యేకించి తెలంగాణ లోపట గత దశాబ్దన్నర కాలము పూర్వము మనం మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నటువంటి మిల్లెట్స్ చాలా ప్రాచుర్యంలో ఉండేటివి. రీసెంట్గా రాష్ట్రంలో వచ్చినటువంటి నీటి వనరులు, గత కొద్ది సంవత్సరాలుగా వస్తున్నటువంటి మంచి వర్షాలు, భూగర్భ జలాలతోటి పంటల మార్పు అనేది జరిగింది. ప్రత్యేకించి ఈ యొక్క మిల్లెట్ పంటలు ప్రధానంగా వరి, పత్తి, మొక్కజొన్న లాంటి పంటల వైపు వెళ్ళింది. గతంలో గణనీయమైన విస్తీర్ణంలో ఉన్నటువంటి మిల్లెట్ పంటలు గత దశాబ్ద కాలం లోపల లక్ష కంటే కింది సంఖ్యకు చేరుకోబడడం జరిగింది. గత సంవత్సరము, గత 2 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి మళ్ళీ ఇది తిరిగి పుంజుకున్నట్టు మా దగ్గర ఉన్న గణాంకాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాయి. ప్రత్యేకించి తెలంగాణ లోపల జొన్న, సజ్జ, రాగి, కొర్ర ఇవి ప్రధానమైన మిల్లెట్ పంటలు. ప్రధానంగా పూర్వపు ఆదిలాబాద్ జిల్లా, పూర్వపు మహబూబ్నగర్ జిల్లా, పూర్వపు సంగారెడ్డి జిల్లా లోపల ఈ పంటలు విస్తారంగా పండేటివి. కాలక్రమేణా విలువతో కూడుకున్నటువంటి పంటలు రావడం వల్ల ఈ యొక్క పంటలు కనుమరుగైపోయినాయి అన్నమాట. అయితే గతంలో చెప్పినటువంటి వక్తల అభిప్రాయాలు మనం గమనించినట్టయితే ఆహారపు అలవాట్లతో మళ్ళీ మిల్లెట్ వైపు ప్రజలు చూస్తున్నారు, వినియోగదారులు కూడా చూస్తున్నారు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఈ యొక్క ఆలోచన అర్బన్ ప్రాంతాల లోపల కనిపిస్తూ ఉంది. తిరిగి వినియోగదారులు ఈ యొక్క మిల్లెట్ పంటలను కోరుకుంటున్నారు. ఆ క్రమం లోపల సంపూర్ణమైన అవగాహనతో కూడుకొని వినియోగదారులు తిరిగి మిల్లెట్ వినియోగం వైపు చూస్తున్నారు. ఆ క్రమంలో పూర్వము పండించిన రైతులు, ఈ పంటల వైపు మంచి అవగాహన రైతులు తిరిగి ఈ మిల్లెట్ పంటల వైపు, ఈ మిల్లెట్ పంటలు సాగు చేయాలనే ఆలోచనతో ముందరికి వస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ప్రత్యేకించి నేను ఇంతకుముందు చెప్పిన 3 ప్రాంతాల లోపల ఒక తరము వాళ్ళు ఇంకా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు మిల్లెట్ పంటలను కోల్పోకుండా సజీవంగా ఉంచుతూ వచ్చారు. తిరిగి వస్తున్న వర్తమాన పరిస్థితుల లోపల మిల్లెట్ పంటల యొక్క సాగును మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళు సాగు లోపల తీసుకొస్తూ ఉన్నారు గణనీయంగా. అవి మనకు స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ చెప్తా ఉన్నాయి. మన తెలంగాణ లోపల వానాకాలం లోపల ప్రత్యేకించి జొన్న పంట అధిక విస్తీర్ణం లోపల ఉంటుంది. దానికంటే కూడా యాసంగి లోపల జొన్న పంట విస్తీర్ణం ఎక్కువగా ఉంటుంది. వానాకాలం లోపల సుమారు 45-50 వేల ఎకరాల లోపల విస్తీర్ణం ఉంటే యాసంగి పంటకు వచ్చే వరకల్లా అది 2 లక్షలు, 2,30,40 వేల వరకు విస్తీర్ణం ఉంటుంది. దీనికి ఈ మార్పుకు కారణం ఏంటంటే గత సంవత్సరం మనం తీసుకున్నటువంటి అంతర్జాతీయ మిల్లెట్ ప్రచారం కావచ్చు, వ్యవసాయ శాఖ తీసుకున్నటువంటి చొరవ కావచ్చు, భారత ప్రభుత్వం అందిస్తున్నటువంటి సహకారం కావచ్చు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఈ యొక్క పంటల విస్తీర్ణాన్ని, ఉత్పత్తిని, ఉత్పాదకతను పెంచేటందుకు కార్యక్రమాలు తీసుకుంటున్నాము. ఆ క్రమంలో భాగంగా ఫుడ్ సెక్యూరిటీ మిషన్ ద్వారా రైతులకు కావలసిన శిక్షణ కార్యక్రమాలు ఇవ్వడము, మేలు రకమైన విత్తనాలు అందచేయడము, తిరిగి వారు పండించినటువంటి ఉత్పత్తులను మార్కెట్ వైపు తీసుకెళ్లే ఆలోచనను పటిష్టంగా రైతులకు ఇటు వినియోగదారులకు తెలియచేయడము. ఈ లింకు ద్వారా రైతులను తిరిగి మిల్లెట్ సాగు వైపు మళ్లించేందుకు ప్రయత్నాలు జరుగుతున్నాయి. ఇక్కడున్న చాలామందికి తెలుసు, వ్యవసాయ శాఖ ఆధ్వర్యం లోపల 2600 క్లస్టర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ క్లస్టర్ లోపల ఐటీ పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని వినియోగించి రైతులను, శాస్త్రవేత్తలను ఒకే ప్లాట్ఫామ్ మీదకి తీసుకొచ్చి వారికి కావాల్సిన శాస్త్ర సాంకేతిక సూచనలు అందజేయడం జరుగుతోంది. ఆ క్రమంలో రైతులకు కావలసిన మిల్లెట్ సాగుకు మేలైన రకాల గురించి, నాణ్యమైన ఉత్పత్తులు సాధించే శిక్షణ గురించి, తిరిగి దీన్ని మార్కెట్ సదుపాయాలు కలిగించే దిశగా వాళ్ళను చైతన్యవంతం చేస్తడం జరుగుతుందన్నమాట. అయితే ఈ క్రమం లోపల, ఈ ప్రయాణం లోపల గమనించిన గ్యాప్స్ ఏంటంటే, ఇంకా వినియోగదారునికి చేరువ కావాలి అంటే రైతుకు పరిపూర్ణమైన సపోర్టు, మద్దతు కావాలి. ఒకటి ప్రభుత్వం వైపు నుంచి కావచ్చు, రెండవది ప్రధానంగా వినియోగదారుని వైపు నుంచి కావచ్చు. ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా శిక్షణ ఇచ్చే కార్యక్రమాలు, మేలు రకమైన విత్తనాలు అందించే కార్యక్రమాలు, లింకేజ్ టు మార్కెట్ కార్యక్రమాన్ని ఎక్స్ప్లోర్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాము. ఆ వైపు పాలసీలు తీసుకొచ్చేటందుకు ప్రభుత్వం ప్రయత్నం చేస్తూ ఉంది. రెండవ వైపు ప్రధానంగా వినియోగదారుని వైపు నుంచి కావలసిన మద్దతు. ఇది మీ అందరి ద్వారా సాధ్యమవుతుంది. ఇక్కడున్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ వినియోగదారుని యొక్క సామర్థ్యాన్ని పెంచుతూ రైతుకు చేరువయ్యే విధానాన్ని మీరు సూచన ద్వారా, మీ అవగాహన ద్వారా పొందుపరచవచ్చు. అయితే ఈ క్రమం లోపల, ఈ ప్రయాణం లోపల ఈ యొక్క జర్నీని ఇంకా సమర్థవంతంగా, సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా ముందరికి తీసుకుపోవాలంటే రైతులు పండించిన ఉత్పత్తులకు వినియోగదారుని కనెక్ట్ చేయడం. అయితే దీంట్లో స్టార్టప్ కంటే ముందు, ఇది నా సొంత అభిప్రాయము, రైతులు సంఘాలుగా ఏర్పడి వినియోగదారుని మీద భారం లేకుండా తక్కువ వినియోగదారుని ఖర్చు ద్వారా రైతుకు చేరువ కావడం, అదొక పద్ధతి. తెలంగాణలో అదే క్రమంగా ఉమ్మడి తెలుగు రాష్ట్రంలో మనము మహిళా సంఘాల యొక్క సక్సెస్ను చూసాము. ఈ యొక్క మిల్లెట్ పంటల ఉత్పత్తులను విలువాధారిత వస్తువులుగా తయారు చేసి మహిళా సంఘాలకు పూర్తి స్థాయి సహాయ సహకారాలు చేసినట్టయితే వినియోగదారుని దగ్గరికి చాలా త్వరగా రీచ్ అవుతారు. అటు వినియోగదారుని కూడా విలువతో కూడుకున్న ఆహారము తక్కువ ధరలో అందచేసే ప్రయత్నము చేసిన వారు అవుతాము. ఆ క్రమంలో వ్యవసాయ శాఖ, ప్రభుత్వం కూడా ముందడుగు వేస్తూ ఉంది. ఆ క్రమంలో, ఆ ప్రయాణంలో మీ అందరి యొక్క భాగస్వామ్యం కూడా ఎంతో అవసరం ఉంటుంది. సో ఈ ప్రయాణం అనేది మున్ముందుగా అంతే స్పిరిట్తో, అంతే వేగంతో వెళ్తుందని మీ అందరికీ తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ప్రభుత్వం అటువైపు కూడా చిత్తశుద్ధితో ఉందని చెప్పి కూడా మీ అందరికీ తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
That was a positive note for those who could not follow Telugu. But
About tradition.
yes.
Traditionally Telugu, it's something like that, no? Traditionally Telugu, it's millets.
Yeah, something.
చిరుధాన్యాలు.
Yeah, chirudhanya.
So it was completely, in fact, it went out of the basket, food basket, but then we see the traction happening for the past 2-3 years and how we can increase the area under this and increase how the farmers can be benefited. And he has given a message to all the startups to build up these linkages, very important for creation of markets, understanding, and also farmers by themselves can be an entrepreneurs. That is another option that which we has put, so that the consumer may not be taxed much. All these margins can be reduced. So these are some of the suggestions and the thinking of the government of Telangana that is going, because they have a huge SHG base and very successful models are also running on various other commodities. So these are some of the things. Now we have somebody who's core working on SERP of Telangana. Rajta is in midst of us. I think she can briefly speak on the initiatives that are there you are taking up in Telangana. Please.
Yeah, so firstly, I would like to thank IAMR and NutriHub for making us part of this event. Yeah, I work for an organization called Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty. It's a similar kind of organization wherein Hemant sir was mentioning about the SRLM in Maharashtra. So we work in Telangana. We work with about 48 lakh marginalized women households in Telangana. So basically, this organization was meant for credit and savings initially, but later on we started focusing on the livelihoods part. So of course, so the rural means it's like again the agriculture. So agriculture was one of the major focused activity that we are working nowadays. So even in the inaugural session also, many of the experts was mentioning that there is a huge market already created towards the millet based products. So the challenge is, to meet the production part. So we are the one who are there at the base. So we work with 1.5 lakh small and marginal farmers among this SHG network. So we made them into the farmer federations because driving them individually is a very difficult. So they don't have much surplus to market. So that's the reason we made them to a strong farmer federations called like farmer producer organization. It's like familiar word nowadays. So we work with about 85 plus farmer producer organizations across Telangana, and through that institutional mechanism, we started focusing on the value chain development of major crops. So one of them is the millet crop. Since last 5 years, we started driving on the different interventions which were involved across the value chain, like starting from the seed to the marketing. So there is an advantage, with our stakeholders is they are the producers and they are the consumers, because it's like 50 lakh is a house, it's a households. So few crores people are within that SHG network. So we have the two segment of people within our beneficiary network. So when we started working on this value chain development, so the main challenge was the beginning from the seed availability itself. Then we started collaborating with the public institutions like IIMR, ICRISAT for the seed, making them the seed availability, then good agriculture practices from the agriculture and horticulture department. Then, the aggregation of these material at the farm gate level. So we handholded these organizations at each level of the value chain. So there, even when it comes to the marketing part also, there are good channels developed for them. So recently there was a scheme launched by the MOFP, Prime Minister's formalization of micro food enterprises. Within that scheme, when we started mapping the SAG entrepreneurs, surprisingly, there were 17,000 SAG entrepreneurs were involved alone in the food sector. So within that, about 500 plus are towards millets. So like huge range of products are available, but they are restricted to the rural consumption itself, and they are very small scale enterprises. So there is a stall here in the within this premises at 81 stall number. So you can see there is a like traditional millet based products are available. So surprisingly, we have seen the traditional millet products like the in Telangana, sarvapindi is the very age old food that we can't see with other states. So even the sarvapindi is also the SHG entrepreneurs were making with the millet products. And there is a combination of mahua and the millet products also. So when we started listing these products, even we were surprised. There's a huge range. So the way forward is, the standardizing these products and, making them available to the urban markets is the way forward. And we are already inviting many of the corporates because we have the expertise in the production part and the institutional part, but we don't have that much expertise in the product standardization and the branding and labeling part. Because when the organization is looking for a common branding and labeling part, we are struggling to maintain the uniform raw material and uniform end product things. So we are inviting nowadays, the whoever are the corporates are interested. So we started collaborating with them who can help these farmer producer organizations and these SSG entrepreneurs who can taught them to run these processing units in an economically viable manner.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and like the one, like recently, after the new government formation, so even the government has also come up with a new program called Mahila Shakti program. So wherein we were targeting all these women SHG entrepreneurs to build them into the next level, so that they will be earning about few lakhs per annum, like the startups what we are seeing here today. So we are hoping that in the next 5 years time, we will be making them to earn at least, 10 or 20 lakhs per annum kind of thing, all the small SHG entrepreneurs into. And the other thing is like we were also training them to run the canteens in all the, private complexes, like all the integrated collectorate complexes within the Telangana were providing a space to these SRG entrepreneurs to run the canteens and ensuring that most of the products will be the millet-based products.
It's a real implementation when you get into the, micro level scenarios where integration of millets into their diet, into their uh, livelihood opportunities. I think that makes a lot of sense because it's not that any millet promotion program can go just with a superficial declaration of MSPs uh, to take to the next level. I think that sort of an inclusive policy involving the stakeholders go a long way because otherwise many of the programs which have brought out but we saw them, they got aborted midway. So I think the traction that is happening at the national level, then the international level, but now it is getting into the state level and then getting into the district level and even the micro levels where Madam was talking, Rajita. I think tomorrow we are going to have Dr. Divya Devrajan IAS, CEO SERP as one of the sessions chair. So we are going to hear much more. But I think there are things happening, but convergence is a very major thing that which one has to think about it. So we have multiple departments doing multiple things, but ultimately in a value chain strategy, in order to do that, I think not only just trying to see that from the production to consumption value chain, but at the same time, all the stakeholders coming together and sitting across the table of a value chain process that would augur well. Now, another thing is that these agencies that are being channelized as a perhaps that can also be. Now, I think it is an integrated approach that which is there, but then the technology is one thing that should really make all the state governments to depend upon the R&D institutions. And when they understand each other and when they bring all this a continuum of the markets for backward as well as the forward integration, with the government making a very key role in policy making. I think that is one of the important way forward. We have seen several of that programs which where the collaborations when they work together, they have benefited the various stakeholders in the process. So, but then I don't think it is a process. It's a process. I don't think it can happen overnight. Now, for example, if you take millets, it's a second 7 decades you have neglected it, and overnight don't expect some miracle thing to happen. So many a time now the expectations after the international year has been what Vijay Kumarji. People are expecting an international year of Kya Telangana, immediately things should happen. You need to really give farmer a chance to think over that what are the new opportunities that are coming and weigh his decisions in such a way and bring in stability of his decisions, that taking a decision properly. And one important thing which we should also think about it, but the new data that has come up regarding the consumption of the millets after International Year of Millets, we have conducted a study and we found that there has been the rural movement also that's happening and all those things. Now, this is a very positive sign. The urban movement is faster, of course, but the rural movement was stagnated and it's going back. So, because rural people, they do need millets and the goodness of the millets. So, we should, while we are concentrating about on the urban markets and the urban consumers, definitely the rural consumers has to be sensitized. You know that I think some of you must be knowing about that the social science, there is something like a demonstration effect. Maybe we have begun with the urban area. So see, the demonstration is effect is nothing but what we say that rural people tend to imitate the urban people. So it was a poor man's crop. It is now rebranded as a healthy product, healthy food, and it is aspirational. It has become an aspirational food. So that that sort of a message with the social media and other things coming to the fore, that message is going back to the rural areas. So they say the ancient grains in the modern forms, that is what is the way forward. Without losing the nutrition, what are the ways, the convenience that can be brought in. So this is what a very continuum of technological gaps that are there, and try to bridge that with the multi-stakeholder coming and research institutes playing a major role, trying to impart. It's not a just one-time technology you have given khatam ho gaya. Nahin, it has to be continual basis. So because it is that for any major drive to take place, it is very important that the research institution now, my colleague sitting there from IIT Kharagpur, I know he knows what is the pain points that processing of the millets, especially the primary processing of millet. And I'm seeing him for the past 5 years. We are working in various collaborative, trying to innovate ourselves and try to bring in the efficiency levels of this primary processing machines and all those things. Of course, the major industry has their lot of investment for them to put into that with the carbon footprints that are coming up. They will be definitely willing to pay to the value chain. But what about the small holder farmers, FPOs, where the hand holding has to happen? There, the role of the different millet machines come in a big way. So how they integrate it, how they can bring about the collaborations working in favor of that. Finally, it can be a win-win situation for both the consumer as well as the farmer. I think a beautiful insights that have come from the various millet machines. I am very delighted to chair this session and hearing the inputs that are given by you. I think we will take it forward, and I wish you that this scaling up may continue to do so. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I congratulate all the speakers for being brief and also bringing about a lot of insights. Thank you very much.
Yeah, friends, we are at the conclusion of this final session, that is value chain and strategies, learnings from the state millet mission. Our chairman rightly pointed out the integration of different learnings from the various states is very important, and it was a cross-learning session also, and replication of the various initiatives from the other states and taking forward this millet momentum beyond the International Year of Millets is very important. So I thanks all the panelists who are present here. Finally, I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, sir, Director in charge IIMR, to present a memento to all the panelists. Dr. Adila Abdullah, IAS, Director Agriculture, Government of Kerala. I also request Dr. Dayakar Rao, sir, to present a memento to Mr. Hemant Asikar, IAS, Project Director, Smart Maharashtra. Mr. Vijay Kumar, Additional Director, Government of Telangana. I also request Dr. Dayakar Rao sir to present a moment to Mr. N. Rajita, Director, Farm and Food Processing, SERP. I request all the panelists to join for a photo, group photo. I also request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao sir to present a memento to today's rapporteurs, Dr. Hariprasanna sir, Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Rajendra Kumar. Final only. After this, no band. Yeah. So I request Dr. Dayakar Rao sir, in charge director ICRIMR, to present a moment to today's rapporteur. First, I request Dr. Hariprasanna sir. Sir, please. Next, I request to present a moment to Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir, Principal Scientist ICRIMR. Dr. Jeenu Jacob ma'am. Hema Shankari ma'am. Dr. Anuradha, Senior Scientist ICRIMR. Dr. Venkatesh Ronda, Senior Scientist, ICRIMR. So thank you so much, sir. Sir, we are concluding the today's session. So see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So friends, tomorrow we'll be having the roundtable discussion on policy roundtable, that is scaling the millets mainstreaming through multi-stakeholder synergies at 10 o'clock at the same venue. Will be. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So there will be several programs planned parallelly in this hall as well as in other hall also. So there will be policy makers from the different states again. They will be discussing on the scaling the millets mainstreaming through multi-stakeholder synergies, panel discussion on millet promotion, next level industry requirement and coalition with the other stakeholder. So many more things are there on tomorrow as well. So we are concluding the today's session with this program. Thank you so much.